Hi, everybody. Welcome to JavaScript Day 2022. I'm Paul Everett, JavaScript and web developer advocate at JetBrains, and I was just dancing to that countdown. Good way to start the day. I'll be hosting alongside my fellow developer advocate, Vitaly Bragilevsky. Welcome, Vitaly. Thank you so much for co-hosting with us.
Yeah, hi, Paul. I'm super excited to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me to join you this day. So it's really great day here at JetBrains. A great day for JavaScript. I think we know through our agenda that's
Totally
really
agree.
great time for JavaScript.
You and I talk a lot about all these topics. We're excited to meet people, hear from people, talk with each other about some of these things. Just for the record, he's the smart one, and I'm the one who does the introductions. Last year was year one. We had an amazing set of speakers, 9 speakers, a diverse set of talks, great attendance. We were really happy with that. And a lot of views of the videos afterwards, which was a good thing. This year, even better, registration passed last year's number almost 2 weeks ago. Shout out to our colleague Sasha for putting all this together. Today, 8 speakers covering a broad spectrum of topics. Vitaly, can you give us a quick glance at today's agenda?
Okay, so we start today with Aleksandra Sikora with the talk Blitz.js, the Next.js toolkit for rapid iteration. And we also have Matteo Collina. I would never use an ORM, object relational mapping. Very provocative, I would say. Andrey Starovoyt, we have him today behind the scenes discussing one of the most interesting TypeScript 4.9 features. Then Nicolò Ribaudo, records and tuples are coming, the next exciting JavaScript feature. I like those language features so much, I'm super excited to listen to that. Alexey Shestakov, design decisions for the components library. Ryan Carniato, the world beyond components. Okay. Alexander Lichter, Nuxt free or Nuxt free. I don't know. Sorry, Nuxt free. Nuxt free. More than Vue 3 on steroids, that's for sure. And Minko Gechev, what's new in Angular v15? V15. I remember Angular version 1, you know?
Yeah. Those numbers go up fast, I guess. Today is another truly international event. Vitaly and I are on different continents. Actually, I think you've got the better outcome on the continent. In fact, our first speaker probably beats us both on best location. Speakers from everywhere, audience from everywhere. Hello, audience from everywhere over there. We've already got a great set of countries. I think, Vitaly, you're going to do a little contest later about where is everybody from. Before we start, we're going to go through some quick notes. We're going to try to stick to the schedule, which probably means less talking by me. Click on the link in the description for the agenda, which Vitaly just talked about. We'll be taking questions during each of the talk to kind of bring up on screen together with the guest after the talk. So with that said, we will go ahead and get prepped for today's first talk. It's Blitz.js, the Next.js toolkit for rapid iteration with Aleksandra Sikora. Aleksandra is a software engineer based in Poland, but not currently sitting there. She'll let you in on where she's phoning in from to join us. She's a full stack developer in many different languages, which Vitaly probably could cover a few of those, and has been the lead maintainer of Blitz.js, a full stack toolkit for Next.js. Welcome, Aleksandra.
Hi, welcome everybody. Thank you for having me here. And yeah, I'm not in Poland currently. I'm actually in Bali.
Bali.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place to be, definitely.
I believe you're going to win today's contest for best location.
Well,
is it summer there? Is it summer?
Yeah,
is it summer?
Summer like all year round. So yeah, it's like 30 degrees, hot water. So
just miserable. Just sounds terrible. You've been working on a mission to and I'm going to put this in quotes because this is what it says, make full stack web development a breeze. First for React and then framework agnostic, full stack and multi-framework. That covers a lot. It's really impressive, but it seems really hard too. At the same time, these developers that you're targeting, they really need something with a great developer experience. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna talk more about it during my my presentation. But yeah, I feel like JavaScript ecosystem is like huge, but there's still like this one thing missing, like this opinionated framework that kind of like has it all, like Ruby on Rails or Laravel. And what we at Blitz tried to do is we wanted to make this full stack web development easier. And yeah, we took different approaches along the way. I'm also gonna talk more about it during my presentation. But yeah, that's the main goal. Like we want to make full stack easy, and we want to make full stack painless, and we want to give developers something that they can use and iterate like really fast, like not worry about boilerplate, not worry about all the decisions they have to make, but just start shipping, like take something and start writing business logic to ship their products fast.
One more thing before we get to the talk. Something I was curious is more about how you run the project. I saw in your JS Nation talk, you had a timeline slide about how the project went through changes, engaged with the community to find out which directions to go. There are now a number of full stack package projects. What's something you think that you see in looking at what your timeline did, what others are doing now? What's something that all projects could do better to meet your Blitz goal of make you as productive as possible?
Well, I think that something that Blitz did very well was like engaging with community. Like it was like Brandon, the original creator of Blitz, he created a community before he had Blitz.
Okay.
So it was like, the Blitz was going in a direction where like where other developers wanted it to go. So I think this is very important. Like this is a very important lesson that you can have your own vision, and you can have your own thinking, like what would be great for full stack development. But it's really like other people like working on tons of various projects that you may not always have the same opinion with, but they are your end users. You have to gather all of those different views, different opinions, and then build for them, not for you.
That's true. And it seems so obvious hearing you say that. And yet a lot of these projects kind of make a mistake on that aspect. So great. Thanks, Aleksandra, for the background. Let's turn it over to you for your presentation.
Okay. Awesome. So I wanted to thank again everyone who's joining today. I really hope I will show you some cool stuff about Blitz. So Paul already introduced me, but I also wanted to mention that if you have any questions after the conference and you want to reach out to me, my direct messages are open, so you can send me a message on Twitter. My handle is Aleksandra says. So as we mentioned before, I was the lead maintainer of Blitz for the last year, and today I will start my presentation by briefly introducing Blitz, and then I will show you how to add Blitz auth to a pure Next.js application. I will also mention another Blitz package called Blitz RPC, and if I don't run out of time, I will also give you a glimpse into what's next for Blitz. So without further ado, let's start with what exactly is Blitz. So the way I see Blitz, it's a solution that makes full stack web development easier. And Before Blitz was created, over 2 years ago, it was a time when GraphQL was becoming very, very popular. And products like Hasura and Prisma One have emerged, and they gave developers this amazing power to iterate faster on their applications. But there was still something missing, something like Ruby on Rails and Laravel. Like this experience was missing in the JavaScript ecosystem. So this is what was a huge inspiration for Blitz. Like this is what Blitz wants to come close to, like being this Ruby on Rails but for JavaScript. You may wonder what about Next, but after especially after the recent release of Next 13, and Next is absolutely powerful, and what's more important, it's backed by this huge company, which means that plenty of resources can go into making sure it grows. And the Next team has like a bunch of super talented developers. We as Blitz could never compete with Next. So instead of competing with Next, we decided to use it as leverage and build on top of it. Blitz's goal is to add things to Next like authentication and authorization, zero API layer, code gens, some utilities, and a bunch of other things to make the full stack experience better. So as I briefly mentioned in the introduction, we had different approaches to what Blitz should be and how exactly we want to solve the full stack web development problem. How do we want to make it easier? So originally, Blitz started as a framework, and it was built literally on top of Next. We actually had a Next.js fork, and we put our Blitz stuff into this fork. We had the zero API layer. It's I will call it RPC, Blitz RPC later. We had like code scaffolding, Prisma was built in, we had recipes, authentication and authorization, and a bunch of utilities. Yet it wasn't quite possible to keep up with the Next team. And after the Next 12 release, the 1 year ago, it required a substantial effort to update Blitz. However, we didn't want to give up on Blitz because we already put a lot of energy into it. There were many people using it in production, and we were getting like tons of positive feedback. Developers really loved Blitz. So we started thinking what to do about it, and we decided to change the approach and pivot Blitz to a toolkit. And the toolkit would be a set of libraries for Next.js. The goal of the toolkit was that you could use some or all of Blitz with an existing Next.js app. So for example, maybe you want authentication, but you don't want anything else. That's totally fine. Or maybe you want to leverage the code scaffolding that Blitz provides, but you are not interested in other things. That's also fine. During this presentation, I'm going to show you how to use Blitz Elf in a Next.js application. So far, I usually talked about like all of Blitz at conferences, and I would show like framework as a whole. Like, I would start a new application with Blitz, and then I would show different features. But this time, my goal is to show you that Blitz really is a set of libraries, and it can be a nice addition to your tech stack, even if you only use a small part of it. So in the following slides, I will go over the process of adding Blitz Elf to a Next.js app. Firstly, let's start by talking about required dependencies. We have 3 things to install. The first one is Blitz. It's like the core package. It has all the utilities, Blitz CLI, and the core functionalities that other Blitz packages need to work. Then we also need Blitz.js Next. It's a framework adapter for Next.js. It has all the code that wires Blitz with your Next.js application. And finally, the thing that we are most interested in today is Blitz.auth. And this is where all the authentication and authorization code comes from. So in order to use Blitz, you need two configuration files, one for the server and one for the client. We'll start with the client one. In this configuration file, we call setup Blitz client, and inside we configure a list of plugins. For this presentation, I'm only using one plugin. It's the auth client plugin. And also the function returns something called with Blitz. It's a higher order component that that's what I'm going to talk about more a bit later. And then we also need to set up auth plugin on the server. We'll spread the common config that we import from the client file and set is authorized to simple role is authorized function from Blitz.auth. It tells the auth plugin how it should decide on whether or not the user is authorized to access some resources. And one thing that is required and we can't fill yet is the storage property. So Blitz.auth stores session data in the database, so it needs an interface to access it. By default, Blitz apps have a Prisma setup, and that's what I'm also going to show you today. But I want to mention that it's not a requirement. Blitz is not tied to Prisma. You can use another ORM or not use an ORM. And you can handle database connections directly, or maybe even outsource it to tools like Supabase. Anyway, I said that I will show you the Prisma setup. So let's see what's needed to add Prisma. You need two dependencies, Prisma and Prisma client. And once you have them, you can initialize Prisma with the CLI. It will create a new folder in your root directory called Prisma, and in this folder you'll find the basic configuration. Once you have this, you also need to create a new client. Here I have an index.ts where I call new Prisma client and export it from this file. We'll later use it to handle all the database calls. Lastly, what we need is to add two models to Prisma schema, user and session. The session model is required by Blitz.auth, and the user model is something that I'm adding to keep track of users. Okay, so once we have this, we can go back to the Blitz server.ts and fill the storage property. I'm using this Prisma storage imported from Blitz.auth. This is kind of like a wrapper on the Prisma database client that you can use to easily set the storage property. Okay, that's almost it, but there's one more thing I want to mention. So Blitz.auth lets you set public session data and private session data, and their format is something you can configure. You can use TypeScript type augmentation to modify it. Here I have this type.ts in the root, and I specify that the session's public data will have two properties, user ID and email. Later, TypeScript will enforce that whenever I set public data, I provide these two pieces of information. But you can also extend it, and you can add things like role or organization ID or maybe some other user data that you want to be available on the public data. Okay, so now that we have the setup ready, we can proceed to writing the auth logic. With Blitz auth, it's like it's still you that decides the outflow, and Blitz only gives you tools to do it quickly and easy. We'll start with sign up. I've created a new API route called sign up, and let's see what's happening here. I'm using secure password from Blitz auth, and I'm using it to hash the password provided in the request body. This is not a production ready code. If you want to copy it to your project, you may want to add some validation for the email and for the password to make sure it's strong enough. Anyway, later I'm creating a new user in the database. I'm using the Prisma database client that we created earlier. And you might have noticed this API function that wraps the whole handler. It's being returned with setup Blitz server, and it does two things. Firstly, it lets you access Blitz context easily. It's the third argument here. And the Blitz context, it has all the information about the auth session. Secondly, thanks to this API function, if you configure any Blitz middlewares, it will make sure that they are all being executed before this whole handler runs. However, what's important to us here is access to the session object stored on the Blitz context. It has a bunch of methods, and it also has an access to the public data and private data. And one of those methods is create, and this is something I'm using here, and it creates a new authenticated session. So once we have that on the client side, we can call the new endpoint, for example, when user submits a sign-up form. Now let's see the login part. It's going to be very similar, to be honest. I'm also having this API wrapper to access the context. And this time we have to make sure that the user exists in the database and that the provided password is valid. I have this authenticate user function which handles that. And if the user authentication is successful, we also create a new session with the context session create method. And the client part looks almost the same as in case of sign up. We're making a call to the sign up endpoint and provide, to the login endpoint and provide users email and password. Last part of the auth logic is logout handler. It's actually the simplest one. We have to make sure that the current authenticated session is deleted. And for that, we have revoke function provided by Blitz auth. So let's see how this will look like. This is a quick demo, like the whole code that you saw in the previous slides is enough to have this basic sign up and login flow working. Okay, so we saw Blitz authentication in action. Now let's see some authorization. Blitz auth lets you protect your pages by either setting static properties or using React hooks. But in order to be able to do that, we need to wrap the app component with Blitz. This is the thing I mentioned in the beginning. It's being returned by setup Blitz client. And here in the last line, we are wrapping the default export with Blitz. What it does, it lets us set properties like authenticate on the page. So let's consider the user page first. If we don't want unauthenticated users to access it, we can set an authenticate property and configure it to redirect to a login page if there's no authenticated session. How it works with TypeScript, I'm able to do that because I added a type Blitz page for the user page, and it extends the Next.js page by adding all the properties like authenticate. Then, in case of sign up and login pages, we don't want users who are already authenticated to be bothered with them. And if we don't want that, we can set redirect authenticate to property and make the redirect to the user page if the session already exists. So this is one way of protecting your pages. But we also have access to a few hooks that can be useful. For example, use authorize will make sure that no authenticated user will see this page, and it will throw an authentication error if an unauthenticated user tries to open the user page. We can also do something similar for authenticated users and redirect them to other pages. Like here, I have this use redirect authenticated. So let's see if that actually works. I have, there's no session, no user, and what I'm trying to do is access a user page, which I shouldn't be able to do. And yeah, it redirected to the login form. Okay, so that was Blitz Auf. And I figured since I have still some time for this presentation that I will also talk briefly about Blitz RPC. And specifically, I want to show you how it would look like with Blitz RPC. But before I do that, let's talk about what this zero API layer is. So normally when you have applications, like even like in the previous examples, we had API endpoints like this login, sign up, logout, and we had to handle them on the client side by making a fetch call. And what Blitz RPC tries to do is to completely eliminate this API layer. There's like no fetch, no need to use any HTTP client on the in your components, and the goal is that you write functions like backend functions that handle things like, for example, this sign up and login, and you can import those functions directly to your front-end components. How does it work? So Blitz abstracts the API into a build step. So whenever you import the backend code, Blitz replaces it with an HTTP call so that all the backend code is actually only executed on the server side. It's never run on the client. And those functions, those backend functions that you can import, we call them resolvers, and particularly we have queries and mutations. But even if you use Blitz RPC, you can still have your own API. So you can still have, for example, Next API routes alongside. So how would we add Blitz RPC to what I had before? There's one required dependency is Blitz.js RPC. And the next step after adding the dependency is adding the RPC plugin to the list of plugins on the client. You only have to do this on the client because for the server side, it's being done automatically. And in this Blitz RPC plugin, it also accepts some options. So for example, if you want to configure anything related to the plugin, you can do this there. And let's see some code that uses the Blitz RPC module. So in here, what I have is the sign up resolver. It's a Blitz mutation. It has the same code that we saw before as the API handler, but this time there's no API wrapper. It's just an async function which takes some input parameters and a context as the second argument. We also create a new user in the database and use the context session create method to create an authenticated session. And then the login will look very similar. Also, instead of the API wrapper, we have the async function. All the remaining code is exactly the same. And for the logout, it's actually a one-line function body. We're only using the context session revoke to delete the session. And now let's see how you actually use it on the client. So before in the sign up page, we had we were using fetch to call the sign up endpoint. Right now, in the 12th line, I'm using use mutation from Blitz RPC. I'm providing the handler, the sign up, the resolver, and then I call this mutation on the form submit. There's no other code required. You provide the arguments directly to the sign up mutation, and the API of the use mutation is the same as React query, so we can also pass some options as the second argument to use mutation if you want to configure anything. And yeah, so we saw Blitz Auf and we saw Blitz RPC. If you want to try Blitz, you want to play with it, you want to create a new project with Blitz, you can create a new application with the Blitz CLI, Blitz new, and you have to provide the name of your new application. It will create like the whole setup for you. It will be a Next.js application with all of the Blitz stuff included. It will already have the plugins configured. It will have the outflow as we saw on the demo before. And it will also have some boilerplate like forms, some form components, basically everything you need to start building a product. And now, what's next for Blitz? So the goal with the toolkit was that we wanted to be framework agnostic. Like ideally, the Blitz stuff should be possible to use with Next, Remix, Solid, and we should have more adapters. Like we saw this Blitz.js Next adapter. There should be more of them. However, that's still a long way to do so. Right now, we are fully focused on Next.js because there's still so much we can do for Next.js, and that's our primary goal. And yeah, and we'll actually very close to stable release. Currently, Blitz is in beta, and we are like few weeks before the stable. So watch out for an announcement on Twitter very soon. We are just wrapping some stuff, writing some guides on how to use, for example, how to use Next.js with Blitz.auth, or how to use Next.js with Blitz.auth and TRPC. So that's what's coming soon. And yeah, that's it from me today. If you want to see the code from this talk, you can check it out on GitHub. And if you're interested in learning more about Blitz and Blitz.auth, visit the docs. If you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to join the Discord server and reach out to us. And lastly, my DMs are open, so if you have anything to talk about after the talk, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a wonderful talk. I encourage everyone to go and chat with you in Discord or Twitter, not just if they are interested in using Blitz.js and want more information about it, but just the journey that you've been on for writing something like this, maintaining something like this. You probably have a lot of hard-earned wisdom about good decisions, bad decisions.
Well, yeah, I do. Like, we came a long way, especially around the pivot. It was in the beginning of this year, so it's been a few months. And that was a very difficult decision because, we were working so hard on the framework, and the framework was already almost stable. And yeah, and then we were like, okay, it's so much effort to update it to work with Next 12. And next team will release a new version and we'll have even more problems. Like, it's not working anymore. Like, we have to figure something out, something that's that kind of decouples us from Next.js. And to be honest, I was quite hesitant at first to the toolkit idea. I was like, "But the framework, I like the framework. I still want the framework. Like, I want to work on it." Yeah, but my personal feelings about it aside, it really made a lot of sense to pivot to do those small modules that people could use separately. It made a lot of sense, so we started working on that in January. Yeah, and that was a lot of work.
In general, pivots like that usually end badly. I think one of the things that I'm hearing is you already had something that was basically done. So when you were
Yeah.
designing this plugin approach, you kind of already knew the surface area that the plugin system needed to support. So you weren't trying to guess the future about create the plugin system and then do the plugins later and find out that you got it all wrong with your plugin architecture.
Yeah, like that was a good thing that we already had, like, the core of the plugins, because we already had the auth code, we had the RPC code. We just needed to separate it and figure out how they are gonna work together, how they are gonna communicate with each other without knowing about each other.
Right.
So yeah, I remember spending a lot of time, like, just staring at my computer and, like, having no clue where I'm gonna start.
Okay, we will go ahead and get into some audience questions, and Vitaly also has some questions. I will go with the most recent one first from Herman Kwok. Thanks, Aleksandra, for a nice introduction to Blitz. Figured I would start with a kind word.
Thank
First,
you for joining.
yeah. First audience question is from Jérôme Moulin. Il demande, can you use Quick with a plugin or natively?
Quick.
QWIK.
Oh, I'm not sure if I know what that is.
Okay. It's one of these new generations of Zero.js or Low.js and hydration and all of that
Oh,
stuff, kind of from the Angular
that's
people.
cool. That's cool. I haven't heard about it before.
Okay.
So,
So the answer
since I
is
haven't heard about it yet, the
not
answer
on
is
not on the
no.
radar right now. Second
Yeah, not
question
on
from
our
the
radar.
audience is from Mugetsu. He's asking, are there any benchmarks regarding Blitz RPC?
None that there are no benchmarks that I'm familiar with.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
don't think there are.
Okay.
There is this list of community projects around Blitz. There's like awesome Blitz repository in the Blitz organization. So there may be something, but there was nothing last year that was done, like since I started working full time on Blitz.
Those awesome lists are great, especially when somebody else does it, right? It
Yeah.
can be a lot of work to maintain that. Okay, let's go over to some other questions we had. I'll go first on a question I had. Looking at your code and seeing all this lovely use of ESM imports and async await and all that stuff, was Blitz always that way, or did you have to go through a transition?
It was always that way.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
we haven't had to do much around it. With the pivot, it was always that way. Yeah.
All these packages where if you're using require.js, do it this way. If you're using common.js, do it that way. If you're using
That was quite a pain for many.
Yeah.
But we also started using rollup in this
good.
new this new toolkit. So yeah, so we kind of changed a bunch of things. Like we switched to turbo repo, and we switched like our test setup to vtest. So we kind of we tried to use the cool new stuff.
Oh, I sat in front of vtest last night writing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite impressive.
Yeah, it is quite impressive. Hey, we just got a question in from Lucas Pino. Can I use Blitz on a previously created Next project?
Yes, I finally have a yes. Good question. You can. Yes. So this the thing that I was showing today, it was like I created a new Next app, like because I wanted something simple and start from scratch. But you could as well add it to an existing application, or you can add RPC to an existing application. Like this is specifically what we wanted to achieve with the toolkit. Was not It's not like you have to decide whether to use Blitz or Next.js, and you have to make this tough decision and decide between these two. You can use Next.js, you can build with it, and then if you want something more, you can add Blitz later.
Hey, Vitaly, you have a question about Blitz RPC.
Yeah, actually, I do. So I'm a big fan of RPC in different programming languages. So I was very interested in what you were showing during your talk. And my question is, do you have any guidelines on whether to use that, or maybe when it's better to implement independent API through HTTP calls, stuff like that?
We have no guides, but like basically what Blitz tries to promote is to stick with Blitz RPC because it's so easy to use, and you can only you can just import stuff. And what's also like for me the most important part is that you don't lose the type safety, because when you have like a third party API and you want to communicate with it, you have options like you can write the types yourself, you can generate them, but there's always this this moment when you lose the the types that you have on the backend. And with tools like Blitz RPC, TRPC, and other things like that you can just import the code to the client, you don't lose this end-to-end type safety.
Good point. And that's another place where a lot of tools that kind of predated the TypeScript revolution had a hard time
Yeah.
getting over the hill on that one. A question from Patanjali Kumar that I will let you handle. Pricing.
It's free. It's 100% free. It's open source. You can grab it and start using it right away. You can contribute. Yeah, and that's gonna stay this way.
No venture capital money, no IPOs that have to be paid for, anything like that.
No, Blitz will be community led.
All right. Hey, question I have, this is kind of a non-technical. What's it like writing a scaffold and a generator and decision making on what to put in, what to leave out?
Yeah. So for example, like I talk about real life example here. Like there are a lot of people asking us to add more React components to the generator, to have like some select components, more input, those kind of things, and we keep saying no to this because like I feel like my goal, and I think that owner maintainers will agree with me on that, is like there are opinionated parts about Blitz, but we also want to keep it minimal. Like we don't want to be opinionated with everything. We just want to give tools and let users figure out everything else themselves. So yeah, I mean, but it is kind of tempting, to add more stuff to the generator, like to help them, like to, oh, this is take this code, this is what you're gonna you're gonna iterate even faster. But it's like sometimes I have to remind myself that it's not the it's not the goal. It's not something I should focus on, spend time on, like,
Yeah,
because
right.
there are other parts of Blitz that are more important, the core parts.
Speaking of that, you said not free, but are any of you on Patreon or GitHub sponsors or anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is GitHub sponsors set. It's set up on the Blitz repository.
Okay. We do have one more question. Vitaly, I can let you decide. Do you want to ask the question you're desperate to ask because you always want to put that into every conversation? Or do you want to, we'll try and do both. Okay. Real quick, Aleksandra, so that Vitaly can get it out of his system. What's next for Blitz.js?
Well, yeah, as I briefly mentioned, the next thing is stable. The current focus is to have the standalone RPC, so it has like as little to do with Next as possible, so you can possibly use it in other projects. There's another thing that we wanted to focus on for a long time. It's support for React Native. Because right now we do allow, you can do manual requests to the RPC endpoints from like React Native, but it's not easy and it's not very convenient. So that's gonna be the next focus.
Okay. All right. Joanna Chavez, thank you for asking that. Vitaly, last question.
I will ask it anyway. So I've read in your Twitter, you've mentioned recently that you've read the Rust programming language book. I'm a little bit monitoring using Rust for implementing tooling in other programming languages, for example, like for JavaScript, for Python, for other languages. So what's in Rust for you? Why did you read that?
Well, I haven't finished. Just to be clear. No, I tweeted about it after the Next 13 announcement. And they are moving more code to use Rust. And I was like, okay, so since there are so many companies who migrate to Rust, maybe it's time to learn it. So yeah, I mean, I to be honest, I like learning new languages. So that's also another reason why I just I started reading this book like a while ago. So yeah, I will finish one day.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and wrap up. Aleksandra, Sikora, thank you so much for taking a few minutes away from paradise and joining us to talk about Blitz.js.
Thank you. Thank you a lot for having me.
That was a fun talk to get us started, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, Vitaly's going to do a first little intermission thing for us. But before we start, it's always nice to give away something. So I'm going to do a promo code offer from WebStorm. As many of you know, we have a whole suite of IDEs. WebStorm is our IDE for web and JavaScript stuff, TypeScript, related technologies. It's also included in a number of other IDEs for us. So we've prepared a promo code for all the participants of today's events. We got a good turnout today that lets you get 3 months of WebStorm for free. We are going to paste it into chat now. As you can see, it's not me doing the pasting. We'll do that a couple more times during the day. Vitaly, let's turn it over to you for our first intermission.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. So in the very beginning, Paul, you've mentioned that we are coming from different continents, different countries. Like, Paul, where are you from, by the way?
I am from Virginia. I'm in Virginia. I'm from the wrong part of Florida.
Okay. I'm in Cyprus right now, so it's somewhere in Mediterranean. And in the beginning of this YouTube chat, many of you mentioned where are you from, but not all of you. So what we want to do now is to ask you to write once again, where are you in right now? Like city, maybe town, village, and country, so that we can see where we are. So I saw Brazil, people just from Brazil in the very beginning of this talk. It was very early there.
Texas.
So we have,
okay. Carrie, where are you from in Florida?
Florida is so small.
I am 50 kilometers south of you for Washington, D.C.
Okay. So we have United Kingdom, we have Mexico, we have China. China, it's too late in China, I think. No, it's night. Dominican Republic, Copenhagen, Denmark. I was in Copenhagen in September. It was beautiful there. Tbilisi, Georgia, the real Georgia.
Yes, indeed.
So, Paul, do you know about real Georgia? Not
I need to go to real Georgia.
Georgia.
I've been to wrong Georgia.
Yeah.
Carrie, I see you're Orlando. I went to college in Gainesville.
Really?
Some of these places, my goodness, Patagonia. Oh, wow. You and I could do a tour.
That would be great. We have Slovakia. We have Portugal. Verona, Italy. I was in Verona for several hours the week before. It was great. Julieta, Romeo, all that. Nairobi, Kenya, great. Athens, Greece, Lithuania,
Ukraine,
Haifa, Israel, Hamburg, Germany, Poland, Serbia, Belgrade, Romania, Tirana, Albania, Poland, Wrocław, and Mexico, Pakistan, Colombia. That's so great. So many countries. Munich, Nepal, really. South Africa, Pretoria, London, UK. Where I am from. Now, I was born in Kazakhstan, by the way. Kazakhstan, like many years ago.
Oh yeah.
It was USSR, I should confess.
You, since I'm the American and I don't know, I can't even find my own country on a map. You have to decide who is the farthest away from you.
Well, it's difficult. Maybe Chile.
Patagonia?
Maybe Chile, I think, is far away. Yeah.
Kenya. All right.
Bulgaria,
South Korea. Bangladesh.
Peru is also very, very far from here. Austria. Again, United States, Michigan. How do you pronounce Michigan right?
You said
I
it
don't
well.
know. It was Michigan.
Yeah. I'm sure the people in Michigan say it in some way that is not pronounceable by anybody else in the world.
Okay. Tegucigalpa, Honduras, Buckinghamshire, United Kingdom, Brazil, Valencia, Spain.
Somebody says
Yes.
Antarctica. Are you believe
Really?
that?
Like, well, they have a lot of people besides penguins there. I think.
Sure. Yeah.
The Netherlands, Denmark, Serbia, Ireland. I think every country here, Ukraine again, Armenia, Portugal, Lisbon, Spain, Wichita, KS, what is KS, USA?
Kansas.
Kansas. Yeah, I know one girl from Kansas. Yeah, like Ellie from Kansas.
All right. You wanted, I guess we can declare a winner quite easily, right? Argentina or Antarctica, rather. Actually, that's
I don't
What
know.
would be
I like
fun?
Peru, actually. I like Peru.
Okay. Okay, we will go ahead and move on to our next talk. Our next talk is provocatively named. Vitaly, you were right. I would never use an ORM, O-R-M, with Matteo Collina. Matteo is the co-founder and CTO of Platformatic.dev with the goal to remove all friction from back-end development. He's also a prolific open source author in the JavaScript ecosystem, and modules he maintains are downloaded more than 12 billion times per year. Also, chief software architect at Nearform, PhD on IoT, and current member of the Node.js Technical Steering Committee, speaker, book author, and sailor. Welcome, Matteo.
Hi, folks, everybody. Thank you, Paul. I'm so glad to be here today. So
I said the sailor part. Is that for real?
The sailor? The sailor?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. I've been sailing all my life. Like right now, it's going not sailing very much, but I used to sail quite a lot when I was a kid. So spending most of my time on the sea. Then I don't know. Engineering happened. Engineering is computers happened, or more or less. Okay, and then I spent all my time on computers. So now sailing is
and now a
mostly an hobby.
startup, and you'll never get.
Yeah, that's gone. Like I have a kid. I have a small kid and a startup. Like my life does not exist anymore.
Sure. Well, it's certainly a provocative talk title, and I'll admit, for me, it worked. I'm very intrigued. And I'll give you credit. You put a lot of effort into the answer by having a startup. What's it been like as a co-founder and CTO of a startup?
Look, it's wild. It's very hard to. There's so many tasks that you can do, and prioritization is super difficult. So it's busy, and you don't really want to be firefighting all the time. So somebody could work on it like in a firefighting mode. I'm just moving away and turning down fires all the time. I tend to be a little bit more thoughtful in how I spend my time, and especially on what's important at the minute and what will generate more impact for my company and also the overall open source community. So
when did you start?
We started in July. So the company is pretty new. We launched our new first thing. I'm going to talk a little bit about it later on. Okay. We're going to launch something else soonish. So
stay tuned, right?
Yeah, stay tuned. Okay, not so that you won't wait too much time. Okay, more than the length of the talk, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so
one more quick follow-up, and then
yeah.
I'll give you to Vitaly for a question. Since July, you were talking about the real art is deciding where to spend your time.
Yeah.
Do you think can you name something that you spent time on that looking back it didn't prove to be
having a lot of meetings. Okay,
Yeah.
so part of the problem is when you start a startup, there's a lot of people that you're pulled in 10 different directions, well, probably 100 different directions all the time, which means it's going a lot of people want to talk to you for whatever reasons, and deciding even if you want to talk to somebody is actually like, it's important. So it's like, I don't know, because sometimes some people might be available only on certain hours, but on those hours you really need to code, or you need to do something, some focus time. So and I'm very happy to be able to have focus time again. So before I didn't have much left, so now I can spend most of my day coding or solving hard technical problems, which I'm very happy about.
Let me hand you over to Vitaly for his question.
Yay.
Yeah, Matteo, Paul mentioned that you are Node.js technical steering committee member.
Yeah.
I myself was in Glasgow Haskell compiler steering committee, but I know that it works differently for different programming languages. So what's in it for you? So what are you doing in that committee? So is it useful for you for?
Okay. So let me. So what's useful? So the role of the technical steering committee is essentially to break the is to make a decision where our collective decision-making process fail. Okay, so Node.js works by a consensus-seeking process, which means that people that want to be there, that want to contribute, can, and they will have they have a voice, and everybody can object and work out their differences and so on and so forth until everybody can reach a consensus. This process works most of the time. In some other cases it won't. Like there can be two positions that are not reconcilable, so A or B, and you can decide A, but you can't decide A can be at the opposite of B, and you can either land a feature or not land a feature, or you can even return true or return false on a certain, or there is, and in certain cases it's and when those conditions arise, is the TSC is a technical steering committee role in saying yes or no, essentially, to those, like making a decision on voting, and anyway, making a decision on the topic. So essentially, some of the hardest, longest discussion, things that went along for a long time was promises. If a promises have an 100 rejection, should it crash your process or not? Okay, and this was a lot of years worth of debate. Finally, we said it should crash your process. Hooray! But it took us enormous amount of time to reach that decision, because there was the community was more or less split on it. Yeah. So it was very hard to gauge an answer on that.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Thanks for joining us today. Everyone out there, stand up, stretch a little bit, walk around if you need to, because this next talk is going to get your mind lit up. Matteo, talk to us about ORMs.
Hello. Hi, folks. I'm going to talk about object-oriented mapping. Very fun topic. Okay, I love this topic, by the way. So it's something. Whoa, wait a second. Yeah, I need to click this button. Oh, okay. So a little bit about me, since it was more or less was said everything before. If you want to follow up my newsletter, you can go to nodeland.dev and subscribe to my newsletter. So hey, you can check it out. Cool. So object-oriented mapping. Where are we going? Well, ORM. What do ORM do? Well, ORM are the promised land. Okay, it gives us a very neat, well-organized code base with the concept of models. Do you like models? I have something to say about that. And typically, what a model does represent is an object, typically a class, that represent a row in our database as well, that all the relations of that row with all the others rows in the database. What does this mean? Well, before going to that, what happens when your application when it uses an ORM? It hibernates. Anyway, going back to ORMs, what is the problem with models? Okay, and the problem you got is that, let's consider an object, a class quote, that extends a model, and this is it's called a fat object. Essentially, it has a lot of information. It does different things. The different responsibility. One is holding the data in memory. Another one is manage the persistency, including all the relationship with it, and implement. Most of the time, people put even the business logic in there to operate on the object itself. There's a lot of things. Okay, you put a lot of effort into crafting this object. Well, yes, this is the problem, right? The problem is that this leads to a very unscalable architecture, and a lot of people that have been developing following this architecture in the Node.js world, but also other languages, will know for certain that the model view controller architecture is actually unscalable in terms of complexity. Basically, you could imagine it very quickly that if you only have 3 categories of things, actually 2, where you can put code, you sooner rather, you should sooner rather have 1,000 of them, because you only have 2 boxes. It's either a view, a controller, or a model, or a view. I don't have 2 or 3. I don't have many categories. And then you can see that there are companies out there with 2,000 models. What? 2,000 models? Is this something? How do you understand if you have 2,000 models within the same code base? How can you understand the relations between all of them? And, how can you develop there anyway? Well, you see, it's my take is that ORMs only delivers a nice bowl of spaghetti code since the 90s. Okay, don't use them. They only lead to spaghetti code that becomes very quickly unmaintainable. And by the way, I love carbonara, so don't touch it. So since 2016, I started developing this web framework called Fastify. Check it out; it's great. Okay, as part of that, I'm been pushing a slightly different take on the architecture and how you can help scale your code complexity and your features and your teams as well. So first of all, you want to split your features in terms of modules, and so you want to group your features by you want to group your code by using a feature-based approach. So you're not putting your code into, this is a model, it goes into the models folder, okay? But, this is part of the cart, so we have a folder, a module called cart, and all the things of the cart stays there, both controllers and all the code related to that, okay? It's great. And because if you follow this structure, you could actually migrate very quickly to a microservice world, and where you have multiple microservices that can talk to each other, that are exposed and so on. But all those microservices, you can just extract them from the previous structure. And note that in that way, you can also control what are the relations between, for example, a cart and a product, and so on and so forth, in a much more controlled way. So, but how does this all goes to ORMs? Well, let's talk about Pareto. Pareto was a phenomenal mathematician, but also the one that gave us the Pareto principle. Okay, so he came from Italy, of course. Okay, why should not talk about Pareto? So the Pareto principle tells us that 80% of the outcomes result from 20% of all causes for any given event. So basically, this means that given a certain amount of causes, you get the outcomes and so on. But how does it relate to software development at all? Well, let's consider it this way. Let's say that you have the features, which are your causes, and then the effort to implement them, the effect. And you have that most of the time, most features can be implemented very, very quickly in, let's say, 80% of the feature can really be implemented in 20% of the time. And vice versa, the rest 20% can be implemented, it takes all the time. Everybody doing development, software development, should have experienced this. There are certain things that takes no time, no breeze, bang, bang, bang. I can code like I can develop stuff super quickly, but then things get, becomes impossible to develop further. Oh, wow, what can we do about this? So when you're picking a new technology, what are you optimizing for? Are you optimizing for the 80% of the features that takes 20% of the time, or for the 20% of the features that take 80% of the time? Like, what would you optimize? If you need to choose a technology that changes these equation, you might, in order to reduce time, you might want to be willing to trade some. I would be very willing to trade some more effort into the start of the project to be able to reduce the time that it takes for more complex features. So absolutely, like that seems a no-brainer. So most people, though, when they need to make this choice, the reality is we developers are very lazy, and we choose a framework or a library that removes all the repetitive tasks. Instead, that a framework that enables maximum flexibility. This has seen this plenty of time, and that became something that makes the complex features very harder. It's always very often like the people making a decision. Oh, I'm run the tutorial. The tutorial is super easy, very happy, and let's go with technology A. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll see you later. I'm here if you want to. Here is my business card. I'm joking. So ORMs are one of those technologies, So typically when you use our ORM, you write your migration or define your schema, you apply those migration, then you set up your ORMs, you write your models, then you expose those models as routes or resolvers in GraphQL, whatever you are using. And then after a bit, though, because this is never enough, you need to write some custom SQL and code to deal with some complex business logic. And this is where all the time is spent in reality, but for me, the best line of code is the one that I don't have to type. So if this is still a lot of work. And when I'm developing a new backend, I want something new, I want so what I want is I want a backend that can be super extensible and can help me develop new things very quickly without repeating all the legacy stuff, all the. I'm lazy, so I don't want to do all the easy work. I just want it all done by me automatically. So why should I spend time doing it? I want something that can run locally. I don't want a backend database for our backend. A backend as a service that only runs on the cloud, and I need to be connected to the cloud to develop it, because otherwise working in a team becomes impossible. Also, I want some level of authorization out of the box. I want GraphQL. I want REST. I want to support multiple databases, because why not? Also, I want it to be built, and I don't want to build myself. Ouch. So in practice, I want to have a cake and eat it too at the same time. And I love cakes. I love chocolate. So you can see the chocolate here. There's a lot of chocolate. So it is that. So this is the catch. I want to be able to have a framework and a tool that can enable me to remove all the repetitive tasks, but at the same time gives me the maximum flexibility. Does it exist? Well, yeah, I kind of exist. I have been working on the topic for quite a while. Check out at oss.platformatic.dev. So essentially, this is where the development flow using Platformatic would look like. You write the migration, define the schema, apply the migration, configure Platformatic DB. That's it. And after a while, you can write some custom SQL and code to deal with some complex business logic. And the reality is that this type of approach shrinks quite a lot the development time. In fact, it's Platformatic is nothing more than Fastify, and is built on top of Fastify. So you could actually just you don't need to deploy custom function webhooks and deal with all that stuff. You can just put code inside your node process and it just work. So you don't need now you need to deal with webhooks in order to do all these things. It's a webhook. Ouch! This is not going to be fast, or is not going to work well. I want something just runs on the same process very quickly. So, and look, this is also so good that you can actually switch switch relations and not just use our modules, completely skipping our server. So let's go and do a little bit of a demo time. So hopefully I will fit it in time. So, hey, let's create a folder. Okay, make the demo. Oh, yeah, the demo exists. CD demo. Cool. Okay, I've already created the folder, but it's empty. Yay. So now what we can do is Platformatic DB init. And these will create a bunch of stuff for us. And we just need a little bit of help from NPM to install some dependencies so that we can run our things in the meanwhile. So while NPM is doing its job, let's look at what is in this folder. So we have a platformaticdb.json file. This is where we configure platformaticdb. We tell him that we have a migrations folder, a table. We ignore versions. This is for the migrations to work. Then we have a plugin paths, and we want to auto-generate some types. In the plugins, you can see that it's just a normal CommonJS file, but ESM is supported too. And global contains our entities and our stuff. And we have some migration that's already prepared for us, which creates a table movie, and we tear it down. Okay, so we have created something for us for free. So let's look at what this will look like. So what we can do is we can do pltdb migrate, and you see that it has created things and it has also generated the type, and then we can pltdb start, and this is going to start our database. Now what we can do afterwards is
hey Matteo, sorry to interrupt you on this. We're going to need a bigger font.
Oh, you're going to need a bigger font.
Yeah,
I already made it.
I'm like
bigger. Bigger. It's just big enough. Amazing.
Thank you.
Okay. I thought it was big enough. Okay. So go. So now what we can do is going to localhost. Oh, not Loom. Localhost 342. It listened by this the port. Okay, here is what this is the. Okay. Now what we can see, we can go to graphical. You know graphical, right? And with graphical, what you can say, let's look at what the types are available. Graphical is our interface for GraphQL. It's not ours. It's part of it's developed by the GraphQL Foundation. So you can see that we have movies, and we have, for example, count movies. So to count the movies, and what we can do, for example, is doing a mutation, save movie, and we want to save a movie with title Harry Potter. If you like Harry Potter, I really like Harry Potter. And we want the ID and the title. And we can save this. Okay. Now it's save movie. Save Harry Potter. Okay. Now what we can do is we can do a query and says all movies, where we want all the movies. And we can get the ID and title, and then I need all movies. Okay, I'm running all movies. You can see that we have Harry Potter here. Note that this is actually, oh, sorry, this is actually very easy because you can also, we also have the OpenAPI docs, and you can actually run also with REST if you don't like GraphQL. So let's say that we are doing let's say that we are running our REST request, and we can see that we get the ID, title, and the actual object that we want. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so this is, we have created a little bit of a table, and with no code whatsoever. Something that, so something that you can do with this, consider it, is that we can do, for example, let's say we want to add another route. So let's call it hello, okay? And we want to return hello world, okay? And look at this, you see that our daemon, our process automatically restarted. So now we could, oh, let's do it in here. Now what we can do is we can curl localhost 3042 and do hello, and you see that we return hello world. And if we change this to hello JetBrains, it will return hello JetBrains. Okay, like the live reload is essentially instantaneous. Cool. Okay, so we have to, in here also, you can see that, let's say that we have all the movies, and then you can do platformatic, entities, movies, find, and console. Let's say that we want to console log this. And you can see, oh, wait. You can see that now it has reloaded it correctly and it has logged out our movie. Note that these movies, it has it's fully typed. So you have a fully typed experience here on the movie side, on the movie front. Oh, okay, so where we are. Okay, so what we can do now is we can add another tiny migration, okay? And here we go, 002.do.sql, and let's say that we want to, okay, I'm going to cheat, and let's see if the cheat works. Create a quotes SQL table, and let's see if our Copilot is not helping. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to do it by hand, so I'm going to make a mess out of it. Okay, so what we do is, oh, maybe I can, yeah, okay. So maybe what we can, oh, I found a bug, here we go. So what we can do in here is quotes, okay? And quotes, and we want an integer, primary key, and we want the quote, it's just text. And we want a movie ID. And here we go. I'm going to cheat badly. I never remember this stuff. And yeah, so basically we have our movie ID, and then we have our integer, which is not null because we want to want at the time. And we want to be a reference movies ID. Okay, now what we can do, node-v, it's 16, so, okay. And then plt migrate, yeah, so we are running, oh, sorry, why? Oh, yeah, plt db migrate, okay, here we go. Oh, as usual, I knew it. So, typos are bad. Okay, I'm missing an S. So plt-db migrate. Okay, now you can see that in types you got a quote element too, and now cool. Okay, so what did happen in our graphical? We can just refresh, and if you refresh, you will see that we got quotes now. Okay, so you see that we got all the movies. Now it's time to save a quote. Save Harry Potter quote. And let's do that and save a quote. and we want to include ED. So a movie ID, not IDD, a movie ID, which is 1, and the quote itself. I will make a typo here. Solemnly swear I am up to no good. Okay, and now what we want in the quote is we want the quote ID. Cool, let's run that migration. That mutation. Okay, we have saved it. Now in all movies, we can even ask for the quotes. And we want the ID and the quote. Now, if we go all movies, and we can get all the quotes and all our graph. It's all automatically created for us. We can also use our Go to OpenAPI, and you will see that in OpenAPI, we also got it, the quotes, movie ID quotes. And if you put one here, if you try it out, okay, let's put one here. And then if we run it, you will see that you get the quote correctly, okay, from the movie ID. Cool, okay. So what's next? What's else? And I hope I have a couple of more minutes. So for this, what's else? Well, we have one more feature to show. This was a recent addition. So let's go into, let's open another instance of graphical, and what we can do is we can even do a subscription. But so let's say that we want to know whenever a movie is saved, okay, and we want the title, and then we can run this, okay. Is trusted true. It crashed. Happy days. Fun. Here we go. This is started, okay? Now, then what we get is, let's say that we want to store another movie, and the title of another movie is Star Wars. And you run Star Wars, and then you go into the second tab, and you get your subscription automatically updated. It's pretty cool, right? Yeah, it's very nice. Something that you could even do is you can even, if you go into their plugins, you can see that you have your movies here, and you see that it has the title and so on. So here we go. You can even add a new resolver. So app define extend schema, okay, and then yeah, whatever. I don't have much time left, so I will leave it to for people to try it out. Cool. Let's go back to the talk. Yeah, so as I said, all of these is open source. You can download it, you can try it out. It's all available. Consider that, as I said, the Platformatic allows you to write is composed of Fastify plugins, so you can actually put your routes and resolvers inside the main Node.js process, as well as you can use all of this in your app. So if you want just use your module, you can actually just do that. So with all of that, yeah, the question that remains unanswered is that, did I code an ORM to do this? And with that, I will say that all of this is available. Check it out at platformatic.dev. All the docs is oss.platformatic.dev. We have a nice Discord community, so if you have any questions, you come back. And it's you can find me at nodeland.dev, and I am Matteo Collina. Thank you.
I love that talk. I love that you have a startup tackling what could be like the next frontier of developer experience, productivity, and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Tooling and things like that. I'll get to some audience questions first. I'm gonna plant in your head the last question I'm going to ask, so you can go ahead and start thinking about it, which is, I want you to promote your company a little bit. So on the way out the door, think about what you're going to say on that. First audience question. Actually, one just came in. I hope it will be an easy one for you to tackle. Kenroy Goborn said, Prisma question mark. So
the Prisma question mark. Okay, so let me. Okay, so I spent quite some time in thinking about Prisma and also using some of the stuff from Prisma. In the end, I found two main problems with that approach. The first one, and this is basically goes to my taste, there's still a lot of code that needs to be written around it, especially for the basic case. Okay, like
it was what you said in your first diagram, number 6 was do all these magical things and write a bunch of code anyway.
Yeah. So basically, it's that's the problem. That's the first time, like, especially for the basic case. There's a lot of code that's already been created that's already being that needs to be created to wrap it, to expose it, and so on and so forth. So that's part of that's my first. It's still a lot of work, and on the other hand, I still it creates. In the other end, at some point, you will need anyway to write some custom SQL, and for the most complex features and stuff. Otherwise, it will wreck you. So at this point, I'm just like, it's not a trade-off that I am fond of. That being said, it has something that is pretty phenomenal, which is the automatic migration tool, which is pretty magical. So I would have to say it's a different take on those problems. We are more like either it's automatic or bare bones.
Sure.
They are
your answer actually leads to the next question. But before I get to that question, Francesca says, Matteo, saluto Bologna.js.
Ciao, Bologna!
There you go. Yeah, all right. Nice shout out. All right. Mikhail says, how do you support many-to-many? And so these are 2 questions. What if we don't care about CRUD, but we have more business logic heavy systems, such as hexagonal DDD?
Okay, so this is actually both are very good questions. So first of all, the typical many-to-many relations are not exposable easily with on REST or GraphQL endpoint. Okay, typically it's, and in any case, reality is that if you want to have many-to-many, you have this little table which is just this matching table, this linking table for the many-to-many to work. So reality is that you already have an entity in between that you just stick a good name on it, and you will be way better off without having a hidden table to do this and just, consider it as, this is actually something that we need.
Okay. Jose Silva Rodriguez asked, what is some local mocking you can do to do back-end testing without pushing our code to the stack?
So, okay. Can you repeat the question? Because I stopped at mocking, my head started thinking, and then I went. There was a big long part of it.
Yeah, and I think the rest of this question presumed that you could not run Platformatic locally.
But I can. I just show that I can. All of these was running on SQLite on my system.
Sure,
so
yeah.
Why
but
would
if you do want mocking and you don't want to make a database call, maybe that's a valid question.
So I have seen that case quite a lot. It's not something that we currently support. We're probably going to work on it at some point in the future, because this is not the first time that I've been asked.
Okay, yeah.
So it's we started in July. So hey, it's one problem at a time. So
I guess my answer would be, come on, SQLite's fast.
Yeah, well, SQLite is
an in-memory SQLite. Yeah. Okay. Joshua asked, what about downgrade migrations?
There is a command, so you can just command. You can put the migration you want to downgrade to, and it will get you there.
Okay. Vitaly has a contrarian. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Matteo.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Don't do it. There was a long debate between me and my co-founder about having a downgrade at all. Okay, and I told him, look, some people will want to downgrade, so let's put it. Let's put a command for moving back, but you should not ever move back a production system. So you want only to go forward as in production. So yeah, I hope that gives.
Smells like forced push.
It's a forced push. Don't do it. Like because also most of the time it won't even work the way you expect it to. So if you have a production
exactly
system,
what I want in my production database.
Pretty much. You see, it's pretty much. So yeah.
Okay, Vitaly, hit your contrarian question.
Yeah. While answering some other question, you've mentioned that at the end of the day, you have to write some SQL code. But is it really the case? Maybe when using some ORM, you just never stick to writing SQL code or GraphQL code to just like you mentioned Hibernate in the beginning of your talk.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time on it. Yeah.
So is it really necessary to write SQL there?
Yes, I have never seen a project running in reality not having to write huge loads of custom SQL code because the RAM could never do a good job about it.
So you mean that it's inevitable?
It's inevitable. Yeah.
Easier to use another process.
Pretty much. It's given that's inevitable, and you're going to spend a lot of time on it anyway. Optimize for that case instead of optimizing for laziness. So it's anyway, that's my take. So I would part of the journey is that I wanted to have something that can allow me to develop some ideas very quickly, and at the same time have something that would allow me to customize it deeply, so I could even run custom SQL from my plugin. So I could just write my custom SQL in it, and that will be it. So that will be the idea essentially.
Okay.
I'll ask a question and then ask that last question on the way out the door. You can answer this first question briefly. I have a confession to make. I have a big Gatsby application.
Yeah.
And you can be my life coach on this. I wrote some GraphQL schema extensions, which I thought were really clever. I have a lot of regrets. Do you have an opinion on GraphQL schema extensions? Is that a code smell?
My take is, please no. Don't do it. You know, that's essentially like I am not.
Yeah.
Like don't. Once you start going into customs GraphQL objects and custom stuff, don't. It's just even have a custom Scala. It's to some extent even creates so much problem down the line when you want to integrate and maintain all those things. It's such a it becomes very quickly a mess and very hard to maintain long term, that I am just probably not. The increased in developer experience is probably not worth the maintenance burden connected to it, but that's my opinion.
Yes.
So
it has become the equivalent of downgrade migration for me. I have a lot of regrets. Okay, last point. Platformatic. Whenever I see an open source project, an open source startup company, I want them to be successful. It's a great thing that's happening. So you've got an audience right here. Give us the pitch. Tell us how you're doing. What's next?
So at Platformatic, we want to remove all friction from backend development. We want to be your basically one-stop shop for building your next API. We have released our first tool, our first framework, whatever you want to call it, to help you. We are going to release more soon. We have some announcements coming very, very soon. So stay tuned on our website, on our Twitter, on our channels, and we will be announcing some very nice new things coming out. Just last week, we released a little tool to develop microservices. so that you can have some better and simplified developer experience to develop microservices with a lot of other things already, picked up and selected and just working essentially. So yeah, that's it. Stay tuned. There is more to come, and we'll keep working on it.
Thanks so much for joining us today. I wish you all the success in the world. Everybody in chat, try and follow them on Twitter. Thanks for joining us. We love to have the talk.
Thank you very much, and see you soon, folks. Bye.
Okay, we are into a break period. So we are down. We lost 1 minute. So we have a 9-minute break. Vitaly, I believe we are going to resume at 1750 European time. Is that right?
Well, it's not that European. It's Eastern European.
Oh, okay. All right. So in 9 minutes, we'll be back. Everybody take a quick break.
That's better. All right. I think we are doing great. What do you think, Paul?
These are very interesting talks, very interesting comments, and we're right on time.
That's true. That's great. So our next talk is behind the scenes, discussing one of the most interesting TypeScript 4.9 features with Andrey Starovoyt. Andrey has been with the WebStorm team for 8 years, and he's now a team lead. That's great. He worked on support for React, Riot, Meteor, while all along working on TypeScript support, integration with the TypeScript language service. So welcome, Andrey.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Andrey, I get to see you every week, and now I get to see you in JavaScript Day as well. You help run a mature professional product. It's used by a lot of people, and it has to keep up with the world of JavaScript. And for TypeScript, kind of the same thing. I say this to everybody. The WebStorm team is out there doing all this super hard work so that other people don't have to think about all of these things. What's it been like the last 2 or 3 years, especially for TypeScript, trying to keep up with the pace of change?
It's a bit spoiler for my talk because I'm going to talk a bit more about that. But in general, I want to say that now it's more or less okay. Actually, TypeScript type system is a really complex thing, and it's really difficult to implement all the changes that they make. But anyway, it's really easy to keep up with them because they have a strict schedule. They understand if they are not ready to release some of the features, they can postpone it to the next release and so on. So it's more okay for now, but maybe 5 years ago, it was the hell because they didn't have strict schedule. They could add a new feature right into a release candidate build, and it can change everything. So it was hell, but now it's more or less okay.
You're right. The first couple of years, I would read the roadmap and the release notes, and I would always think, that's for Angular, that's for Angular, that's for Angular. It seemed like all of these kind of really obscure, complicated things were being driven by the needs of one framework. Well, very good. Thanks, Andrey. Let's go ahead and hand it over to you for your presentation.
Okay, let's start. I'm going to talk about one of the most interesting TypeScript 4.9 features. Just a couple of words about me. Actually, let's skip most of the part. I want to focus only one thing that I actually love TypeScript because it's a really beautiful language. It has very complex type system, and it's very unique from my point of view. But on the other hand, as an IDE developer, I actually hate TypeScript because as an IDE developer, I have to implement all the features that they add. I have to understand all the corner cases about the language and all the thing around that. So it's really hard work, but anyway, I still love TypeScript. About the feature. Before, I want to talk about bad parts of the TypeScript language. I believe all TypeScript developers will agree that there are two really bad things in TypeScript language. Of course, there are several other things that can be more controversial, but in general, there are two really bad things: type any and unsafe typecast. Fortunately, for the type any, we have a replacement. There is unknown type, which has almost the same functionality, which provides almost the same functionality, but it doesn't have the downside of the any type. You can access the properties on the unknown type without strict type checking and so on. Talking about unsafe typecast, unfortunately, we don't have a good replacement. And it's really sad thing. But talking about unsafe typecast, of course, there are a lot of cases when typecast is a good thing or it's something that we cannot replace by something else. But there are some cases when we want to use typecast to make our code clear. And here is a small example. Assume we have a type config and we have export default with the empty literal object. The problem here is that we don't understand what is the exported object. Is it config or not? And we can easily solve this problem by adding the typecast operator with the config type. But after that, actually, we introduced another problem. That, for example, if we did a typo in the exported object, we will not spot the error because typecast doesn't check left part of the expression. It just says that the result is the config and nothing else. And to solve this problem, you can actually use in TypeScript 4.9 the satisfies operator because it works almost the same way. You can say that exported object satisfies config, and you have understanding that the exported object is a config. But on the other hand, you have the proper type checking here. And if you are trying to export something that is not config, TypeScript compiler will show an error. So, talking about the satisfies operator, we can compare it with the typecast operator and say, okay, cast operator is unsafe, while satisfies operator is safe. And that's it. Or not. I believe a lot of you spotted a small notice at the left bottom corner that the information is not true, I'd say. Actually, the information is true, but it's not completed. Everything what I said before is actually something that I thought about this feature when I started to do my research. But there are actually other use cases for this feature. So my next step was, okay, maybe something that I thought about this feature is not true. Let's check the internet. I open Google and type satisfies operator. I found a lot of information, but I want to talk about 2 blog posts. First one defines this problem that, for example, you have a type RGB, you have a type color, which is a union type RGB and string, and you assign to a variable color the string literal. The problem here is after the assignment, you cannot access the properties of the string literal because you defined the type as the union type. So you cannot call all the string-related methods on the color variable here. And to solve this problem, you actually can use the new satisfies operator from the TypeScript 4.9 because you still have the proper type checking here, and on the other hand, TypeScript compiler will preserve the information that the real type of the variable is string literal, and you can access to uppercase method here. Unfortunately, the original problem doesn't exist because if you will try to use this code sample, everything works fine. So I'd say that the use case of the satisfies operator here is okay, but in general, it tries to solve the problem which doesn't exist at all. Okay, after that, I started another blog post about this feature. It defines a completely different problem. The problem here is that TypeScript compiler doesn't understand side effect methods. And if you change the value of a variable inside of a function, TypeScript compiler cannot guess the information, and it still believes that the a variable has the type false. and it will produce an error. But you can use the satisfies operator here. And here we are doing something called upcast. Just trying to describe the comparator that in this context we are working not with the false literal type, but with the Boolean type. And after that, since we are working not with the false type, but with the Boolean type, everything should work. But actually, it doesn't work. And a bit later, I will explain why. So the question here is, what's wrong with this feature? Why we cannot define the scope of use cases for this feature? Why we cannot explain why we need it and how it works? Let's go to the story. The original issue was created 6 years ago. It has a lot of comments and different use cases, but the most interesting thing about the issue is actually the title, that we need an operator to ensure an expression is contextually typed by some type. And here we want to talk about what is contextually typed, or more general, what is contextual typing. Assume we have a function run with a parameter callback, and we call this function with some arrow function inside. I believe a lot of you know that you can actually say that the type of the variable is Boolean, even if the type is not defined in the declaration of the function. And in this case, TypeScript comparator also can infer the type of the success variable or success parameter, and all the strict type checking still works. And here we can say that the type of the success parameter is contextually typed by the surrounded run function call. So it's some information that we can infer from the context. And thanks to that, we still can have all the necessary type checking thing. And the second example, I believe it's more common, and a lot of us use it. If we used @EvenListener based on the first parameter, a TypeScript comparator can infer proper type for the event parameter. So if you specify as the first parameter click, TypeScript comparator can understand that you can access the bottom property of the event. But if you specify something else, for example, scroll, TypeScript comparator understands that in this case, you cannot access the bottom property. And the general definition is that contextual typing provides a way to infer a more accurate type based on the surrounded context. For example, method calls, but there are several more examples. Okay, back to GitHub issues. This year, Ryan from the TypeScript team created a new issue about the satisfies operator, where he tried to collect all the possible use cases of the satisfies operator feature. Because the original one was actually described only one use case, and there was a lot of comments with other use cases. So the proposal, RFC, request for the changes. First, safe upcast. It's something that we just discussed, so go next. Property name constructed. The idea is that you want to check that the object property names are in some set of the names, for example, satisfied some type. But on the other hand, you still want to preserve the real object type. And in this case, it should be a number instead of the record type. The next thing, optional member conformance. It's almost the same thing, but for optional members, you want to check that optional members have proper type, but on the other hand, you want to preserve the type of the left expression. Optional member addition is a different story. You want to check that some properties of the object are corresponding some type, but other properties that are not mentioned still should be valid. We can keep them. And the last use case is contextual typing. It's something that we discussed, but in the context of satisfy operator. The interesting thing about this slide is actually that some of the proposals, use cases are incompatible. For example, you cannot keep save upcast and property name constructing, because save upcast means that you need to use the right type of the expression, while property name constructed means that you need to keep left type of the expression. And the same thing for optional member addition. So after defining all the possible use cases, Ryan says, okay, we can remove 2 of them since, as I said, all of them are incompatible. And the result satisfies operator actually covers 3 of the 5 use cases. And so here we can answer why we had 2 blog posts with incorrect examples. First thing is that the upcast use case was defined in the RFC issue, but it wasn't implemented at all. But the second example was valid to some extent, but the original use case was incorrect. So we discussed possible use cases, but what's about real examples? And here we have some. Let's talk about Next.js. In Next.js, I don't want to discuss how Next.js works, but in general, you can write some variable with the name getStaticProps, and you can define a functional component which use the getStaticProps variable type inside of the declaration. The problem here is that you cannot do the type checking on the both sides at the same time. Because if you define the type on the getStaticProps variable, the result type for the functional component will be just an indexer. But if you not define it, the type of the getStaticProps variable, the type on the side of the functional component will be properly inferred. So you have a good type checking either on the variable side or component side. And it's a real problem. We definitely want to have the type checking on the both sides. And here, actually, we can use the new satisfies operator. Using the satisfies operator, we still preserve the proper type of the getStaticProps variable. And as a result, we will have the proper type on the functional component side. But since we use the satisfies operator, we still have the type checking for the getStaticProps types. And I want to highlight the thing because it's super cool. You just replace explicit type declaration by the satisfies operator. And as a result, you have proper type checking, whatever you want. And the most interesting part here is that you don't need to update Next.js typing, for example. It works with the current typings, and it's so cool that it works this way because it just highlights that the Next.js typings are awesome. Because you can introduce new language features, and your code with this feature will work even better. Okay, let's talk a bit about the support of this feature. First thing about the support, talking about the support, I mean like compiler support or IDE support, it doesn't matter. First thing is the syntax support, and actually it's pretty obvious thing that you can just replace S operator by satisfies operator and it just works. More interesting thing is the semantics, because if we talk about the semantics, typecast operator actually use the right type of the expression, but the satisfies operator use the left type of the expression. More precisely, it use contextual left type of the expression. We discussed a bit what is contextual typing, but I believe we need to repeat this part once again, because it's a crucial thing about this feature. Assume we have a type colors, we have a type config, and we use typecast operator here. The result type of the variable will be just colors, and object type. If we use just assignment, we can call it type of the expression. The result out will be color with the type string. But if we use the satisfies operator here, the result type will be color property and the type red, because thanks to the contextual typing, TypeScript understands that in this context, the type can be just one of the three possible values, red, green, or blue. And we can specify exact type here. And one more example. Assume we have a type callback, and we are trying to cast a function with two parameters to this type. The result for typecast is pretty obvious, so it's just the type. If we are trying to assign this object as is, the result also is very expected. The P any and Q any, because we don't have any information about the parameters. But if we use satisfies operator here, the result type will be P boolean, Q any. And once again, it's very important because thanks to the satisfies operator and contextual typing, in this context, we understand P is boolean, but we still preserve the information about the second parameter. Okay, we discussed basic thing about like language support. Let's talk a bit about the IDE support. And talking about IDE support, I believe it's very important to talk a bit more about contextual typing. But let's start from this example. Simple. We have a config and we have exported object literal, which is effectively the config. But unfortunately, as an IDE, we cannot understand that the base rule, which is mentioned in this object literal, is actually the same base rule which is defined in the type config. We can guess the information, and sometimes it's shown in WebStorm, for example, as dynamic usage, because we are not sure that it's something the same, but it looks like. And unfortunately, since we don't have any information about the context here, we cannot provide basic IDE features. Just because the fact that we consider these two names like two different definitions. Yeah. But if we specify the satisfies operator, we actually can bind the information about the config and the properties inside of the object literal. And as the result, all the IDE features that we expect here, like code completion inside of the object literal for base rule, or navigation for base rule to the definition inside of the type config, or rename. Everything just works because we have the information that it's config, not something else. And it works so very similar to just assignment. When you use assignment, we can understand that the properties which are defined on the right side of the assignment are actually the same as the property which we can find in the type on the left side. And yeah, as the result, all the basic features are actually working here. Code completion or rename, navigation to the property definition. And the most interesting part here is that we don't need to implement this functionality for the satisfies operator itself. We can just implement this functionality for any contextual typed expression. And as the result, when we are talking about WebStorm, for example, we just implemented two things. First thing is the syntax support. It's a copy-paste from the typecast operator. And the second thing is the information that the expression is contextually typed by the type. And as a result, we have all the features that I mentioned here out of the box. Okay, I believe that's it. We have some conclusion. Some highlights from this talk. The operator satisfies is not a new safe typecast because it solves completely different problems. It's a use cases that I described before. It doesn't solve upcast problem because, as I said, they decided to remove this use case from the implementation. They didn't implement it. The feature is powered by contextual typing, and it's super cool because, as I said, we can use all the existing functionality of the IDE to provide code assistant for the user. And the last thing that I want to mention here is that the type, which is used as the result type of this expression, is something around the left expression, not the right. And it's very important because when I started the research, I thought that it works the same way as typecast, but actually in this case it works differently. It uses the left type, not the right. And I believe that's it from my side.
Andrey, that was seriously fantastic. That's not an easy thing to give a talk on, and you walked us through little by little, explaining all along the way. Very much appreciated. Before I get into the audience questions, quick question for you. You just mentioned that when you were doing the research on this feature, did you enjoy the research?
Yes, of course.
That says a lot about you that you enjoyed it.
I believe it's the most interesting part because you cannot just take a feature and implement it. You need to understand why we need it, because when we have the use cases, we can understand how to use it, how people will use it in the IDE and provide the code assistant based on the use cases.
You're right. And that's something we in the IDE have to think about a lot is making sure people will put it to work and making sure we help them see the need for it and put it to work. When you just in the around the middle, when you were discussing satisfies and it working with Next.js, Aldo said cool and Nan said awesome. So you got a good reaction from, I guess, the Next.js crowd. Angels in Circles asked, I'm curious how contextual typing works with anonymous function scope.
Actually, I don't understand the question. I need a code snippet. to
Sure. Yeah.
understand that.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah,
angels and circles. Get us angels
in
and
general,
circles
I
in
can.
chat. I'm letting them know.
Okay.
Give us a little
Okay.
snippet so I can follow up with the question. So we'll go on to the next one. Adam asked how to use TypeScript and JS doc together.
I'm not sure that it's possible because when we talk about TypeScript, it's expected that the types will be defined as the TypeScript types. Actually, TypeScript compiler has an option to enable JSDoc support for JavaScript files, but I'm not sure that it works for TypeScript. And moreover, I'm not sure that it should work for TypeScript types because, if you have TypeScript files, you definitely need to use the TypeScript syntax, not JSDoc.
Right.
Usually,
Adam followed up and said his question is about having in the IDE a nice documentation with not conflicting things, etc. And in WebStorm, we have added some features over time about interpreting JS doc, right?
Yes, but if we talk about like deduplication about information from JSDoc and types,
correct.
Usually it can be done automatically by some tools when you have JSDoc as the information, and the type information can be extracted with an external tool.
Although Jordan Shook just asked, how does the satisfies operator work with generics?
Actually, once again, I don't understand the context because in general, it's just a feature that's use existing functionality, contextual typing, and it works exactly the same way as it works for method calls or assignment when we talk about the right side of the expression. Because to some extent, we can say that right side of an assignment is contextual type by the left side.
Angels and Circles wrote back on the question about contextual typing and anonymous function scope. Wrote back and said, for example, when chaining iteration methods map reduce, does the satisfied type carry over in chaining?
Yes, I think so. But once again, it's very close to how it works for typecast operator in general. You can specify it in any position, and as a result, you will have the types that you expect there. The same for the satisfies operator. It depends on the context, of course, but if you have a chain of methods, for every of the methods inside of the method call, you will have contextual type from the author method. But we need to understand the full context of that.
Okay.
I want to highlight that actually chaining methods and all the stuff around contextual time is one of the most complex features in the language because sometimes it's really hard to decide what is the type of a parameter based on the context. For example, if we have overloads or we have generic parameters, as it was said, and if you are starting to do some research in this area, you understand that there are so many cases when you expect it will work in some way, but it doesn't work because compiler just cannot infer the proper type.
Got it. Had a question from Non-Tai asking, I guess, about satisfies and contextual typing. Is it like having an additional unused variable just to type check it?
Of course, you can do it, but why? I understand that it's one of the possible solution, and to some extent the problem can be solved by introducing an unused variable, but it doesn't look well actually.
Sure.
So it's better to have an operator for that. Moreover, if you talk about contextual typing, you cannot have contextual typing with the unused variable. Because as I've shown before, the contextual type of the expression can be different from from the expression itself. So it works a bit differently.
A question for me, just a kind of a general question. You have a unique perspective. You spend all day in front of Java, making it work with TypeScript. How do you compare the two type systems?
Back to 216, I'd say. Actually, at the beginning, TypeScript language was really close to all the classic languages, I'd say, like Java or C# or whatever. But after introducing an union type, we are working more like with the functional languages and with completely different type system. So I cannot compare it. It's completely different. Talking about Java, for Java, the main problem for me is to understand the model. I'm reading the code. I'm trying to understand why we use here or this type. What does it mean? But it's pretty obvious what is the type. But talking about TypeScript, sometimes you need to do research to understand for what is the type, because it can be a superposition of types with conditional types, with mapped type, and so on and so on. And the hardest part of the TypeScript language is the type system, not the models.
Interesting. Vitaly, this is definitely your area of expertise. I'll let you add the last couple of questions.
Yeah, but I'm not going to ask about type systems, actually. So sorry about that. So you develop an IDE. So is there any chance for you to influence the language back? Like, for example, if you see some language feature that is almost unimplementable, so can you do something about that?
Actually, we did that several times for JavaScript, because TypeScript has a cool thing type narrowing, and some part of the type narrowing were not implemented for TypeScript language, but we did it for JavaScript because we just can using exactly the same model. And talking about TypeScript 4.9, they introduced a feature that you can check check existing properties on the unknown type. Actually, it worked for JavaScript in WebStorm long time before this feature. We just enabled this feature for TypeScript language, and now it works for both of them.
Yeah, great. And if so, every time when you have a new language release, you have a set of features to implement, to support. So how to choose which one will be implemented first? Is it user voting, number of usages and code bases, something else maybe? What's your process of choosing that?
For us, the most important part first is to support the syntax of the features, even if we don't plan to implement the semantics part right now, we still need to support the syntax. So first thing that we are trying to support the syntax. After that, we can choose, does this feature affect the IDE user's experience? What we can do for this feature? Can we introduce a quick fix for that? Can we use the information to make the user experience better? And based on this information, we can decide that it's more important, it's less important.
Okay, good.
All right, I'll give you one fun one. So you just talked about a TypeScript feature that you found really interesting and really kind of complicated as well. Is there some other really obscure type theory feature in TypeScript that you think people should use more, but they don't?
There is nothing obscure in type theory, Paula.
That's another conference.
Actually, there are a lot of features which are, I'd say, not well known between the developers which use TypeScript language, but I don't think that they need this feature. I believe all the complex types are necessary for writing typings for existing libraries. When we talk about writing a new application, you definitely should not use all the types. You need to define simple types like union type or intersection type and so on. You don't need all the obscure things.
But maybe you consume them from framework authors who do need to write those things in order to express what they can give you.
Maybe. Actually, one of the features that I can mention here is the S operator in the map type. It was introduced a couple of releases ago, and it's some kind of way to map properties even more than it was possible before. So maybe some of the developers, library developers, don't use this feature. So, okay.
Well, Andrey, thank you for putting a lot of work into that presentation and digging through all the discussion, showing how each thing along the way led to different kinds of outcomes. You even put really good variable names that help me keep track of which thing you were talking about. So I appreciate that. Thanks for the talk.
Thank you.
Okay, next talk comes up, and I was told in our chat channel that Vitaly beat the algorithm with his last audience participation question, and we had a ton of engagement at once, which means that this recording is going to do super well. So let's do it again. Let's have a trivia contest. Everyone in chat over here, I'm going to ask some questions, some of them easier, some of them harder. Some of them I might actually be wrong, because some of them I'm just going with what I remember. So maybe some of you will prove that I should have done more research. Okay, Vitaly, you're going to watch and see who's getting things right and who's getting things wrong. Let's start with an easy one. And by the way, I'm really old, and so some of these are steering towards, how much do you remember? Where was Tim Berners-Lee working when he came up with the World Wide Web?
I know
we have
that
a
one.
10-second delay between us and getting to YouTube, so that'll come up in a second. Vitaly, you're European. I'm not. I wonder if you can get the French pronunciation of all of this correct, of each letter.
Yeah, we have.
Centre.
I think
it has to be the first. The C has to be centre, right?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in French, unfortunately.
Okay, we have a number. Most of these answers are right. Yeah. And by the way, don't
it's
cheat
not
on
IBM.
this. Don't go to Google.
It's not
and
IBM.
All right. Okay, that's a pretty popular story. So I guess we should do another easy one, right?
So is it really Central European Research Nuclear? Something.
I'm not going to go with the N.
Okay.
It's the place that might blow up the Earth, right? If their calculations are wrong on the collider. Okay. Oh, that's funny, Matthias. Okay, next question, another easy one. Ajax. What are each letter? What does it stand for? The X is always funny to me because very quickly after that, everyone abandoned that and went to JSON. What are the 4 letters of Ajax? What words do they stand for? All right.
I myself, I don't know. I don't know the answer, by the way.
Oh, good.
I
All right.
thought it like, I think
Yes, we're getting the right
20
answers
years
in.
ago. So is it? Oh.
Do you want to recognize the winners, or do you want us to just go through it?
Yeah, I think we have right answers, but
Yep.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, good. We have the answers on this. Now, this one's harder. And at the end is something most likely few will get. Give the full name of the company that made the Netscape browser. And then there's an extra credit after this. Full name of the company that made the Netscape browser. The word Netscape appears in it. This was one of the IPOs that really launched the original internet.com boom in the stock market. Taurus, you are actually earlier than that. Yes, Daniel got it right. Herman, you got it right, except for the last word, corporation. Yes. Okay, now, Taurus has helped us on the extra credit question. What was but it's not exactly right. Extra credit for the name of the mascot for Netscape Communications Corporation. What was the name of the mascot for Netscape? Kate, that's funny. Kate might actually, and Sebastian might be right. It may have started as Mosaic Communication Corporation, and then when they incorporated, they may have changed the name to Netscape. Codehead, you are not correct. You're almost right. I will give the 3 of you who said, or the 2 of you who said Mosaic Communications Corporation, go find a link and prove me wrong, because it might have been when it was Jim Barksdale and Mark Andreessen might have originally incorporated with that name. Yes, Mozilla is the correct name. I'll give you a triple extra credit on this one. Mozilla, and I just read that this morning in Wikipedia, was Jamie Zawinski that came up with that name, and it was short for what? Yes, Herman, you got it right. The Mosaic Killer. Mosaic was the name of the browser that Mark Andreessen wrote before joining Netscape. Fun fact, the first existence of me on the internet is asking a tech support question about compiling the CERN HTTPD on SunOS in 1992, answered by Mark Andreessen. He did tech support for me in 1992.
Fantastic.
Our paths went in different directions after that. Okay, for everyone, do a little hand raise of some kind. Raise your hand if you did JavaScript before jQuery. Yeah. How many of you have been doing JavaScript that long? Yeah, look at this. We've got some people putting up the hands.
So I'm not alone.
Painfully, yes, Jeremy. Yeah, okay, Daniel. Netscape. It was founded under the name Mosaic. I was wrong. It was not Netscape Communications Corporation. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, I'll pretend I meant to do that just to give you a chance to go do the research and prove me wrong. Okay, let's see. All right, next. Okay.
Maybe
No
we should
Googling
leave
this one.
that for later, huh? Paul, maybe we should leave that for later.
Okay, maybe. Oh yeah, we have hit the end of our time. Okay, we will do another audience participation trivia question in just a little bit. We will go ahead on to our next talk. Vitaly and I are both really interested in this talk. I think all of you we should get a lot of questions on this. We've been talking about this one. The next talk is Records and Tuples Are Coming, the next exciting JavaScript feature with Nicolò Ribaudo. Nicolò is a maintainer of Babel. And you can point over your shoulder, Vitaly, to the book. Yeah, he's got a book
somewhere
up
there.
that says Babel. The super
I'm not expert.
JavaScript
Maybe
compiler.
it's another Babel. I'm not
It
an
is.
expert.
But maybe that's part of the fun. It can mean many things.
Maybe.
Nicolò is also a contributor to other JS tools, a TC39 invited expert, and perhaps relatedly, a math student in Turin, Italy. Welcome, Nicolò.
Hello, everyone.
We have a lot to talk with you about, both about you and your topic.
Okay, well, before starting, I do not know if it's pronounced Babel or Babel, like I just write it.
You had one job. I saw, I can't remember what tool it was, but an interview with the creator of the tool, and he said it one way, and then 6 months later in a podcast, he admitted he had changed his mind and it was going to be pronounced another way. Your talk is fascinating for both of us. I cheated. I watched your video from a few days ago at JSConf Korea, so I know how the story ends. But I'm also interested just in your story. How did you get on the Babel team, and what's it like being a maintainer?
Oh, well, I'm very bad at coming up with my own projects. So when I started programming, I was looking for, I started copying some projects from books. Then I started literally copy pasting code from online tutorials, and I could never, I tried writing my own things, but I always get bored after a few first steps. So I found about all of these big open source world on GitHub, and I started looking for projects that I've already used in other projects that had some open bug reports or some things that needed help. And I mostly picked Babel randomly because I liked theory, and working with compilers feels a bit like theory. Babel is a JavaScript compiler for those who do not know. And I just started contributing, and at some point, one of the maintainers asked me if I wanted to join their team. And I said yes, and it was 5 years ago. So I've been maintaining that project for a while now.
That's really interesting about your motivation on that.
Yeah, Nicolò. So I know that you are a student, math student at the University of Turin. So is it? I have some mathematical background myself. So I want to ask you, is mathematics a somewhat parallel universe for you, like mathematics and JavaScript, or they interact somehow in your job maybe?
Yes, so I've always tried to keep mathematics and computer science separate because I didn't want those two things I liked to touch each other, so that when I get bored of one, I could do the other. However, I recently started studying more and more logic, and I've found that this is a place where math and computer science interact in a way that I like. Because the first time I tried using math and computer science at the same time was with numerical methods and approximations, and I found out that I really hated that part. So I'm happy that now I found a different way to make them work together.
Cool.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and stop on all this before we use all of your time talking about how interested we are in this. Can't wait to do the follow-ups with you afterwards. Over to you.
Okay, so today I'm talking about records and tuples, which are not about math, not about Babel. They're a new JavaScript proposal. So a new feature that maybe one day you will see in a browser. And I'm working on this at Igalia right now in partnership with Bloomberg. Before looking at what records and tuples are, I first want to tell you a bit about the problem that we're trying to solve, because you never start proposing a new feature for a language from the solution. Like, you first have to identify the problem. Well, many people prefer mutability and many people prefer immutability. We have two main ways of managing data in our application, in our programs. In like the mutable way, objects mutate over time to reflect new states, and it's most used with object-oriented programming. While on the other hand, we can have values that never change, and we can copy those values, updating some parts of that. And this is mostly used in functional programming. However, modern languages, well, many languages, such as JavaScript, embrace both. You can use both mutable programming and immutable programming. However, JavaScript does not provide good immutability primitives. There are some very good immutability libraries. One of them, the most popular one, is probably immutable.js. Maybe some of you already use this. Immutable.js provides some data structures parallel to the built-in JavaScript data structures. So it has maps, which are parallel to objects, for example, or lists, which are parallel to arrays. And it provides some methods to create new copies of those immutable values, changing some fields. And it provides some utilities to check if two immutable values are equal by comparing their contents, and to convert them to plain JavaScript so that you can convert an immutable JS object to a plain JavaScript object to have it work like with other libraries. Another popular library for this is Immer. Immer takes a completely different approach. It provides a single function to use native JavaScript objects, arrays, or values in general as if they were immutable. So using this produce function given to you by Immer, you can write your code as if you were mutating an object, so with the common JavaScript syntax we're used to, but instead of actually mutating the object, Immer leaves the original map object as it is, and it gives you a new object with the values updated. So in this example, the B property of the original map object is still 2, and we have a new map object whose B value is 4. And those libraries are very good, and they let us use immutability in JavaScript in a good enough way, maybe. And there are many other libraries that try to solve immutability. However, they have their own problems, and it's not because they've been designed badly. It's just because JavaScript has some limitations, and those libraries cannot, those libraries have to respect the rules of JavaScript. One of the main problems that mostly comes up with immutable.js is that they force you to divide your code in two. Like the ecosystem, the JavaScript ecosystem has to be divided in two. You have all the built-in JavaScript objects with the syntax to get properties from those objects and to clone those objects. And you have, in parallel, all the immutable.js data structures. And they use different syntax, different operations. So you cannot really write code that works with both of them. Like if you wanted to write a function to get the name of set of properties, which might be a JavaScript object or a immutable.js map, we just cannot do that. We have to write two different implementations. And this means that if you're writing a library or any function, we have to choose in which word we want to have it work. And another problem is that there are no language-wide equality semantics. So if, for example, we create two immutable.js lists containing both 0 and 1, according to JavaScript, those lists are different because according to JavaScript, those lists are two objects that follow the normal equality rules of objects. And well, in JavaScript, objects are compared by reference, which is kind of like a pointer in some languages. So even if two objects have the same content, they're still different objects. However, with the equality definition given by Mutable.js, which is this is function, those two lists are the same. So when comparing two values, we always have to know according to who we want to know if they're the same or not. And this is not only about the equality operator. For example, if you're using sets, sets internally use some definition of equality. So if you use the built-in JavaScript set, it will not recognize lists with the same content, immutable.js lists with the same content. So we have to use the immutable.js set that will work as expected. Like in this example on the bottom right, immutable.js tells us that the set already contains that list, while the JavaScript set cannot do that. And so every time we have to choose if we want to work with one definition of equality or with the other. And I'm only using immutable.js for examples here, but Immer, for example, has the same problem. Well, Immer does not even provide a way to compare their immutable values because Immer just uses JavaScript objects. So you have to import your own comparison function from somewhere else. And this is a problem because there are many libraries that we interact with. For example, React, and all of those libraries have to pick one definition of equality to use. Don't worry if you've never used React. This example is not the most important point of the talk. But what React does is that it renders some tree structure to the DOM, and it skips rendering components if the parameters passed to those components, which are called props, are the same. So in this example, we're always passing the same map to the map renderer component, or at least it's the same according to Mutable.js because it has the same contents. However, according to JavaScript's definition of equality, it's always a different map because it's always a different JavaScript object. And so given that React relies on the built-in JavaScript definition of equality, it just keeps re-rendering every time instead of optimizing it. And like this is just a performance problem mostly, but there are many other libraries where we interact that use a different equality definition from what we expect. And the records and tuples proposal tries to solve exactly these problems. Before going on, please read this warning and keep it in mind for the whole duration of the talk. Like everything I'm going to say now is very experimental. We are talking about a JavaScript proposal. So hopefully one day it will be implemented in browsers, but things may change. So when it will be implemented by browsers, you might see different behavior, like slightly different behavior, hopefully, from what I'm presenting today. Okay, so what are records and tuples? They are immutable values similar to objects and arrays. They even use the same syntax. You just have to prefix them with an hash to say, hey, JavaScript, this is a record, not an object. And records and tuples are compared by value rather than by reference. So the person.colors tuple we have in the top snippet is equal to this tuple containing like blue, pink, and white that we have in the bottom snippet. And so this is different from arrays because arrays would be different here. Records and tuples are primitives, and they can only contain other primitives. Why? Well, primitives are already compared by their contents. For example, two strings are equal if they contain the same characters. This is different, for example, from C++, where two strings, strings have pointers like objects. So two strings with the same contents might not be double equal to each other. And also with primitives, it's very easy to define what deep equality for those values mean, because primitives all have their own well-defined equality behavior, so you can just recursively apply this definition. Also, primitives work well with isolation-based security systems, where you can pass some values from one side to the other of some security isolation like membrane. And primitives are safe to pass because primitives cannot carry functions, cannot carry potential dangerous code. And also, being fully primitives, you are sure that they are deeply immutable. If you allowed you to put an object in a record, like you might have a record, you might think that it's immutable, but some property inside of that might change. Okay, I've quickly mentioned how comparison works. Let's go a bit more in detail. Well, as I mentioned, records and tuples are compared recursively. So these two records are equal because they both have an A property whose value is the same. And this value is the same because they both are tuples that have two elements and the values of the two elements are the same. Tuples are ordered and records are not. And I believe this is the intuitive way of doing this. So tuples are like arrays, the order matters. So a tuple containing 1 and 2 is different from a tuple containing 2 and 1. For records, the order of the keys does not matter as long as the A property has the same value and the B property has the same value. Nonce inside of records and tuples are equal to each other, and positive and negative 0 are equal. This is probably an edge case of the language that you do not interact with much. So we tried to pick the definition of equality that prevents the most problems. And you can still use object.is to distinguish between a record or a tuple containing positive 0 from a record or a tuple containing negative 0. And this is the same to how the triple equality operator works, where 0 is equal to negative 0, but you can use object.is to distinguish them. And lastly, records and tuples can be used as map and seed keys. So for example, you can have a map whose key is a pair of like coordinates in this example. You can use a tuple to have a key containing two values. And then you can use the same tuple, like a tuple with the same contents, to query the map for those values. And thanks to these equality semantics built into the language, so without having to import some other library, every JavaScript library is already compatible with this. So in the React example that we had before, React now knows that the data property is always the same, because it's the same according to JavaScript and not according to, for example, Immutable.js. Okay, so we've seen what records and tuples are, how we can compare records and tuples, but whenever we have data, those data is going to change at some point. So how do we update records and tuples? Well, we can do this in the same way as we do for objects and arrays when we try to not mutate them. So you can use the spread operator to, well, spread an existing record or an existing tuple into another one, specifying some different properties. And also for tuples, you can use all the array methods that do not change the contents of the array. So you can use filter or map or reduce or like sum and every. And I don't remember all of them, but all of the array methods that do not change the contents of the arrays are also usable on tuples. But what about the other array methods, the ones that do mutate the contents of the array? Well, there are different of them, but some of them can already be replaced by something else. For example, instead of array.push and array.unshift to add an element at the end or at the beginning of an array or a tuple, we can just use spread. And similarly, instead of pop and shift, we can just use list to take everything except for the last element or everything except for the first element. We then have fill and copy within that are used to update different many values of the array at the same time. We've done some research about how these two methods are used, and we've seen that they're mostly used in very performance-critical applications where you need to use mutable arrays. You cannot get the same performance using tuples, changing some values in between the tuple. So we are not providing right now an alternative of those methods that works on tuples. And lastly, we have our sort, reverse, splice, and we have the setting, the element at a given index in an array. All those methods, all those 4 methods or 3 methods plus assignment will make sense on tuples. So how can we have something equivalent? We were thinking about this, and we've realized that it's also useful to have them just on arrays. Like you might want to sort an array without modifying the array itself. And so we took a step back from the records and tuples proposal, and we introduced the change array by copy proposal, which is related to records and tuples, but it's going through the standardization process by its own. So have you ever written array.slice.reverse or slice.sort to reverse to get a reversed copy of an array without modifying the original array, or similarly for sort? Well, for all of those 4 methods, we are introducing equivalent methods that do not mutate the array. So instead of array.sort to sort an existing array in place, you can use array.toSorted, which returns a sorted array without modifying the original one. And similarly, we have array.toReversed for array.reverse. We have toSpliced for splice, and we have array.with to update an element at a given index. Well, to get a copy of the array with the element updated without modifying the original array. And all of those new methods will also work on tuples. Okay, so we've seen how what records and tuples are, how to compare them, how we can create updated copies of them. I want to go back to when I mentioned that records and tuples are primitives and that they can only contain other primitives. Well, how do I reference an object inside of records and tuples? Disallowing objects in records and tuples was a decision to help avoiding bugs, because if you have some data that you expect to be immutable and then some things that change, well, your assumption that the whole thing was immutable is just going to break something. So we are happy with the decision of only allowing primitives in records and tuples. But we cannot ignore the fact that there are many objects in JavaScript, like all the DOM API in the browser, or promises, maps and sets, like even functions are objects in JavaScript. So we cannot just ignore them. Otherwise, we would risk like a ecosystem split problem where either your whole application only uses records and tuples or it only uses objects. How can we make them work together? This has been a difficult problem to solve because we didn't want to make the security guarantees the records and tuples give weaker. So what we've realized is that we have something similar to objects in a sense, but it is still a primitive, and this is symbols. Were symbols similar to objects? Well, they're similar because they're unique. Like you cannot recreate the same symbol multiple times, exactly as you cannot recreate the same object multiple times. So you can just have a symbol as a placeholder for an object, and you can have a one-to-one mapping from a symbol to the corresponding object using, well, maps. And this may seem complex, like to maintain those parallel maps that say, okay, this symbol in the record corresponds to this object, and this object was represented by this symbol. However, we expect libraries to abstract those maps away so that you don't have to think about how the internals work. You can just almost put an object in the record using like a give me the symbol function. However, this approach has a problem, and it's that it's going to leak a lot of memory because those objects and those symbols cannot be garbage collected. I'm using some words that may not be common across all the, but like some words that are not commonly found when writing JavaScript. So what does it mean to leak memory? Well, as you may know, JavaScript is a garbage collected language, which means that you create your own objects. You don't care about how much like memory you're using. When those objects are not reachable anymore from your code, the browser will free the memory used by them. Well, the browser or Node.js or any JavaScript engine. The problem with putting those objects in the map is that as long as you have access to the map, you can iterate through the map contents as so all the objects are reachable, and the browser can never free the memory used by those objects. And there is one equivalent JavaScript built-in class similar to map that solves this problem, and it's weak maps. However, weak maps do not work with symbols. You can only use objects as weak map keys. So you could replace the bottom map in this slide, but you cannot replace the first map with a weak map. So it's still going, like, you cannot solve this memory leak, this big memory leak problem. And this is where a third proposal helps, and it's called Symbols as Weak Map Keys proposal. And just by reading the name, you might guess what it does. Well, we can divide JavaScript values into categories, which are garbage collectible values. So values that the JavaScript engine can garbage collect, and forgeable values. Garbage collectible values are garbage collectible because once you lose access to that value, you cannot recreate the same anymore. So, for example, if you have an object in a variable, and that object is not stored anywhere else, just in the variable, and you set the variable to null or to something else, then the browser can freely collect the memory used by the object. However, if you have like like a number, you can recreate the same number. So you could potentially observe that the browser has garbage collected number, even if, like, for those who know how garbage collector works, it doesn't make sense talking about garbage collecting number, but you can observe that because you can like put the number in a weak map, then the browser garbage collects it, and then you can ask, hey, does the weak map still contain that number? And if the browser says no, you can observe that that value has gone away and has been recreated a second time. So we have objects, unique symbols, and records and tuples containing unique symbols in the garbage collectible category. And in the other category, we have all the other primitives, such as strings, numbers, and etc. We have registered symbols, so symbols created using the symbol.for function, because you can recreate the same symbol if you pass the same string. And we have other records and tuples, so records and tuples that do not recursively contain unique symbols. At the moment, only objects and functions are valid as weak map keys, and this proposal extends the valid keys to also include unique symbols. You may wonder why we do not also allow records and tuples containing unique symbols in weak maps, and that's just because it's very allowing them in weak maps is a complex feature to implement in JavaScript engines. So we are like going by steps instead of doing all at the same time. It's possible that in the future, a separate proposal will propose allowing those records and tuples in weak maps. Okay, so if we go back to the example we had before with symbols pointing to objects, we can now replace our maps with weak maps, and the browser will be able again to garbage collect those objects and those symbols when they're not reachable or necessary anymore. Okay, so we've seen three proposals. We've seen the disclaimer that they're experimental, but is there a way you can use them today? Well, yes and no. So for the change array by copy proposal, which is currently, if you have ever heard about the standardization process, it's a stage 3 out of 4, so it's almost at the end. You can use polyfills such as ESSheams or Core.js, or I'm sure that there are other polyfills for these too. And it's already shipped in a browser in Safari 16. And usually when a proposal gets shipped in a browser, it's a signal that the committee that standardizes JavaScript believes that the proposal is close enough to be the final version that browsers can start shipping it. For this symbols as weak map keys proposal, unfortunately, this is not polyfillable, and it's not shipped yet in any browser. And the reason this is not polyfillable is that it's not just introducing some like helpers or syntax sugar. It's introducing a new capability to the language that JavaScript didn't have before. And finally, for records and tuples, you can transpile them using Babel. The compiled version, if you know what Babel is, Babel compiles new JavaScript syntax to older JavaScript syntax so that it works in older browsers, or so that proposals work in current browsers. The compiled version by Babel does not behave exactly like the records and tuples proposal because it's not possible to implement the exact semantics, but it's a good enough approximation if you want to like experiment with this. And also we have an online playground. So I'm sorry for just putting a link here on like a YouTube video, but you can Google for record and tuple playground, and you will find a page where you can write some code using records and tuples. There is like a JavaScript console, like where you can see all the logs. So you can run your code using records and tuples and see how it behaves. And this is all. If you have other questions, like, well, we will now, I think, have some questions. But if you need to contact me, like for some reason, you can find me on GitHub, on Matrix, or on Twitter. And before closing, if you have any feedback about the proposal, like either if you already saw the proposal before this presentation, or also only based on what you've learned today, feedback is very welcome, because we are trying to like design a new feature for JavaScript. So knowing how developers plan to use it, or if developers are excited to use it, or if developers hate the proposal, all of this helps. It's usually hard to collect feedback because there can be a lot of feedback. But I've put this Google form. You can scan take a screenshot, scan the QR code if you have anything any comments regarding the proposal, or even if you just have some comments regarding this talk and not about the real proposal. And that's all. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Nicolò. That was really great. And we have a lot of very good questions. So I'm not sure that we can deal with all of them, but yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and I'd like to start with a question which I believe very important for many of our listeners here. So how can you study and work on Babel at the same time? Like people feeling that either one is full-time job. So what can you say on that?
Well, starting from this year, I'm only studying part-time. So instead of I started my master degree last year, and instead of taking 2 years, it will probably take 3.5 years or 4 years, because I wanted I wanted to also do all of this fun development stuff. I didn't want to only study, so I prefer I found my balance this way. And before of that, it's probably bad to say it, but COVID helped, because university was remote from home. So I had more time to do more things, because it takes 1 hour for me to go to university. So it was 2 hours per day. And well, before of that, I was in high school and I wasn't spending too much time studying.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can relate that. COVID was very helpful for me too. So yeah, that's good. Okay, next question from Daniel. Is it fast to clone the new records and tuples? What will happen to functions in them when they are cloned?
So when you clone a record and tuple, like the proposal itself does not, like in the spec of the proposal, there are not any performance guarantees written down. So at least initially, we expect all of those operations to be slow. And by slow, I mean that they will be like linear time. Like at least at the beginning, copying a tuple will mean that the engine iterates through all the tuple elements and copies them in a new place. However, given that they are fully mutable, there are many possible optimizations that could be implemented by the JavaScript engines. And we've talked with browser developers, and they first want to see exactly, well, not exactly, they first want to see how records and tuples will be used in real-world code to understand what's important to optimize and what optimizations may cause additional complexity without actually bringing advantages to how those features will be used. So at least for the beginning, records and cloning records and tuples will be as slow as cloning objects and arrays using spread or like deep clone. And what happens to functions? Well, records tuples do not contain functions. There are functions on the tuple prototype, but like you are just cloning the elements of the tuple, and the prototype is always the same, so you're not cloning those functions.
Okay, Angels in Circles is asking, how would records and tuples work in terms of serialization, JSON compatibility?
So you can use JSON.stringify on a record and tuple, and it gets serialized as an object or as an array, because like we cannot put the hash in the JSON representation. So, and also JSON is really like, it was born as the JavaScript objects, but it's now mostly agnostic to the language. So it's not like violating the JSON spec to like serialize a record as an object in JSON. For the other way, so from the JSON string to the record and tuple, it was initially, like the proposal initially included a JSON.parse immutable method that deserialized the JSON object to a record or the JSON array to a tuple. However, we've removed it from the proposal, and we are going to work on that as a separate proposal, which will land after records and tuples, because we have found some problems, some surprising differences that JSON.parse immutable method had compared to the JSON.parse. So we didn't want to slow down the main proposal, so that's going to be included in a separate proposal only for that JSON.parse immutable function.
Will the map filter, reduce, and other methods work for?
Yes, they're all on the tuple prototype, so you have the equivalent versions of all the array methods.
And maybe the last question from the chat. So I like this one. Why not create a new immutable type for functions?
Well, defining what immutable means for a function is hard, especially in JavaScript, because even just a function that takes two parameters like a and b and does a plus b could have set effects, because like if a is a Boolean, for example, that plus is going to get boolean.prototype.value of. So it's going to get a global variable, and this variable might change. Like you can update this value on the Boolean prototype to change the behavior of the function. So it's very, very hard to define what it means to be pure or immutable for a function in JavaScript. There are some very specific JavaScript environments where this is possible because they have some very they impose some very strict constraints on the code that you write. For example, some JavaScript that runs on embedded devices has this, but it's not something that works in general for the JavaScript that we know on the web or like on the servers.
Well, Paul, we have our time over, but what do you think? I don't want to let Nicolò go without answering all other questions. So what do you think? Maybe we can borrow some time from the break.
You know, we're in charge here. We can do what we want.
Well, let's do that.
Okay.
Please. So isn't it going to be super cumbersome to have a map and a symbol just to store a function in a record?
So yes, the original proposal had a third type, map, record, and box, where box was a function that took an object or a function and gave you the representation of that. And then you could do, like on that representation, you could like unbox of that thing to get back the original object or function. However, we've found, like after discussing in the TC39 committee, which is the one that standardized JavaScript, we found that this causes some security problems on different platforms that expect primitives to never carry objects around, at least by default. So after discussing a lot, we realized that the best decision was to remove that box thing from the proposal because it was not too hard to implement it as a library. Like those weak maps and maps things that I showed, they can easily be extracted in a library, like either in your own function or a library like on NPM or wherever that internally has those two weak map, and it provides two functions, like a box and an unbox function, and you could just use it almost in the same way, except that being in a library, it cannot violate the security guarantees that the language currently has because it has to respect the rules of the language.
Yeah, that's actually leads me to another question. It's my question to you. So JavaScript is so flexible. You can do almost everything via library without changing the language itself. So maybe is it a problem for JavaScript not to have some language feature and to have just a library, or having a language feature is much better? So what do you think on that?
So, well, JavaScript has a very small standard library compared to other languages like Java, for example. JavaScript only has those globals with those prototypes and nothing else. It doesn't have like library for graphs or for like, I don't know, whatever custom feature you might think of. Like even streams are implemented, I think, like in Node.js, the browser has a different stream. There isn't an official JavaScript stream. And this is because we have a very rich ecosystem, so we don't need all of those things to be in the language itself. And there is a very high barrier to include things in the language. For example, when it's not possible, like when implementing it in the language itself would give a way better experience than having it in a library. Like in this case, like we've seen Immutable.js, which is the most popular immutability library that JavaScript has. And it works very well if you're only using Immutable.js, but as soon as you start using it together with other libraries that do not know about Immutable.js, things start to get hard. And so moving immutability in the language helps with this integration.
Yeah, Paul, I am sure you have questions too. So.
Yeah, my first is to respond to what you just said, and he's right and you're wrong. This does need to go into the language. I think when you see the evolution of all of these immutable stores and the developer experience for people consuming them, it always leads to people wishing the semantics were at the language level. And when they have to work through these library idioms in order to get what they want, friction starts to happen, like Nicolò was saying. Nicolò, we had two people, Alexey and Daniel was asking a bunch of great questions, but they both immediately, when you put Safari 16 up there, they must have gone and tried it. And they pasted the errors that they were getting
so
about syntax parsing.
I'm reading those errors. Safari supports the change array by copy methods. So like array.toSorted, not records and tuples.
Okay.
I admit I'm not sure if it's only Safari technical preview, because it was Safari technical preview like 4 months ago, and then Safari 16 was released. So I'm almost sure that it's in the stable release, but I admit I might be wrong on that.
Sure. My question to you is one that I'm almost positive is going to get a 2-word answer from you, which is shut up. Shared array buffer versions.
Well, for a shared array buffer, okay, so I could accept that question if you said array buffer and not shared array buffer.
Okay.
Because shared array buffer are meant to be shared to communicate things mutate in the buffer you have. So shared array buffer are all about mutations. Yes, it might make sense to have an immutable array buffer, but it also makes sense to have like an immutable set or an immutable promise, in a sense, if the promise is already resolved. So there are many things that would make sense immutable. We've starting with records and arrays, with tuples, objects and arrays, records and tuples, because those are the most basic things in the language. There may be future proposal that introduce new immutable data types. And we're also exploring right now how, like, if the proposal as it currently is makes it easy or hard to introduce new types. So we are working on this, on making sure that the proposal can be potentially extended in the future, like by other proposals.
Okay, I'll accept that answer. And I will shut up.
I see in the chat that Daniel is confirming that array.protect.toSorted is in Safari 16.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we can let Nicolò go. Thank you very much for your talk, for your answers, and there's a lot of praising for you in the chat. So thank you very much.
And thank you for the work as well as the presentation.
Thanks for having me here today.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
that was
really
great talk, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Absolutely.
I think every talk we've had so far could be like its own conference.
That's true.
Really, really good stuff. So we have reached the point where we get to have for me, lunch break, for you, dinner break. So we are, let me see, we are a little bit over schedule. We will come back in 33 minutes at the top.
32, I
32
believe.
now.
32.
Yeah, if I'll stop talking, then we can stay under 30. So we will come back at the top of the hour. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us, and it's going to be a great afternoon.
Okay, what a great day to participate. So, we had before we go to the next speaker, I want to say thank you to all of you who is asking questions in chat, so that you're so helpful, so we don't have to come up with our own questions. So thank you very much for your questions. Yeah, and also I wanted to say thank you to all of you who subscribed for my Twitter. You see it. I've got several new subscribers during the event. I believe that's because it's written right here, like this is me. And subscribe to Paul too, please. So before the break, we were discussing languages, JavaScript features, TypeScript features. Now we are moving to libraries and frameworks. Our next talk is design decisions for the components library with Alexey Shestakov. Alexey is a JavaScript developer at JetBrains. He worked for last 5 years. He was creating good user experiences at JetBrains by creating a component library and naming other tools. So welcome, Alexey.
Hello. Yeah. So should I start? Yeah.
Paul, we don't hear you. Sorry.
My apologies. It's guaranteed that I will do this on every Google Meet call, webinar at least once. I was saying, thank you for joining us. I have a fascination with people who ship things, and you work on websites for mature products with really big audiences, advanced audiences. Sometimes they're critical audiences that will give you their feedback. What's it like working in that kind of environment and shipping things?
Actually, I'm kind of part of this audience also, because JetBrains make products for developers and I'm a developer.
Yeah.
So it's easier to me to understand what things more important for this audience and what may be less important.
Good point.
And the second part is because it's major site for major products. You have to think about many levels of fallbacks. So in case something goes wrong, site should work as much as it could.
That's a good way to put it. That there are some things that really, really, really need the extra care, and you have to be careful and things like that. This is going to be a good talk. I appreciate you joining us. Let's go ahead and turn it over to you to give your presentation.
Okay. So my name is Alexey Shestakov, and as mentioned, I've been working on a design system of JetBrains' websites for the past 5 years. And our team's main product is JetBrains.com website. It's a marketing site for all JetBrains products. For now, it has more than 1,000 pages and over 17 million visits per month in total. And it's basically the main entry point for JetBrains customers. We also develop a documentation engine for our product's technical documentation, landing pages builder for marketing specialists, custom landing pages for conferences and events, and even landing pages for fonts. And I want to start with a disclaimer. This talk is not a universal recipe for the quick implementation of a good design system. Because when you look back, roadmap looks like this. But when you are planning something, the roadmap looks more like this. And today I will only talk about the one path we took and some good ideas we found along the way that seem to be working for us. Sometimes in interviews, people know what technology stack they are using on their current project, but they can't answer why or how it was chosen. Today, I will try to answer these questions about our design system and show you our process of choosing technologies and tools. Let's take a look at our current stack. Looks nice, but it raises a lot of questions, actually. Maybe the previous one was simpler. Still unclear. Okay, let's rewind a little further back. Okay, that looks pretty simple. Simple enough, I think. Just take some reusable styles and JS code, put them into one package, and add some documentation. But main question of any project manager is still left unanswered. So we started to working on a project that now became our design system in 2015. And at that time, JetBrains.com looked like this. And then the brand redesign happened. We need to quickly go from this to this. At that time, website's structure looked pretty straightforward. Webpack, jQuery-based components, SCSS, and plain HTML pages. But there was an additional requirement. We needed to reuse the redesigned components on other sites, such as JetBrains blog, for example, which also needed to use the new styles and updated components. So let's go back to the first stack again. Development team just moved some components to an NPM package to reuse them in other repositories. Then we implemented the custom engine for documentation, which looked like this. So basically, we just extracted two bottom layers from JetBrains.com to a separate package. The components were extracted as is, as unprocessed SCSS and untranspiled ES6 JS code. And this means that build configuration was also partially moved to the package. Initially, this looks like a good idea. The build infrastructure encapsulated together with all components in a reusable package. There was a special function in extracted package, which combines build configuration for the library and for the project itself. But over time, it causes a lot of pain. For example, when you need to update the build configuration, you can't just go straight to the newest version of the build infrastructure. Instead, you got all components updates, and you should test that none of their usages is broken. And if there is breaking change in some component, you should migrate UI components while you just wanted to fix something inside build. We also had some issues with SCSS. It took significant time in our build chain and had binary dependencies, which not always works well on different operation systems. And from the code perspective, SCSS encouraged developers to write imperative code with declarative language. And this amount of syntax sugar looks frighteningly unhealthy for me. I think any more would give you teeth some extra cavities. So besides SCSS issues, we suddenly faced some product issues inside our cozy, far from production, and for developers only library. Many neighboring projects, which we considered our potential customers, started migrating from jQuery to React, and some new ones started using React from scratch. The library itself also became quite messy because existing components were always pretty much it, but not enough. And I mean that components just cover very similar use cases, but always they need some more small feature which not like can't be combined with previous features. So we ended up with many similar components for similar use cases. And the solution for the first problem was pretty obvious, just use React. But the second one we couldn't solve by just ourselves. So we involved the design team, and together we developed usage guides and cleaned up the components list. And that was the point that I consider as going from a mere components library to a design system, because you can't have design system without the designers. With this in mind, we developed technical requirements for the design system. Get rid of shared build configuration and tools, provide CSS API for pure stylistic components like layout grids or cards. It's something similar to what Bootstrap did. And add React components for cases when component need a particular DOM structure and maybe some JS logic. And also all components should be distributed in separate packages to eliminate these bounded updates. So the goal was to have minimal requirements for the project's built infrastructure from the design system side and for technologies which they're using. And stack was upgraded according to these requirements. We add Learner to manage multiple NPM packages, rewrite components to React, create our own lean CSS syntax using PostCSS plugins. Our custom documentation engine wasn't designed to work with monorepositories. So instead of rewriting it, we took Style Guidist because it has really cool in-browser sandboxes. And we add Babel to transpile ES6 code. Bundler for running Babel and PostCSS seemed like overkill. So we left bundlers to projects and just wrote our custom script, really small one, which I think 48 lines long, which runs PostCSS and Babel in every folder of the mono repository. After setting up documentation and the build process, we faced question that we didn't think through during the requirements phase. Independent versions are easy to use, but hard to maintain. It's better to follow semantic versioning. It's basically rules for setting versions, which helps package managers to understand, is it safe to upgrade to the next version of a package, or it contains some breaking changes. And to follow this rule, we had to decide what kind of changes were breaking in our projects. Our design system was meant for our marketing sites with complicated layouts and animations. So we defined a breaking change as a change of components into external dimensions. In our cases, most API changes could stay backward compatible for a long time. But the design and appearance should be easy to update, and we wanted to hold back the design team as little as possible. Okay, that was enough for a start. But as design system grew, we faced a new challenge. Components depend on each other through NPM, not directly inside repository. So eventually we had multiple versions of the same components on the same project from time to time. This is hard to avoid when you use independent versioning scheme. We didn't want to return to a single package with a painful update scheme. Instead, we decided to fix critical issues that were causing the breaks. It turned out there were two such issues. First, there was a small number of packages for which being singleton within the project was critical. For example, React context providers. We were using React context for setting the theme. And everything worked fine while we were using only one package within with the contexts in a project. But the provider and consumer would just lose connection if they were imported from different versions of context package, because from React perspective, it's just two different contexts. So we moved this kind of packages to pure dependencies of other packages, and we made sure that they were placed in direct dependencies section only in projects. And this is the thing that we, for now, control manually, because it's complicated to stop some automated systems that controls how dependencies used across many packages inside the company. The second problem was that our CSS classes were clashing. Since CSS is globally scoped by default, there were conflicts between newer and older versions of styles. Our solution for this problem is CSS isolation. Basically, CSS isolation transforms your human-readable class to something like this. In our case, some minor style changes on projects were applied directly using CSS classes. It's a hack from a design system perspective, but sometimes developers need to apply hacks. So we left the original class name inside the isolated one, and now developers can do something like this. But it's a bad practice. Please don't use it. At least it's easy to find inside the project code, but try to avoid it as much as you can. Okay. For CSS isolation, we considered two options: CSS in JS and CSS modules. CSS in JS looks nice, but it has some drawbacks for us. To use CSS in JS at full power, you need a runtime. And we have many versions of many packages on projects. So with that, we could end up with many versions of CSS and JS runtimes on one project. And the second one is that there is no standard universal way to make CSS and JS library or framework work with server-side rendering and server-side generation. And we have these technologies at some of our projects. And remember, in previous iteration, we decided to set the lowest infrastructure requirements for client project possible. So we went with CSS modules. However, we didn't have a bundler. Thus, it's critical for CSS modules to have information from CSS build inside the JS build, which usually contained in a bundler. So we wrote our custom Babel plugin that runs CSS build inside JS build to have information from CSS build during JS build. But at the time, we still had some CSS API usages of components that should be supported. So the final build pipeline looks like this, which is pretty redundant and complicated to support. As I mentioned before, some minor style changes like change in primary color were applied by using CSS classes. Now it was only achievable with the hack. So we needed an official way to customize components. CSS variables were the perfect choice, but back then we still supported Internet Explorer. And CSS variables can't be completely polyfilled with Cascade inside Internet Explorer or other browsers, which doesn't support CSS variables. Because CSS variables are considering DOM structure, and Cascade is considering rules order. So our CSS variables-based styling API had to have at least a fallback for Internet Explorer. We used the PostCSS custom properties plugin to add such fallbacks. It adds a fallback value from the root rule to CSS rule, which rules which are using CSS variables like this. So in browsers that don't support CSS variables, the second line is ignored. While in those that support, second line is overrides the first line. After adding the plugin and moving the primary color to CSS variables, we saw this in our projects at Developer Tools. Basically, it's the same problem. CSS variables from all packages end up in the global scope, and we can just isolate CSS variables by adding hash to their names, because they are public API and their names should remain stable. In order to fix this, we patched PostCSS custom properties plugin, and now instead of this transformation, which requires CSS variable default value to present in a root scope, it removed default value from the root scope and put it into variable usage. So in this case, variable can be customized by values from the global scope, but doesn't require having default value in the global scope. That is how we got to enhancing the second version stack with CSS modules and isolated React components. And this stack serves us pretty long time, but it have some fundamental issue. Complicated styles build, which I mentioned earlier, and always outdated typings. By the time, some projects that were using design system were migrated or start using TypeScript, but components were written in JavaScript. So we just put JetBrains typing files into the packages, but they contain a lot of bugs. Teams that use TypeScript came up with some creative workarounds, which is also bad practice. Please don't write code like this or avoid it as much as possible. they applied such workaround because they didn't want to slow down while waiting for the fixes from the design system side. Also, design guidelines and components documentation were hosted in different places, which was not obvious for newcomers and caused many broken links between these two parts of documentation. The requirements for the third version directly correspond to those issues. We wanted to simplify the build by leveraging a bundler, rewrite components in TypeScript, create new user-friendly design system documentation, and somehow improve CSS API, because at that time, many of the projects were written in React, and we could drop plain HTML pages support because pure CSS API can't be isolated by design, because class names is the actual public API and should be stable. And CSS isolations add some hashes to CSS classes. So we got rid of custom CSS model as Babel plugin by adding rollup. We finally got build tool with information from the CSS build that can be used inside JS build. And integrating TypeScript with a monorepository turned out to be tricky, because TypeScript has its own concept of projects. And the build of a particular file depends on the project scope. In our case, we have this kind of file structure. So when you build documentation or navigate through code using an IDE, all the components should be considered as one project. But when you build a particular component to publish, it should be considered as separate project. So, as we wrote a custom script that adds a tsconfig file to every package before build and publication, and remove it as a part of build and publication process. For documentation, Style Guidist was a nice solution, but it had some limitations that made it difficult to integrate our design team's guides into it. So we wrote our own documentation engine based on Next.js and MDX with same cool sandboxes that Style Guidist has. And there is a separate talk about it from Andrey, which he gave at last year's JS Day. Okay, so we removed CSS API, but we still had some components that were purely stylistic. For such components, we want a solution that was as simple and obvious as classes, but still isolated with CSS modules. After some experiments, we came up with an idea that we called Shen helpers. Shen helpers is a pure function with parameters returning a string of CSS classes processed by CSS modules. It works like this. I added some formatting to make it look better on slide. These functions are written in TypeScript, so you can get contextual documentation, which improves developer experience. You can just see what parameters this component or helper have and which values can be applied to these parameters. And these functions can be easily mixed with some custom classes if you need to add your custom CSS to it. So in the third version, we rewrote the components, the documentation engine, and the build system. And we introduced a new way to distribute isolated styles. And that is how our current stack was chosen. It may seem like we've been fixing minor things here and there all along, but I think that a design system is where you need to care about the little things, so that project developers don't think about them and don't spend time figuring out how to configure the build infrastructure or how some complicated API works. Around 10 teams within the company use our library of components and our guides. And I want to thank them for their feedback, which helped us a lot. We tried to make the stack of our design system as simple as possible. It's still not perfect, but every part of it has some reason and purpose. And it helps us to reduce time to market and as a burden on developers. I hope that some of our ideas will be helpful for you. Thank you. This is the way.
Okay, that's funny. We have some good questions. We'll jump right into it. Tau HP, he asked this question before you got to the part about TypeScript, but I'll give you a chance to answer it anyway.
Okay.
In the future, I will start using VILT framework. That's a new acronym for me. Vue, Interia, Laravel, and Tailwind. Do you think there will be any difference between using JavaScript or TypeScript for his business project?
I think it depends on how these frameworks support TypeScript, because all these frameworks and tools, they tools exactly as TypeScript. So if they work better together, it's better to use TypeScript. And it also depends on the team, because if nobody in the team knows TypeScript, it maybe will be painful at the first time, but then it becomes better. But it's really heavily depends on tools and on team, and is team want to learn TypeScript and use it at the full power.
There are two true hells: regular expressions and a component library that only kind of does TypeScript. And then you have to fill in the blanks yourself and keep it in sync with every release. So I agree with you on that. Andrey Filipov has a couple of questions. I want to get his most recent question first. He said, thank you very much for the talk. But he asked, any recipes to build each component separately for better tree shaking?
For the tree shaking, we had some experiments, and it turns out that it's very complicated to make tree shaking works, because the main idea of tree shaking that it stops working in any case which is suspicious for tree shaking. And you could add some hints to package.json, which called side effects. There is a special field in package.json, side effects, where you can, as I remember, you can put there false or some files which have side effects, and if you import them, you should import everything. And actually, I think general advice is this: if you have library and a project that use this library, first try to make some basic component and be sure that tree shaking works for this basic component with all these parameters and build configurations and all this stuff. and then apply this solution to all components in your library. Because another way, you just spend so much time applying all these techniques for tree shaking to your component, and then it will turn out that it doesn't work because there is some strange rule which prevents it from working.
I would like to tell everyone in the chat to thank you, because you just saved them, like 5 weeks of pain. It sounds like you learned all of that the hard way.
Yeah, that's it was really learned hard way, and it's also kind of a way where you think about it carefully, and we'll protect from these issues like this, and from this issue like that, and then you will face issues which you don't consider at all.
Sure. And I did not know about that package.json field. Today I learned about that field. Okay. Andrey also said, thanks for your talk. Did you write all of your components from scratch, or did you extend some UI library like Material UI? Did you consider using a third-party UI library?
Actually, we had kind of policy about this, and basically it's like we want to create simple, easy to use, stable, and small components if it's possible. So this means that if there is a nice library which works well and you can use it inside the component and have some profit from it, we're using it. But if there is like already big design system which have its own designers and its own ideas, it will be really complicated to change it and make it works like your design system.
Agree. Yeah. And then if they make a change in the future that doesn't fit your design guide, then you're in trouble. Let's get on to some of our questions. Actually, since I have a lot of questions, Vitaly, I'll let you go first with your first question.
Okay, maybe I'll ask you something stupid. I'm not sure about this question, but still, I heard that in JavaScript world, there is a big problem with security of dependencies. So if we are talking about components library, something regarding UI, is it also an issue in this world, or maybe some examples of that?
Actually, every JavaScript project which are using packages from the NPM registry have these issues with security, and there is some approaches to fix it. The easiest thing is to have, and I believe that last versions of NPM and Yarn already turn it on at continuous integration tools, have this frozen log file or immutable option, which basically said to package managers that it should fails if during installation it got something that not matched by checksum with checksum inside package log JSON or Yarn log. But there is more nice approaches like Yarn plug and play, which have it's controversial, but from the security perspective, it allows you to have all your dependencies stored at your GitHub repository, and you can basically set up any checks for your repository and check that, okay, folder with dependencies changed, what this change was, is it safe, and so on.
We have unfortunately run out of time. I had a bunch of questions about CSS performance. that I wanted to ask you. So come back next year and present. Teach us about core metrics for web performance, how CSS affects a critical rendering path, all these things we really should be paying attention to, and we don't. Thank you very much for speaking with us today, Alexey.
Thank you.
That was one where we could have gone on for a while because almost all of us aren't doing the things we should be doing.
Right, right.
Okay, we're going to do a 10-minute, maybe 10 minutes as we get our next speaker in. We're going to do a little bit more of trivia. And one thing that we could have done, if you have any trivia questions you would like us to ask, post them in chat. Do my work for me. So what we'll do is the same thing. I will ask some questions. These are getting into some of the harder ones. So let's see how everybody does. Post your questions as fast as you can. Even if you have to guess, post the questions because it helps feed the algorithm. Wait, no, I didn't say that. Because it helps you have a chance to win. Okay, first question. I wonder if you know this one, Vitaly. DTD comes from what predecessor of HTML?
I'm that old. I know
You do
that.
know. Okay, this is an old folks question. DTD, I guess we can give the acronym for it, document type definition. No, Danielle, you think you're right. This was a trick question.
We have right answer,
Yeah.
I think.
What is the predecessor of HTML that DTD comes from? DTD. The next question kind of relates to this. Okay. Oh, I wish you were right, Mikhail.
Yeah, some people are cheating a little bit, answering,
possibly.
giving several answers.
Yet, Kate, you're right. Document type definition is what DTD stands for, but it is a part of what system that Tim Berners-Lee used to base HTML on. Daniel Steiner's taking the I'll guess everything approach. Okay, we'll go ahead and wrap this one up. Vitaly, you know the answer. What's the answer?
SGML.
SGML. That's correct. It's kind of
But
a
actually, if I'm not mistaken, HTML has its own SGML definition.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah.
And so those things like character entities and stuff like that are little fossils that come from that. And XML was going to be an attempt to rid HTML of its SGML origins. Okay, speaking of which, I was on the losing side of this battle. Name the group. Actually, I'll give the backstory of this. XHTML was supposed to win. And I was a big fan of this thing, used by tens of people, called XHTML2. And it lost to HTML5. Name the group behind HTML5.
I don't know that. Maybe that's something very recent, like 10 years. That's very recent.
No, it's older than that. It's like maybe 15, 17 years. What was the group that came up with HTML5? John Lynch. No. This was the group that I wish it was XSLT. I have a history of choosing the wrong winners. I chose XSLT also. Not W3C, not Mozilla, not XSLT. Ding, 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 ding.
Daniel has great answers.
All right, to speed up, we will, as soon as people give the right answer, that's right, the Watt Working Group. Okay, very quick. Do you do JavaScript testing? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
I am so addicted to testing. We have no's. Somebody say yes, please. Always. Thank you, Andrey. Thank you, Kate. Okay, in a second, I'm going to ask a follow-up question to that, but I'm going to speed up a little bit. This is the see if anybody can beat Paulie. Give the year that you wrote your first HTML. Vitaly, what would you guess that to be for you?
I believe 1998.
Okay. It might have been mostly Google people at the time. Ooh, someone's getting close to me. All right. 1994, 98, 2005, 97. All right.
And then Paul says like 1985.
Sure.
And then we'll say that's impossible,
That's
Paul.
right.
You're cheating. You're cheating
Yeah.
all the time.
For me, it was 1992.
Okay.
At Vitaly's suggestion, this is the next to the last question. I'm going to do it like Jeopardy, and I'm going to give the answer. Hey, Herman, 1994. Good for you, too. We have Herman in 94, and we had someone else, Thaddeus, in 94. Thaddeus, I was going to ask that question about Gopher Plus and Waze. Okay, here's the answer. You tell me the question. Answer, MJS.
And I failed this one. I don't know.
MJS. What is the question? One more
I
after
only know
this.
I only know the question for 42, but not MJS. Sorry.
John has the correct. I believe both of you have the correct. Yes. It's the file extension that you use when you want to signal primarily to Node.js that a file should be interpreted as ECMAScript module. Okay, last one. If you do JavaScript testing, what test framework do you use? I'm interested in our next speaker's answer to Ryan's answer to this question also.
Yeah, so you'll have a chance to ask him, I think.
And Vitaly, you can save yours for your closeout segment.
Okay.
Just VTest now. I'm with you on that. I've converted to VTest. It's too fast. Tap. Anybody doing Ava? Okay. We will go. Yes, it is. It is slow. Okay, we will go on to our next talk now. Get started a little bit early. Our next talk is the World Beyond Components with Ryan Carniato. As a JavaScript performance enthusiast and a fine-grained reactivity superfan, remember that phrase, fine-grained reactivity. Ryan is obsessively passionate about the future of JavaScript frameworks, plural. That's also a point of the Ryan Carniato story. He is the creator of Solid.js and a maintainer of Marco. Welcome, Ryan.
Hello. Thanks for having me here today.
Ryan, I'm going to go ahead and be embarrassingly honest. I'm a super fan.
Thank you.
Over the years, Ryan has written deep dives on slices of modern front-end frameworks, components, immutability, templates, rendering. These are all deeply researched. He's fair to everybody. He admits when he's wrong. He deeply researches everything, follows up on everything. This series is highly recommended. I first read it on Medium, but I think you might have it on your own website. Ryan, first, thanks for joining us. And second, those topics, I guess you wrote about them, if I remember right, a year and a half ago is when you started that series. How different do they feel now versus just a couple of years ago?
Yeah, it's interesting because, I started writing a lot of stuff in 2018-19 time period. And at that time, I felt like I was like yelling into the void. Like I had no clue if anyone was ever going to listen to this. I was just like me kind of doing stuff for myself and trying to figure out how to get out there. But man, the last year or so, like just to see the impact of some of that research actually flow out into the rest of the ecosystem has been amazing.
Total. I wouldn't say a year ago. I'd say the last 3 months. It feels like so many things have pulled into port at the same time, as if they were following the map made by somebody else. You've talked a lot recently on a number of these things, like these different slices. You don't really, I don't perceive your brand as the solid JS guy. I perceive your brand as the person thinking of these architectural things. Is that the way you see yourself?
Yeah, largely because it was never necessarily about promoting the single solution. When I started Solid, I was trying to be really agnostic and unopinionated and was trying to be like, okay, we can always swap this piece out if we decide we don't like it later. But ended up what happening is I realized you have to take a stab into it. You have to have opinions. You need to go down these paths. And me personally, I go down several, but I can't go down them all. So it became very important to work with others in the community and support them in taking stuff in their direction so that we could all learn from it.
Some of these things, partial hydration, islands, that nobody was talking about these things. Like islands, who was talking about islands at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, it's actually really kind of crazy because a lot of these technologies have existed in different bubbles in different places.
In Marco.
Marco, yeah, for sure, for many, many years. And then like even myself, I was caught off guard because I can kind of consider myself, like, I look at all the frameworks, I benchmark them, I look at performance, and I thought I knew about Marco, but I didn't. And they definitely caught me off guard when I first started talking to them in 2020, and I had no clue. And once I did, I realized like there's a whole range of opportunity we have here to change how we're looking at building websites. Because the truth of the matter is, over the last I don't want to say decade-ish, like we've just been on this steady trend of more and more JavaScript, heavier costs, and it's for a good reason. We want more interactivity. We want more out of our sites and apps. But for the longest time, it wasn't clear how to mitigate that because it was outpacing the speed and like the power of our low end devices. Sure. And it takes sometimes looking at, perspective of say companies that actually were focused on that, like e-commerce in an international market.
Yeah. eBay cares about 3G feature phones, right? Yeah,
exactly. So this really helped me shape my perspective a bit more because sure, maybe I don't need it for I live in San Jose, I've got great internet here, but can we learn from that stuff and kind of bring it back into other frameworks? And that's really what I've been looking at.
And then you wind up having surprises like 4 months ago, WebAssembly front-end frameworks were not competitive at all. And then you reran the test a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, to be fair, WebAssembly still has loading considerations, which might not make it the best choice for building an app that needs to load fast. But their rendering and updates overhead of the DOM was not the overhead these days is not quite what we thought it was.
Right.
A few of the libraries had been using virtual DOM techniques, and then the last year or so, they started working on doing stuff modeling after what we do in Solid. And that changed the math. Everyone knows, WebAssembly is more expensive to operate the DOM, but we're actually finding that there's ways to, really get it down to the real cost is this bridge between the WASM and the JavaScript. And we've kind of realized that there's other ways to mitigate the cost of that communication. And we've gotten it down that some of those Rust libraries are basically as fast as Solid. So it's very, very impressive. And some of the techniques that you advocated for using algorithms rather than raw engine performance. Yeah, exactly. This change in architecture is what's enabling this. Yeah. Last question before handing over to you. I know you recently said you're exhausted. I appreciate you getting one more in before you take maybe a long vacation or something. Do you feel like your audience, our audience,
is seeing what you've been seeing for the last couple of years? Has the moment arrived?
Yeah, I think we are starting to see the pieces come together. I say starting to. We recently put the beta out for Solid Start, which is our meta framework, the more opinionated piece. That's always hard.
Yesterday or today.
Yeah, that's always harder to kind of do. But not just the meta framework, which is like how you can build stuff today. We started showing kind of the experiments, and I put an article about that. And I think we're starting to see that ability to, find that balance between multi-page app and single-page app, where we don't have to sacrifice JavaScript size or execution size and still get that interactivity and experience that we want. And I think we're closer to that now than we've ever been.
All right. Thanks, Ryan, not just for appearing with us today, but for all that you do representing the commons in modern framework ideas. So over to you for your talk.
Awesome. Okay. So let's get started. As mentioned already, I'm Ryan Carniato. I'm the author of Solid.js. And today I'm going to present a bit of an introduction to it. But yeah, we're going to talk about primarily, I want to challenge your expectations about the future of what web frameworks look like. And I don't mean purely looks. If you haven't seen it, Solid looks so much like React, it'd be pointless to try and sell it on features. And really, one framework adds a feature, then the next one does. I think we're mostly past the stage of kind of differentiating on these features. I'm just going to cut it short and say Solid has a lot of the same features you'd expect in any modern framework, something like React 18. And I'm not going to try and sell too much on performance, at least not through benchmarks. I threw up this slide because this has kind of become a meme, blazingly fast. I'm just going to say that Solid is very fast, and we'll kind of leave it at that. And maybe this talk will help you understand a bit better why, without just focusing on the numbers. First off, this is not a reenactment of a JavaScript framework discussion on Twitter. I wouldn't blame you for drawing that comparison sometimes. It wasn't long ago that the mere indication, mention of a new JavaScript framework brought anger. But recently people have been more open to new ideas than they've been for a very long time. There's a sense of waiting for the next big thing. And I don't know, this is often kind of accompanied with this kind of thought, like people look at the past and they go, oh, didn't React burst on the scenes, conquering jQuery, thrusting web development forward years in one swift stroke? But I'm not really sure that's how it happened, honestly. History is written by the victors. My memory of events is a little bit different. The time before React was one full of innovation and exploration. Many of the pieces already existed, and React largely showed us how to put it together. And by my best estimation, we're back here right now. So yeah, this is the main point I want to get here. Modern front-end development for years has been about components, class components, function components, option components, web components, and for good reason. Components are an essential building block. They make our apps modular and composable. And we owe React largely for this change in mindset. However, every JavaScript framework, they have a runtime implications. The update model and the life cycles are all tied to these components. And this has led to kind of two views of the world. Either use a top-down diff like a virtual DOM, or like tag template literal, or alternatively, you rely really heavily on compilation. But both of these tend to still run on these components that update top-down, that re-render. And when you have to, run things over and over again, at a certain point, what work the component does starts to matter. And this sort of begs the question what to memo or memoize. And there's a great talk from React Conf last year that kind of addressed this exactly. Like if you're building a to-do app, you might kind of approach it like this. Declare some state, write a an update handler function, and then map over some to-dos. And this is perfectly fine. And if anything changes here, we just re-render the list. And it's a virtual DOM. This is a React example here, right? So it's not that expensive. We just diff it, update what changes, and you're pretty good. But we might still want to optimize. And as your program grows, you apply more optimizations. Maybe you pass some props in from above. You have new conditions you need to meet for your requirements, adding a filter, theming. And it starts looking like this. There's nothing wrong with this. People, annotate stuff for performance, things like memo, use callback, adding dependency arrays. And in the end, we actually have things still executing exactly what we want. But I'm going to say it's a bit of a departure from where we started with. It puts a lot of onus on us as developers. So what else can we do? Well, we can compile it. This meme floated around about a year ago. I definitely felt the lack of dependency array envy from some circles. I mean, after all, wouldn't it be better just to express our intent with less code? Hold that thought for a minute. We're going to get back to it. Okay, so here's like a fake compiler. This was also from that talk. This isn't what you write. This is what like the compiler would generate. But I want to show this off because it's actually not that different from what Svelte does, essentially, right? A bunch of shallow checks at a bunch of points. You see this kind of memcache thing. Don't worry too much about the code does. I'm just trying to point out that like we're checking against some kind of cache and then only executing the little code snippets that we need to. But the common ground, even in this model, is user, does some kind of event, updates state. We mark the component as dirty and we rerun it. And then we check against these memoized values to reduce work. It doesn't matter whether, it started as a set state or an assignment. It's actually very much the same thing. And that's what I want to talk about. Like, what if we didn't do this? What if only we ran the code that needed to be run and didn't rely too heavily on compilation? What if the boundaries of our components didn't dictate the performance of our web applications? And to do this, I need to go back to the beginning. And I mean, really the beginning. So here we are, hello world. We learned pretty early on we can like set a variable and like log it to the console. And it isn't too long before we're like, oh, we can, reset that variable and log it again. And, this is like your first programming task. And then at a certain point, you're like, well, this is a lot of repetition. I don't want to type console log all the time. So you can like pull it out into a function, refactor it. Now it's more dry. And this is great. But at a certain point, when you're writing a real app, you might be like, what if I always want to greet my friend whenever their name changes? And for me, the answer to that was reactivity. And what's reactivity? Well, it's kind of like the heart of pretty much every JavaScript framework. It's how everything stays in sync. And the way I think about it is like a series of live equations, like a spreadsheet. In a normal assignment, when you look at something like A equals B plus C, you expect that at the end of the sum, that A is, B plus C. But if B or C changes, then you have to do the sum again and reassign A. But with reactivity, it's a little different. See, that relationship I just described, it doesn't hold through time. But with reactivity, it does. If B or C changes later, A is always the sum of that. So yeah, like an equation in a spreadsheet. And what I talk about specifically is fine-grained reactivity. We tend to like this in JavaScript frameworks because it's like declarative. Relationships are set once and then they're executed. You describe the behavior rather than the implementation. And they're very composable because like there's only really three concepts you need to know. You need to know about the observable state. We call them signals in Solid. We need to know about the kind of computed derived values. We actually call these memos in Solid. We kind of similar to the React naming. And then finally, you need the side effects. Things like rendering, and we call them effects. But yeah, you'll find these language pieces in actually a lot of frameworks, and I think it's important to kind of see that similarity. But there are differences, right? Because some people will be like, oh, so React hook, right? Use state, use memo, use effect. From a language perspective, perhaps, and Svelte also has lets and $signs that actually serve basically the same purpose, but those are both tied to the components. And these composition patterns existed almost a decade earlier in JavaScript, things like Knockout.js. Reactivity is a system to itself that has no connection to rendering at all or components. And this is a really important part, but it's probably easier just to show you, right? Well, the first thing we need is a new primitive. Setting a simple variable can't cause other JavaScript code to run. So I'm going to introduce something called signal here. What is a signal? Well, it's a getter and setter function. And in this case, I'm returning a tuple here. It's kind of in the middle of the screen. Create signal John. And it's important to notice the slight differences here, because if we want to actually access that value in our greeting function here, we actually have to call it as a function. We're calling name as a function, and then we're calling a function to actually set the new value. This gives us very clear, this is being read, this is being written. Different libraries take different approaches here, but this is what we've done with Solid. On its own, this doesn't do a whole ton because it's just like a container wrapping of values. So we actually introduce a second primitive called an effect, and this lets us clean our code up a whole lot. What an effect does is it runs once, And then at any time, any variable signal that it depends on causes the function to run again. So if we run our create effect here, it'll console log hello friend, which is John in this case. And then if we update that value, like set friend to Mary, immediately when we set friend to Mary, it'll run that effect again and log it again. This is kind of the basis of reactivity. But the real power here is that it's transitive. And by that, I mean that you can kind of construct and compose behaviors. In this case, what if we made our friends' names uppercase for some reason? I don't know why I want to make it uppercase, but I've decided to make it uppercase here. We can literally just make a function around it and go friend to uppercase. And now we can still use it in our effect and it still works. And you might be thinking to yourself, how does this work? Like, how's this happening? Is this a compiler? There's no dependency arrays, right? Is this magic? The answer is actually a lot simpler. This is completely runtime, and it's using a JavaScript execution stack. Let me show you. It actually takes less code than probably that interview question you had to implement a promise. It's about 30 lines of code. I'm going to trim it down even more to make it a little bit more illustrative of what's going on here. And it all starts with signals. At its core, we can just view a signal as a getter and setter. So I got a little code snippet here, and essentially we return our array or tuple, depending on how you call it. And essentially the read just returns the value and the write sets the next value. That's kind of like mental model what a signal is. Of course, this doesn't do anything. So I need to add a little bit more code to kind of finish out our implementation here. So I've added a little bit more in here. Essentially, we need a way of keeping track of who listens to the signal. So we're going to create a set of subscribers. And from there, we updated our read function. So it's going to ask, is anyone listening? Like, get the current observer. And to be fair, I'm going to show you how that works in a second, but assume it's just going, hey, is anyone listening? And then if there is, it's going to add that thing to its subscribers list and then return the value as before. But now when we write, we set the new value, and then we go through that list of subscribers and rerun those functions. Of course, this doesn't make full sense until I bring the other side in here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show what an effect looks like, and this kind of fills in the gaps. The whole trick here is that there's this context array, essentially, that sits in a global space. And when we ask what the current observer is, we're just asking what's on the top of the list. This is a stack. So every time we basically execute our effect, and we execute it the first time here, we do a little bit of cleanup, and then we push ourselves onto the stack. We run the provided function, and then we pop ourselves off the stack. So at any point, any signal that runs, like the read function, can see what the current value is on the stack and know what's going on. This is a little bit, but this is literally all the code. I'm actually going to put it side by side so you can see it here. So if we go back to our like name example with the uppercase in our head, we can kind of go, okay, first thing, create our signal, return our read and write functions. Then we create our effect. Our effect actually goes down and executes the first time and pushes itself onto the stack. So it starts running that function, and that function, reads like, hello upper. Well, it calls upper calls our friend signal, which calls the read, at which point it asks, what's on top of the stack, and it sees that effect. We take it at that point and add it to our subscribers, return the value, finish executing that function, which will console log, our friend's name, and then pop ourselves off the stack. At some point later, someone's going to just update it, set the name to Mary, and then all it does is go through that list of subscribers, execute them again, pushing them onto the stack, reading the signals again ad nauseum, essentially. It just creates this loop where it's always tracking what changes. No compiler, no magic. This is fully runtime. And from that, we can create a primitive for other primitives, like a foundation for it. A lot of them are not completely essential, but in Solid, we have something called create memo. We have something called create store and create resources. And these are just examples. Create memo is that derivation to do expensive stuff. Create store is proxies that do kind of like granular updates. And create resource is kind of takes promises and turns them into signals. But honestly, there's a lot of other solutions that work like this to a certain degree. Things like Vue, MobX. You may have heard of them before, but this goes next is where this gets interesting, okay? So what I'm going to do is I want to do a little live coding with you, if that's okay. Essentially, every time we teach this topic, we tend to use hello worlds and counters and stuff, and we console log it. But what if we did something a little bit more substantial? What I actually want to do is I want to create some DOM elements or something. So let's make an h1 element, and what is it? Const h1. And instead of console logging, what if we actually, using vanilla JavaScript APIs, just set the text content to be whatever this is? And actually, I'm going to need to attach it to the DOM so we can see this. I'm going to actually clear the DOM content first, because our HMR here will just reload it over and over again while I'm typing. So I'm just going to append our h1 to the DOM. And as we can see, now we have an h1 being attached to the document body, and it has count 1. It happened so fast, though. It was 0, but because we set 1 right away, it just happened too fast. So let's create a button. And to save myself a little time, I actually already created this button. So all I've done is, using DOM APIs, create a button, set some text to the button, and then on click, now we can set the count. And then everything else is the same as before. So we're using the effect. So whenever count changes, we update just the text for this header. So ding, 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 ding. We have a working counter, right? This is just the vanilla JavaScript. We just built the library a moment ago. This is pretty much all we need here to update some text in a DOM element. But no one wants to write code like this. It's a lot to write, right? Doing all this vanilla JavaScript. Reactivity is powerful, but we want some more conveniences here. So wouldn't it be cool if, instead of doing this, we could just use some other kind of shorthand, maybe a templating language, or maybe something like JSX? What if something like this could compile into something like this? So what we have here? Click me, and then maybe add an event handler like on click. And what's our on click doing? Well, it's doing this. So let's add that on here. And we don't need this anymore. It's just a button. And hopefully everything still works. Okay, good, it does. And similarly for this h1, it'd be probably pretty nice if we could just not have to worry about a bunch of this stuff, And what Solid does have a compiler here for the JSX. And we're in the playground, so this is working. But essentially what it can do is it can see that you call a function, so it knows that it could be a signal, so it wraps this in an effect automatically. So we don't need that anymore. We can get rid of this stuff. And essentially, we just are returning 2 DOM elements that we append to the DOM, the same as before, and our counter is still working. Of course, no one really writes code like this either. Usually you're like, well, I want to compose behaviors. So you might be like, I'm going to make a counter, right? And I'm going to call this thing maybe a component. And I could just move this code into here. And then instead of, appending it like this, I'm going to just call our counter function. It's just a function. And I'm going to spread it in. And what we need to do here is actually return our h1 and our button. So now, okay, this is still working. Let's format this so we can read it a little better. Okay. But again, no one really writes code like this. Let's inline it to make it a little bit more readable. We can probably put the h1 in here. We can probably put, sorry about that. It's always fun using a trackpad. Drag and drop. We can grab this button and we can stick that in here. Now we don't need this anymore. And actually, why am I even using an array? Let's make it feel a little bit more XML-ish. We're going to use something called a JSX fragment. And I think I have an extra comma here that I probably don't need. And if I format this document one last time, this is starting to kind of compress and make it maybe nicer writing experience. And I'm actually going to import from Solid.js, so we don't have to do this silly render thing at the bottom. I'm just going to go from Solid.js web. Let's get a render function, just so that we don't have to bother calling this one function ourselves. So we can just be like render counter into the document body. And with that, we probably don't need any of this. And this starts looking like something you might see in another JavaScript framework. And obviously it still works because we're just calling a function that returns some DOM nodes. But there is a huge difference here. And I want to point this out here because you might have guessed by watching what we've done so far. If I put a console log in here and we see this counter down here, if I click this, that counter is not getting logged over and over again because we just called a function that ran once. The only thing that's updating is we have an effect around this count. So literally this text node with this number is the only thing that is updating when I click that button. We don't need to rerun a component. We don't need to do anything else because it's reactive. And I mean, we can do lots of fun stuff with this, right? We can set an interval or something. Maybe every second we can update the count on it as well. We can just increment it. Let's do that. And it's counting up. This counter is not logging. I can also update it manually while I'm doing it. But essentially, like this is a function that ran and it created some DOM nodes. That's kind of the mental model I want you to have here. And we can take this even further because the truth of the matter is, like, what if we want 2 counters? Well, we can render 2 counter components if we want. And because each one has its own signal and own references, we see the counter logs twice. That's what that 2 is. And they each independently update. And they don't update again. They're just updating that one little text node. But, if you've been kind of paying attention, this is all just a matter of references. So if we took this signal and move it out of our component, now both counter instances are referencing the same signal. And now we have global state. It doesn't matter which one I click here, they both update. And again, counters only, log the initial time when it's originally created, right? Because we have the power of update independent of components, even though you can author it in a very convenient way. And one last demo before I move on here is we can also pass things in as props, essentially into children. So I've now got like an app here and a counter here, and I'm passing, our counter now gets both the click handler and their children from above. In this case, I've made it so that the first component gets count and the second component gets count times 2. And then one increments the count by 1 and increments the count by 2. And what you're going to see when I click here, this one shows 1 and times 2, and this one I click, it goes up by 2. These logs only happen once. It doesn't actually matter how many components are in your stack, context, whatever you want to use. You're only updating these 2 text nodes. Components have no impact on how your component or how your code runs. So I think this is pretty powerful, but you might still be like, how the hell is this happening? Well, it's because Solid only transforms the JSX. And before I mentioned if we saw a function, we knew to wrap in an effect. But for components, what we do is we transform the props and we make, like, say, the children, or in this case, I got a name. We make it a getter function. And what this does is it pushes the evaluation into a function, essentially, same like a signal, so that it flattens the tree. Essentially, it's only the effect at the very end that calls the function and subscribes. We don't have to rerun any components. It basically wires straight through the whole component tree to be used right where it ends up being used in the end. And there's other implications. Like the last kind of topic you need to know to understand solid rendering is that we're returning real DOM nodes. So doing stuff like map might not be the best thing because, as you know, with a map, you can't break out early, and every single time you run it, it maps all the data. And that would be really wasteful if we had to create DOM elements over and over again. So we have a helper function called map array, which kind of does a memoized map, which means if the data hasn't changed, it doesn't map those new items and just uses the existing one. But we thought it would actually be better to use the API that you're already accustomed to. Because components actually fit in quite nicely. And the truth of the matter is, this is very composable and it fits with what you'd be doing as your program grows anyways, right? You want to see what I mean by this? Pretend now that instead of just having a list, you actually want a paginated list where there's only 10 items. Luckily, someone else has already created this component. So you import it, right? And replace our for with paginated. And this is the pattern, right? Lists become paginated or virtualized lists. Conditionals become layouts or suspense or error boundaries, right? And that's the whole thing. If you don't, these are just components. This is not like a fancy compiler thing. If you don't like solids for a component, write your own. It's just a component. So It is just JavaScript here, runtime, but it's important to kind of see that these patterns are very composable and reusable, and that's why we like them in Solid. So I call this whole thing basically the reactive advantage. There's no hook rules or stale closures. Templates actually use real DOM nodes. It's a really super low level abstraction. State is independent of components. Component boundaries are for your sake, how you organize your code, not for performance. The performance is good regardless. And with that, we can actually go back to our original demo. I've actually got that to-do list from that React conference. And the reason I want to show this is because the Solid version, in this case, it's using a store, which is the proxy version, but it's the initial version where we created some state, created an event handler, but this one actually is passing the filtered props through and the theme color and everything else, the final version. But there's no memo, create memo, use ref, dependency erase, none of that. There isn't even, there's not even a create memo in here. We're literally just going for each get filtered. And what you're going to see is, sure, when we check these boxes, we're actually updating here and, doing some updates. But things are unrelated, like this theme color that's getting passed in as a prop and passed to a child component. Well, I can update it as much as I want, and we're not recalling the filter, re-rendering the list, doing any of that. And that's because it's fine-grained. Each update is completely independent, no matter how many components you have, no matter how big your tree is. It was actually kind of hard to show that anything updated because so little does. So I guess what I'm saying is, to summarize, this. And as for our compiler, if you aren't careful, you no longer have the language to represent certain ideas. If your whole world is a component, then how do you represent what lies outside of it? This is just illustrative. There's obviously solutions to this problem, but I want to point out that sometimes we have to be considerate of removing too much from the end developer's control, and that being explicit has its power and its value. And to me, this is all part of a larger trend. I used Solid today to illustrate it, but this is just the beginning. Reactivity has been serving as a common language between UI frameworks for a while now. Solid, Vue, even recently things like Preact are using fine-grained reactivity, or quick added signals too. If you squint, even React and Svelte, which are more component-based, they still have the same language. So why not apply that beyond component boundaries? We've seen this to great effect with Solid, and Vue recently announced that they are actually working on a new compiler, Vue Vapor, which is eerily similar to Solid in that it doesn't use a virtual DOM and that it compiles to these fine-grained updates. But it actually has other applications as well. I've been talking about the cost of components now for several years, but recently we've been seeing it applied in amazingly new ways. The problem is, components that need to rerun means that you need all that JavaScript in the browser, even when you do server render. And a couple years ago, the Marco team had reached out and realized that some of this fine-grained work was actually the solution to handling hydration. Hydration is that reboot that happens when the server rendered application starts up. And the reason that it's so expensive is largely a function of our component model. We didn't have this problem back in jQuery days. But if you can get rid of the runtime components, you can also eliminate hydration. And this has been realized now by frameworks like the eBay's Marco. They've been working on the Marco 6, the next version, and Builder.io is quick. And I hope very soon that Solid is going to be part of that list. So it's not about virtual DOM or not, or about diffing or not. You can embed a whole virtual DOM inside of reactive system if that's what you wanted. You can do concurrent rendering without a virtual DOM. It's about recognizing that our change model, while very entwined with our UI representation, is not the same thing. For this reason, the conversation around the world beyond components starts with reactivity, a system of change unto itself. Reactivity is already everywhere in JavaScript frameworks, from state management to compilation, but we can leverage it best if we fully embrace it and live in its declarative world. So maybe a revolution is not in the cards, maybe just a reactive renaissance. but who knows what new worlds are only just a step away. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, you got to the next to the last slide before you said anything about the virtual DOM.
Yep.
A whole nother topic that you've written about, and not only do you have opinions on, but you're willing to contradict yourself sometimes too, and say that the myth has a myth almost.
Yeah, no, it's funny because as a raw rendering technique, there is really the overhead of a virtual DOM super optimized is not very different than any other system. Like you can benchmark a virtual DOM and be just as fast as a reactive system or whatnot. But I do think there's implications on the end developer in terms of like how easy it is for them, like how the virtual DOM handles end user code. And I think that's where reactivity is very powerful because it, by the way it works, it just isolates some kind of packages up the separate changes, so you don't have to worry about your whole app becoming a big mess of entanglement. That's what I think the biggest difference is. Even though the virtual DOM itself can be very, very fast.
Couple of funny things. Someone's came into the channel and said, "Is this React?" And Andrey Filippov said, "The React we deserve." And Michael Leary said, "Absolutely awesome, Ryan. Your talk was the reason they signed up for today." So we got to move through a bunch of questions before we run out of time. So err on the side of shorter answers. The first one is really substantive from Michael Leary. "I see similar flaws with React. As someone who's having trouble finding work without React experience, how vital do you think it will continue to be moving forward?"
Yeah, I mean, React's everywhere. So like, I still tell people, like, if you're looking for a job, use React. I think a lot of these ideas are somewhat transitive. I do like that. Yeah, I think as long as you learn a framework, you'll be able to get the other ones. But yeah, today, learn React. Unfortunately, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, sure. But do yourself a favor and subscribe to Ryan on Twitter so you can see analysis about the next React and the patterns that React is adopting or where they're running into issues and things like that. Miguel gets into a really substantive one. What is a good pattern in Solid for holding a single reference like a class instance? Not necessarily a DOM reference, but like an observer or SDK instance or something.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw, that it's all just function or closure scope. So it's just a matter of where you want to put it. Because the components don't rerun, it's actually pretty safe to put something in a component body. You can also, we have a context API. You can, have hierarchical referencing that way. Mm-hmm. And you can put it global if you want it, module level if you want a singleton. It's just the rules of JavaScript essentially, because you don't have to worry about the re-render. You can kind of just put it wherever it makes sense.
This is an example of people taking baggage from other historical precedents, right?
Yeah.
And you get back to the language and these things get to be a little bit more normal. Andrey Filippov asked, any optimization in Solid for huge DOMs?
Well, the big thing is when you put your templates together and stuff, we actually do a similar technique as Lit and we clone the DOM. The biggest thing is how much of your page is changing at a time, right? Because Solid's fine-grained updates, if your changes are localized, you're not like paying the cost of the huge DOM only at creation. And we mitigate it at creation by basically analyzing your templates and actually trying to clone and create as many DOM nodes at once at the same time, which is actually a lot faster than doing it one by one like you find in a virtual DOM.
Someone with a long screen name asked, were you an early Backbone, Ember, or Ruby guy at one point?
Yeah, Knockout was my big one, to be fair. I came actually out of .NET. I was a .NET developer. I learned Knockout that way because of the tie-in there. So I was doing like MVC, and then I went Knockout, and then I went to Ember, actually. Ember was my first, real front-end framework. But I kind of went back to Knockout, and that's where Solid.js came from.
This question that just came in from Mad Katai. What about event teardown, like resize observers?
Right, yeah. We haven't, the whole graph is a reactive system. So I didn't really show it here, but it's all effect inside effect inside effect. And in the same way that whenever you rerun an effect, it has an automatic cleanup, we have an on cleanup function, and you can literally put that in an effect, outside an effect, pretty much anywhere, and you can just register a cleanup. And when that part tears down, then it will tear down as well. And as I said, it's not the component boundaries, but actually the reactive graph boundaries. So like where there's decisions or like if statements or conditionals in your templating, that's where, like, if you unmount a whole thing because you're no longer showing it, we will run the cleanup at that point, and then you can tear all that stuff down.
That point about the whole graph as a reactive system, I had all of your writing on an iPad at the beach over the summer. And there was something close to that. I think it might have been that, but I put the iPad down and I got up and I walked around for about 30 minutes. I just needed to let that all sink in. Angels in Circles asked, and we'll make this kind of the last one, to really position Solid for people. I want everyone to understand the big picture you're talking about. But I also want everyone to go give Solid a try, especially with your announcement yesterday. Is Solid versus React just a performance battle, or is Solid advertised to be a more generally flexible framework to do reactive web dev? This question came in just before your slide where you were talking about, this isn't just compiler tricks.
It really isn't. This isn't about performance. It changes the way you write your code to the way you would have expected to write your code. I think people have been saying that the DX one is been giant. It's not like trying to, like, there are frameworks that like make cleaner language, and less typing. This isn't what that's about. We're still very much explicit. And there's still, you have to type a reasonable amount of stuff, but the actual mental model is very freeing. We found, and honestly, it's not just, when we talk performance, it's not just like benchmarks, it's architectural, because building this way changes what you can do. It might look like React, but like in the latest Solid Start demos I've been doing, we actually build partial hydration and like islands in a client-side app. So you're like, it feels like a single page app, but we're shipping only the little pieces of JavaScript that are interactive. This is all possible because of the way Solid's reactivity works. And I think it's a game changer that's why other frameworks are adopting these patterns. We're seeing it actually change the way that they think about how the front end should work.
Yeah. And you say this in your articles when you actually, like you did today, build a reactive system from scratch, that everything's just a natural extension of those core primitives.
Yeah,
These
exactly.
aren't bolted on 6 or 7 years after the architecture was incepted. Last point, and then we'll let you get out of here. This is kind of a put your big picture hat back on. I'm not trying to trick you into a snarky statement.
Okay.
Quite the opposite. I want you to kind of help us learn to value things. Apart from technical considerations, how do you view the governance of the projects across some of the current framework choices?
Yeah, that's a big one, and it's tricky because open source is a tricky thing because there's a question of where the money comes from, how you're able to actually build these things, and the truth of the matter is they might start as a small idea, like I started with Solid, but then at a certain point they are consuming. There needs a lot of people involved. I've seen some projects, even VC funded ones, being incredibly open with their communities and inclusive and coming up with really great ways. Like Astro is a benchmark for the rest of us in how they bring in maintainers. They have like a whole series of steps. If you put the effort in, you'll be recognized purely on a ladder system in terms of what you contribute is what you like, how your voice and impact come into the community. Smaller frameworks like myself and Svelte historically have been kind of what they call like benevolent dictator model, where it's very much
I'm from the Python world. That's what we have. Yeah.
Right. Like it helps us move really fast at the beginning, but it probably won't stay that way forever. But yeah, it's always tricky when there's money involved in large companies and figuring out how those influences come in. We're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So we're trying to find new ways to fund open source and figuring out how we can actually make it work. But a lot of this does come down to those kind of aspects from my perspective.
Brilliant talk. We'll give you one shot on the way out the door to give a little Solid promotion. Give us one little bit about Solid Start and what's coming in the next few months.
Yeah, no, Solid Start's super excited because we've brought in patterns that I've seen across the web dev. It's basically our Next.js felt kit competitor, and it has like progressive enhanced forms, loaders, actions, server function RPC. It's really quite a cool package, and we're adding in the process right now with some experimental features that bring the best of the MPA and single page app worlds, low JavaScript, fast load times, and max interaction kind of coming together in one package. Do check it out. Check out the release article. Everything's linked off the Solid.js website and our Discord, and really get an idea. I think we're starting to see what the future web dev is looking like.
Indeed. Everyone in chat, thanks for the great questions. And Ryan, thanks a bunch for the great talk.
Thank you so much.
All right, Vitaly, we had a lot of brain food on that one.
Right.
Writing a reactive system from scratch. Well, I think since we are a little bit over on time, we'll go straight to the break.
Yeah, right.
All right, we will resume in 5 or 6 minutes, everyone. Thanks.
All right, so we continue, and now it's our last section of this great event, JavaScript Day. I'd like to start with one comment from the previous section. Now I will try it, and that is so important. So this is what we are here for.
Well said.
Just try it. Try it. That's very important. And our next talk is Nuxt 3, Modern Vue 3 on Steroids with Aleksandra Lichter. Aleksandra is a web development consultant in his 20s. And he's very young. Yeah. When not working on open source projects like Nuxt, he gives talks at conferences, writes blog posts, or consults other companies on web development with a focus on Vue and Nuxt. Welcome, Aleksandra.
Hey, thanks a lot for the introduction. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us. First, a big thanks for being here to talk about topics like Vue 3, Nuxt 3, the new Nitro engine, which I'm really interested in hearing about. It's intriguing stuff. Lots of innovation going on everywhere, but especially in your field. Your bio, this is just something interesting to me. Your bio has you as a web consultant. What's that like these days? What's a week in the life of Aleksandra like?
Wow, it's very versatile. So I never get bored because I really can't describe like the usual week. I have, of course, like meetings with steady clients, sometimes like, oh, hey, can we do a pair programming session? Can we do like architectural discussions about like, oh, we want to build this new feature? Or sometimes just, oh, we want to achieve this with Vue or Nuxt. Can you help us with that? Or are we doing this the right way? And of course, sometimes like, hey, can you give a workshop? Can you like show us or teach us about this and that? For example, Nitro that you mentioned, like, can you give us an introduction? How does it work? How can we use devices in our project specifically tailored? So yeah, there is no like standard week. So it's
How
fun.
often do you have something that comes from one of those meetings that winds up factoring into Nuxt or something like that?
Well, I would say all the time, like it's more this dog fooding, right? You figure out what people have problems with, and then it's like, oh, maybe we should like improve documentation or like write a more detailed blog post because like some people are having issues on that, not just one or two. So I think it's really great symbiosis there.
I agree. That's a good way to put it, a good symbiosis. I'm an old school CMS guy, SSR, SSG guy. And I love seeing all the innovation going on with modern front ends on the server side these days. It's just intellectually interesting. Do you think a lot of these frameworks have reached kind of similar conclusions all at once? Or do you think that there's going to be a period where things are still going to shake out for ideas and patterns?
Well, I think the greatest thing in open source is that like every framework can try to like look out of the box, like look left and right, and then see, hey, how can we maybe fit the ideas from others into our ecosystem, like not bend and do the same thing, but more like adapting. And they're always like pioneers with things. Like I remember, for example, smart prefetching, like prefetching a site and the thing comes into I think like Gatsby had that first, and then like TurboLinks so on popped off, and more frameworks adopted that. So it's just nice that open source benefits like all the huge JavaScript ecosystem, not just like one single framework. So I really love that.
Yeah. Count me as someone using Gatsby that also wants to look around left and right, and I'll just leave it at that point. You are breaking up just a little bit. If it becomes an issue later on, I'll jump in and let you know. But for now, I think it's on the edge of being okay. So good. Thank you very much for being with us. And I'm really eager to hear about Vue 3 and Nuxt 3.
All right. So yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, today the talk is Nuxt 3 more than Vue 3 on steroids. And I don't have to tell that much about me. Yeah, I'm a web development consultant, talked about that, speaker and instructor, and the maintainer of Next.js too. So might be a bit biased with things I'm talking about here, of course, not very neutral, but yeah, well, that was expected. I'm on Twitter too. I have a website and a blog that I should post more things on there, and also on GitHub, of course. Okay, so right, the people of you like who's using Vue? It's like, okay, yeah, Vue is really amazing. It's lightweight. It's a component level framework. We love it. But I have heard it very often, like, okay, we use Vue for like a public facing site, or we want to do e-commerce and whatnot. At some point, it feels like, yeah, Vue alone might not be enough. We need more than just an SPA, but still we love Vue. So what do? Well, in there, of course, comes Next.js, which is a meta framework. So a framework on top of Vue, on top of Vue 3 in this case, with Next 3. And so, as mentioned, it is a progressive framework. Vue is also a progressive framework. This is important. So it can utilize everything, for example, the browser the client has to offer, or the platform you deploy into, but you don't have to. It's based on Vue 3 and Wheat, so it's super fast HMR, all the modern goodness, and it's completely written in TypeScript. So Next 2 was not. Next 3 is a complete rewrite in TypeScript. And also important, it is very performant and lightweight out of the box. It's also like a very mentionable thing nowadays. Lots of JavaScript will be published, and we don't want tons of like megabytes on there. No, we want to keep it small, of course. So code splitting out of the box. We will see that later. If you don't know, like ISSG, SSR, ISR, ISG, all the acronyms, don't worry. We'll come to that in a bit. And I think one of the kind of unique selling points of Next is like it's universally deployable. So you're not locked into one certain platform that is like favoring the framework. It's more like wherever you want to deploy it, you can do that. You can go to Netlify, to Vercel, Azure, Cloudflare workers even, so not even just pure Node. And technically, you can even, like, if you have an own platform you want to deploy to, just do it. If it's normal platform supporting Node.js, no biggie. If you want to have it static, no big deal. Just put out the HTML files on the CDN, all good. And if it's like something more exotic, you can always like write, because all open source, a preset for that. It's not that hard to. Yeah. And of course, also compared to Next 2, Next 3 is very well optimized for cold start and serverless. So this is also a big plus. But what I, in my day-to-day job, like the most, it's very easily extensible. So often I'm like, oh, can we do that? Does the framework allow us to this and this? And thanks to hooks inside the framework, not to like compare with Nuxt, React hooks or anything, Nuxt allows us to say, hey, when you generate a file or when you render a page, we'll let you do something. You can do whatever logic you want. So this is really, really helpful, but more like for advanced use cases or modules that you can also use to extend your project. So yeah, let's take a look at some of the cool features. First of all, the folder structure. The folder structure is lovely because there is none by default. So you can just start with a blank sheet almost. Started, you can just use one single app.vue component and can prototype your applications. But of course, when projects grow, you might want a more like fixed project and directory structure, and Nuxt also offers that. And it's supercharged. What that means? One sec. First, a very simple example. If you don't use TypeScript, you can even leave out the ts config. So it just needs the 3 files, nuxt.config.ts, not even, so maybe even 2, just your app.vue, and of course your package.json to install dependencies. The config is almost always used, but still come to that in a bit too, and then ts config for TypeScript. So that's like a tiny setup. Of course, there can be way more folders like here, and you don't have to memorize them all. You will see when you need these. And let's take a look at some of them. Let's start with the pages folder, right? Because if we have like growing application, at some point, it's not just one page anymore. So what we want is we want to create routes. So what we'll do is we create a pages folder, and then we just throw in .vue files. So throw in good old Vue components. And if some of you remembered like, hey, wait, just like dragging files somewhere and the pages will appear. Yes, these are the PHP vibes in a good way. So absolutely, this is it. And pages, here's an example structure. You can have like hello.vue, which corresponds to /hello, obviously. And you can also have, of course, nested folders and dynamic pages that correspond to a dynamic part. For example, articles here with the slug, it's in square brackets, so you can put in whatever you want there, like a number or a slug, as in with like a dash separated words, and it will be rendered and you can use these parameters. But in the end, the file structure will be used, so Nuxt can pull out the router config based on that file structure that will look roughly like that. And yeah, as I mentioned, you can use parameters. And new thing is you can also use parameters in parts of the route. So for example, artist, dash, and then the dynamic part. So part is static, part is dynamic. Great, right? And yeah, as I mentioned, nesting is also possible. So far, so good. Next thing, of course, we want to use these route parameters somehow, because it's not just, hey, okay, we can render these components, we want to use them. So the easiest way, you can use them in your components itself by just using $route in a template. For example, just to render something out, let's say we have this artist dash group in square brackets, as I just mentioned, and we just want to render the group here. So we use $route.params for the parameters .group. That's it. If we, for example, access artist.rock or artist-rock, sorry, then we say group rock. If we have artist-classic, it's group classic. Easy peasy. But of course, if we have, for example, IDs or slugs, we usually don't only want to display them. We also want to grab something from an API based on that values. So we can use the useRoute composable, which might be familiar because it's a little bit similar to the one from useRouter, like a view router. And it also looks pretty easy. We just say, hey, look, we get our route from useRoute, and here we get the params and do whatever, log them, make an API call. All nice. And you also, if you notice the code example, it's like nothing omitted. This is actually what you need. And it already looks like a very, well, brief version, but it is really that. We'll see that in a bit too. Let me just talk about Nuxt first, because, okay, we have multiple pages. We can use dynamic arguments. Now we have to navigate, right? So what we want to do, classic, we could use an A tag, but no, we have kind of a single page application, so we don't want a full page reload. Do not use A tags in this case. And if you're a Vue user, you know, there is router link from Vue router. That's not that either. So what we're going to use is, the heading already spoils it, Nuxt, of course, which is great because it behaves similar to router link and has some extra benefits. For example, smart prefetching, which I already mentioned in the introduction, which is a great feature. So if a link access comes in the viewport and your site is idle, so all the critical stuff is loaded, then it can preload that JavaScript for that page, so the user experience is better and the user doesn't have to wait. If the user's in a bad connection or the browser is like still rendering, then of course that don't will happen. And another good part, if you're used to router link, well, you always have that one big component as in like, hey, is it an external link? Then please render it like that, and else render a router link. This is not necessary anymore because, hey, surprise, Nuxt can now handle external links too. Great developer experience, not much to add there. And yeah, you can just specify it through the to parameter. You can also force external usage and so on. It's not difficult. So yeah, this is a very brief example. You could also put in a URL here and it would work. Okay, file system-based routing, check, nice. Another cool feature, and we already saw that in action when I mentioned, that code example is very brief, auto imports. Auto imports, Nuxt has many of them. Let's start with Vue-related stuff. Let's take a look at the very basic TypeScript script setup in a plain Vue component. Let's say we get the computed here, and we create based on refs, the author, and books, and then a computed value. Okay, easy peasy. How does it look like in Nuxt? The same code. There you go. You see, we can completely omit the first line, so we don't have to import like reactive and computed, or in this case, ref and computed, or watchers and whatnot all the time. It will automatically happen based on the Vue's composition API export. So Nuxt will recognize that and import that. Plus, that's very important too, we have full type safety, we have full IntelliSense, and as I said, it would just work. Same goes, by the way, for components and composables. Components, we'll see that later, but for composables, let's take a look. So let's say we build a composables. In a composables folder, another one of the Nuxt supercharged folders here, let's say we call use API. We could also change the file name to whatever, because if we have a named export, then it will use the named export's name, in this case, use API in line 1 here, as the name of the composable for auto import. If we have a default export, it will use the file name. It will do that. And maybe let's say we put in some Vue use, which is a great library of lots of great composables. You should definitely check it out if you don't know about that yet. For example, because we want to use the mouse, right? Get X and Y position for some reasons. We also import that. Okay, and again, in Nuxt, we can actually emit both. So first, for our own composables, as I just mentioned, in the composables folder, auto import easy. And for the view use thing, so for third-party libraries, it is a little bit more than just omitting it. Like third-party libraries can register modules for that. So yeah, TLDR, you can easily auto import composables, and there is a library integration for like bigger libraries, and you can even write it on your own. If you're a library author or you say, hey, I use this frequently, please, I want to auto import from there. You can always configure that. So yeah, again, we can save a few lines of code. It's totally type safe. And I know this feeling when you repetitively have to do things, be it like define routes or import stuff. Even ideally, your IDE is doing that for you. But still, sometimes you just don't want it all. And it's so easy to figure out nowadays. So why not let the framework do it for you? All right. And as I just mentioned, with Nuxt, you can extend your project with modules. Like there are certain modules for, say, adding tailwind CSS or this view use integration we just saw here. So you can like import the composables, and of course it's all tree shakeable. But there's also one module that will really make a huge difference in your project, which is called Nuxt content. Nuxt content will basically turn Nuxt into a file-based content management system. So you now have a new folder called content, and you can put in some like Markdown, YAML, CSVs, JSON in there. And the idea is you can render the content, you can query it, say, hey, for this page, I want to have this file, no big deal. And there's also code highlighting, for example, if you want to write some documentation or a blog post. Yeah, so that's amazing. But it's not that. There's one more thing, MDC, Markdown components. So you can write view components in your Markdown, and it will, again, just work. So let's take a look. I prepared a little demo project here. It's on StackBlitz. And what we have here is like the starter set for your Nuxt content experience. So what we have is, of course, package.json and so on. The Nuxt config, again, this can be all scaffolded very easily, just has the module in here to register that. We have an app.view that just renders the Nuxt page. So says, okay, if you have pages, please render them in there. We can even omit that if we like. Then we have a catch-all page here. So make it one little bit bigger. So in square brackets, the ... and then whatever, say slug, is a catch-all page. It will catch all pages that are not defined otherwise. And in here, we let the content doc component render the things, which is a component from Nuxt content. And as I just mentioned, we have this content folder here that's new. And in this index.nd, we have, well, just plain. So if I save it here, it's quickly restarting the server. Oh no, it worked already. Perfect. Don't worry, locally, thanks to Vite, it will be way faster. This is the online playground, so it will take a little bit. In the meantime, while Nuxt is reloading, we can do one more thing. Say, okay, we have an index page, easy. What's next? Well, what's next? We can add an about.md, of course, because we might also want to have an about page, right? So let's go manually to /about here, and we see, oh, document is empty. Fine. Let's just write Markdown. There we go, about. Great. If you want to go back now, we can just create a link, let's say back home, and write it down here. Perfect. And now it will lead us back to index. And here as well, to about, we can create a link here too, to /about. And it will work. It's a single application, all good. So far, so good. So our Markdown works in here. It's a single page application, but there are more awesome things. So let's create a components folder. And as I mentioned, the components folder is also a folder for Nuxt, as you saw on the graphic, and it helps with the auto import functionality. Let's create a content folder in here, because for Nuxt content auto imports, you need them in the content folder. That's one special thing for Nuxt content. If you use the components with auto import otherwise, you can just put them right there, like without a subfolder. And let's say we want an add button that view. Okay, let's create a template without typing, and we just write a button. Easy. Okay, let's say my content. Good, we're fine. Okay, in here in the console, already said, hey, okay, components created, nice. Please create components content, restart the Nuxt server to use components in Markdown. So we will do that, and then we will use this component. So in here we can write colon and then add button, save it, and quickly wait until the server restarts. And then we should see this add button that we just created in our Markdown. We don't see it yet for some reason, but this should be fine. Components content should also be fine. We are in about, of course, we can't see it. There we go. My content. Okay, great. We can use any kind of view component in that Markdown. It will render. Great. That's it? No, of course not. Let's say we add a slot in here. Button, instead of my content, we write slot, or we can also use content slot, which is again another component from Nuxt content. Oh, let's just keep it with slot. Okay, let's just add a slot, and default content is my content. There we go again. And what we can do is like double colon here, and now we can write click me here, and boom, the slot content will be passed thanks because of being in the definition of this component. And now we do something crazy and just see, we can even still use Markdown. So we can use Markdown inside our slot components, and it will magically just work thanks to Nuxt content. We can even do more. We can, for example, add another slot that's named. Let's say slot name description. It's in here, and let's do hashtag description. And there we go. It pops up there too. Of course, for button it's not that useful, but maybe for modal or whatever, this will work great. Yeah, so we can use name slot, we can use default slots, we can nest components in components, all that works. One more thing to show is maybe the code highlighting, which is pretty cool. So let's say JavaScript export const my function is nothing here. We just do a good old no-op. And now we see, okay, it's there, it has monofont, it's not really highlighted yet. Yes, because it is an opt-in feature. And you can basically just opting in by providing the setting here. So all you need to do is in your Nuxt config again, you have to create content key. So let's say we create the content key here. And then we go for highlight theme, GitHub light. Yes, it's not defined, that's right. So there we go. Sorry, it must be highlight, not highlighting. So let's fix that quickly, and it will load again. And the theme can be GitHub light. I'm really into typos today. So here we go. Let's give it a spin. It should not complain because it's not highlighting anymore, but highlight. And there we go. Here we have a theme. We can use anything that Shiki, the highlighter, provides us. We can use an own theme. We can even switch out the highlighter with whatever you want. Again, it's very configurable and just a small example here. So yeah, one more cool thing is, because I remember it's very annoying, like sometimes you just want to style a few things. So let's say we create a new style and we say .bg Rebecca purple. So far so good. Background color, and of course Rebecca purple. So this should not throw. Great. And what we do now is, if we apply that, for example, to the whole thing without the dots. Of course, it will be purple. Great, this works. So sometimes we just want to apply that maybe to some parts of the content. Let's say purple here should be purple. Then we wrap it like a link, but we use the curly bracket, and then we just apply the class, and it's purple. Of course, if you use like Tailwind and so on, this will also work. And when you use the Nuxt Tailwind module together, also you have the full JIT experience. So everything that's used will be filtered out. And yeah, there's even more. That's like just a very tiny example of what Nuxt content is capable. You can use document-driven mode and just like to totally use Markdown to like create your page, you create tables of contents, lists, even build a navigation. Lots of opportunities, but the time is rare. So let's continue with the presentation. Again, the quick demo will be online. The links are at the end of the slides and also in the chat. Okay, so let's talk about NitroPack. If you haven't heard about NitroPack, it's actually Nitro, and we also mentioned it in the introduction. It's Nuxt's new server engine, which also works, by the way, with Nuxt 2, thanks to a module. The idea is here that this server engine can implement endpoints and middleware on the server side. It's also responsible for deployment, and it is powered by H3 under the hood, which is, state now, the fastest JavaScript framework according to the Fastify benchmarks. So yeah, yet another JavaScript framework or like HTTP framework, like Express Connect, whatever. Don't worry, there's legacy support for all Express middlewares, but the idea is here, it is like independent of the platform. You can use it Node in the browser, workers, you name it. Okay, so how does such an endpoint look like? The endpoint, for example, if I want to create one, looks like this. We have to define an event handler, and we can get the event in there to get, for example, parameters or query parameters or whatnot. And we can then just return info. Like we can return JSON. If we just return object, it will be converted automatically. We can return text, so also HTML. We can set headers. We can use caching in between, all that. Great. But there's one great thing that ties the bonds between Nuxt and Nitro here. Now you could fetch that, for example, through $fetch or like use fetch compose or whatnot in Nuxt. And now you can say API my endpoint because it's saved in server API my endpoint. Good. But the magic here is, first of all, this route, when you write it down, will be auto-completed, first of all. And second of all, you have full IntelliSense and TypeScript support. So if you, for example, return now this object with data, Nuxt will know. So you can automatically infer the possible response time. Great, right? And there's way more. Again, it's just a very short excerpt here. And we have a few more goodies. But now let's talk about rendering modes, because rendering modes are what I guess you are also very interested in. I mentioned before, like, yeah, SSG, ISR, and so on. But first of all, you can switch between having a good old pure SPA and using any kind of server-side rendering just by setting a config SSR true or false. It's true by default, but so you can just turn it off if you like. Okay, fine. Then server-side rendering, because terminology is always difficult, you can choose like dynamic server-side rendering of any kind, like having server or serverless function or whatnot, versus full pre-rendering. So like static site generation, but for all your sites, except these that you don't pre-render, then you can use an SPA fallback, because in the end, it's always an SPA, by choosing either Nuxt build or Nuxt generate. So it's just one command to switch. And so far, that's nothing really new, right? That's what most frameworks also can do. And one great thing is the hybrid rendering, which is supported as well through route rules. Some of them are experimental, some are not. So what you can do is you can mix up all these things. You can say, hey, can I pre-render these three routes because they will never change? Great, I will do them on build time already, not on demand. Then let's make a little example here. Then let's say all blog routes. Hey, let's use stay-by validate. Like on demand, build them and set, for example, a max age and then revalidate them, or completely fetch them new if they're way, way, way too old. Or for all articles, just say, hey, we want to build them on demand and they will never change. So it's basically on-demand pre-rendering. and it's all good. We can also set headers or even disable the server-side rendering for different route rules. And again, there is way more behind that. Again, just a small excerpt here. So yeah, also the route rules should work on all platforms at some point. Again, some of them are experimental, don't work on all of them, but we're working on that. And yeah, with rendering modes, we always have to talk about deployments as well, because deployment, as I mentioned before, is very important. And right now it's possible seamlessly in over 10 plus platforms, in addition to, as I said, just any CDN with like full pre-rendering or any node server by just running the good old dynamic server-side rendering. 5 of them are zero config, so you just have to link up your Git repository and you're good to go. For example, Netlify and Versal, they just work out of the box, so it's just a matter of minutes to deploy. And when I usually teach people about Nuxt 3, they're like, wow, this is really nice developer experience to not have to fiddle around with configs, just good to go. And again, this also means you're not locked into a platform. You can switch if you say like, hey, oh, we want to switch from Versal to Netlify. You don't even have to do something, right? Because you define all your route rules in your Nuxt.config. You don't even have to adapt from Netlify to Versal, for example, your redirects file, or from Netlify Versal JSON, whatnot. So easy peasy. Again, we have support for Node.js, of course, serverless and workers. Deno is also coming soon. There's an issue open, so Deno can be supported too. And as I mentioned in the beginning, own platforms can be supported too by developing own presets. So yeah, just feel free to contribute there. Yeah, I think that's even it. Oh, well, there's so much more. We haven't even intensively talked about Nuxt config TS, all the possibilities there, what to change. We have not talked about runtime config, which is the idea of passing environment variables, but on runtime, so you can change them without building again and again. About layouts, about error handling in general, like from coarse to fine grain to like growth, like showing a full error page and whatnot. Route level or page level and layout level transitions. About data fetching at all, like very briefly, but it's also working with composables. But state management and use state, opinion integration as well. Nuxt plugins and modules, because it's not hard to write them on your own. Of course, you can use one of the countless open source modules to get started. And of course, we're always happy for contributions to the whole ecosystem. And yeah, and way more. This is like just, again, a few of the things. Even some are on the list, like extends, for example, which is a great feature I will talk about soon too. So yeah, let's give a very brief summary, and then I'm curious for questions. So first of all, Nuxt makes universal deployment easy, thanks to Nuxt and Nitro and H3 and so on. Also very important, you can use Nitro standalone, you can use H3 standalone, you can use like all of the packages that eventually power Nuxt completely standalone in your projects. If you feel like, hey, I just want to have a nice, Node.js or platform independent, even better framework, so I'm not tied to, I have to always use that platform, and I still want to, program my routes and do my logic, Nitro might be a good fit. Check it out. The idea is to deliver an amazing developer experience, because the phenomenal DX and sensible defaults make developers happy, at least from what I heard. And of course, in the end, Nuxt is more than just Vue on steroids. It's a progressive app level framework that reduces friction and makes your app development experience a breeze. So yeah, thanks a lot for your attention. Thanks also to my sponsors. I'm very happy to dedicate time to open source. Thanks to them. And yeah, that's it for me. I'm curious for questions, and there are the links. They're also in the chat then. So yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aleksandra. And we've posted some links in chat too, so people can reach that.
Perfect.
Yeah. Now, by the way, now I understand why people come to you for consultancy. So thank you very much. It was very good talk. Yeah. So I'll ask some questions from chat and first, but I'll start with some not a question, but Aleksandra, it's from Andrey Filipov. Aleksandra, thanks for your input with Nuxt. The framework grows in the right direction, especially the last year with all your releases was reached for delivery. And several questions from Andrey. How much time does it take to deliver that much from you, from your coworkers?
I think the connection is breaking down right now.
So, yeah, we were happy to have almost no problems during the talk. So
yes, good.
I'll repeat it.
There we go.
How
Sorry,
much?
please.
Yeah, how much time does it take to deliver that much from you, from your coworkers? I mean, all your releases that you had the last year.
How much time? Sorry again. How much time?
Yes. How much time does it take to deliver that much? Like you're very productive. You mean all the time?
Well, that's actually really difficult to measure. Like it really depends. So because
maybe if we are talking about Nuxt exclusively, so
sorry, could you repeat it once again? Sorry for the bad connection. Like I'm like still traveling.
Yeah, we get that. Maybe we should go to the next one. So, what are the future Nuxt features you are excited about?
Okay, yeah, future Nuxt features for sure. Server components. So server components will be ideally just components you deliver from the server, and they have no JS impact on the side. They have no hydration. They have no extra cost besides the HTML you're sending over. So this is something I'm really excited about. And of course, in general, like in what kind of direction the framework is steering after the stable release, which is quite soon. So yeah, but if I have to pick one, that's definitely server components. Other than that, of course, more route rules, see how things are developing there. And I would say also how the extends features goes that I briefly mentioned.
So I think that also answers the next question from Andrey about full stack apps. So maybe that's it. So how customizable is the content component? If I have custom metadata in my Markdown file, could that somehow be extracted before displaying? That's a question from Max.
Yes. So just wait to come back. There we go. Is a way, because if you have custom data in your front matter, so like it's a very common format for Markdown, like with the 3 dashes and like in the top, and this can be automatically extracted by Nuxt content. So I would say it's very customizable. You can do almost anything you want with that because you can extract it.
Aleksandra, are you with us? Oh yeah. So I'm sure Paul have some questions too.
Sorry.
Sure, I'll ask just one question and then we'll let you get out. First, I'd like to comment that WebStorm 2022.1 added Nuxt 3 support and Vue 3 support, and we have continued effort that we're putting into both of those. We're really excited about it. Your slide on rendering modes. I love that slide because I've been really interested in incremental builds. I've run a big Gatsby site for the last few years, and I've learned not to trust it for incremental builds. it's a hard problem. Do you feel like you have a good incremental build solution? Could you talk a little bit more about how you decide what to rebuild and how do you get all the right bits for that into the build directory?
Okay, I just think about where to start there. But so the idea is for incremental static generation, it's really like on a per route base. So if you create the route, like, or if you open a route and it's not like rendered, for example, in version Netlify, that will just fetch it again. If you have changes to, for example, your whole application, then of course you might want to rebuild the whole thing, because yeah, that's the tricky part of invalidating any, like all of them, just a few.
Yeah.
So for example, for Netlify, there is a preset where this just happens, like, oh, there's a new version of code. Let's just throw away the old builds and rebuild everything.
Right.
But that's not even fully necessary. You can even say, hey, let's use edge functions there where we validate, and then get the new content step by step. And it's very important that it is only the first request. After the first request, it's plain out SPA. You get all the JavaScript and you're good. So you never like have like a state in between, like say the one route has the old stuff and the one route has the new one, unless you do a hard refresh.
In fact, I think there was a blog post by your project a year or two ago about that exact problem. Someone has a page that has like a hash pointed to another page, but then you deploy a new version on the server and all the hashes have changed and they are left in this weird state. And it's a hard problem. And I admire all the work that Nuxt has done for these different modes of development and kind of on-demand things.
Sorry, again, the connection. I'm
That's
very
fine.
sorry for that.
We'll go ahead and wrap up, Vitaly. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do that.
So, Aleksandra, thanks for joining us
today. If there are any more questions, please just shoot them at me on Twitter. I'm very happy to answer them in text form. So very sorry for the bad connection. And I'll definitely get back to that. Please just feel free to write them and I will get back to it.
And anyone, if you need help with Nuxt 3 or Vue 3 or whatever, we happen to know someone who's available for doing work. Thank you, Aleksandra.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is a talk that is near and dear to my heart. All these like static site generators and on demand and edge stuff and all these things that are changing in the world of front ends.
Right.
All right.
So we have some time before the next talk.
we have a little bit of a break right now. We have around 7 minutes before our next talk. And so real quick, we want to repeat the promotion code that we were doing earlier. WebStorm's our ID for TypeScript, JavaScript, all these things that you've seen today. We have a promo code for everybody today that lets you get 3 months of WebStorm for free. We're going to paste it into the chat now. And if you are a student or a teacher, you can get all of our IDEs, all of our professional tools for free. You can apply directly on our website. The link will be in the chat as well. We have a lot of people that take us up on that offer, right?
By the way, I was a teacher for a long time, and I've used free IDEs, and it was really great, really convenient. So.
Yeah.
I'm happy JetBrains support education in that way.
We have a few minutes before our next talk, which is going to be really fantastic on this topic that I wanted to talk about for a few minutes. Our world in the front end went through a period in the last couple of years of something called JavaScript fatigue, where tooling had overwhelmed us. The quality of the tooling had overwhelmed us. The size of the node modules directory and build times and and reliance on some tools that weren't up to the quality on things like that. And it feels different now. It feels different now for a couple of obvious reasons. Some of the machinery has been replaced by lower level programming languages. ES Build is in Go, and Vite uses that. Other things written in Rust. TurboPack, which just got announced last week, written in Rust as a replacement for Webpack. And that implies, I had to say the word Rust in order to get you to shake your head. That implies a performance improvement, which is the core of the complaint. But it also, would you agree, Vitaly, that it implies a quality improvement?
Yeah, I think that's for sure, especially if you use Rust, of course. It's about that. But that's a normal thing, you know, when you have more tools and there is some competition between them, of course, they are improving. So that's a good thing. So maybe, by the way, once you've mentioned JavaScript fatigue, I was thinking maybe it's a new framework or maybe it's a new tooling for JavaScript, but then I find out what it's actually.
Yeah.
So I think it was a problem several years ago, but I don't see it as a problem now, by the way, because tooling is getting better. So
right, and there's
actually
another thing that happened. I know we only have a few minutes left, but another thing that happened is with the deployment of browsers that can understand HTTP2, HTTP3, and ESM modules for imports, the bundler part that had to jam 57 different modules into one thing for performance reasons has become less of an issue. And so the complexity and build times for some of these frameworks has gotten better.
Yeah.
All right. I suggest that we go and wrap up this topic with a smile and say things have gotten better with JavaScript fatigue. And our next speaker will be someone who talks to us about professional building tools and deployments and quality and all those other kinds of things. So let's go ahead and shift to our last talk of the day. Our next talk is What's New in Angular 15 with Minko Gechev. Minko leads product and developer relations for Angular at Google. Before that, he was CTO of Rime.com, which Coursera acquired in 2019. Welcome, Minko.
Hey, Paul.
Welcome.
Hi, Vitaly.
I've got questions.
Sounds good.
All right.
Actually, by the way, with JavaScript fatigue, you were spot on. That's exactly what I'll start with.
I got lucky on that. I talked myself into that and didn't know if I could talk myself out. Okay, Minko, it's 2018, and you're the co-founder and CTO of an online learning platform with a valuation that rhymes with billion. Do you see what I did there with rhyme? What was that moment like for you? And how did it prep you for representing this big intergalactic thing called Angular?
Well, Coursera's valuation was, about $1 billion at the time. I was actually primarily focused on the technical challenges that we were solving in Rime. I'm also passionate about education, but the technical challenges were primarily my focus. Mm-hmm. And it was a distributed platform. We were running thousands of virtual machines, streaming them through the browser. And it was like just fascinating. There was little overlap practically with what we're doing in Angular, but on theoretical level, like we had to come up with, let's say, a garbage collection algorithm for collecting these virtual machines when they were not used. And some of these techniques we're using right now in developer infrastructure on Angular. So there is always some overlap.
But just kind of the independent of the technology, the idea that you're sitting on top of something, if you make a mistake, lots of people are going to notice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Your talk is on Angular, the product, but you also had DevRel, which means that you're on our side of the fence. we came back from our booth at NGConf in Salt Lake City really excited about Angular, the community. I've been going to that conference before the pandemic for a few years, and so I kind of knew what I was going to, but I still came back pretty excited about it. And can you put on your DevRel hat and give me, for next year, for 2023, what do you think is Angular's bullseye in the market?
Yeah, well, the biggest focus for 2023 will be reactivity. We're going to add another faster reactivity system playing together with the current change detection that we have on the framework. I have a little bit about this in the slide, but we still haven't finalized it yet. We're in very early access program, just testing the waters. So that's my bet.
One of the things that I felt, and tell me if I got kind of the smell right, the sense of things right, is there's a strong footprint in Angular for teams delivering business applications, like business value types of things, instead of just independent developers doing something that, maybe for a smaller audience.
Yeah, well, we have noticed that the adoption of Angular is specifically high there. My assumption is that just Angular has been mostly consistent and stable. We have a set of tools that integrate really well together, and developers building complicated apps that aim to provide value to their end users and are focusing on solving their business problems usually go with Angular because of the reliability they get there.
In the batteries included kind of thing.
Yeah, we are trying to find the perfect medium there. While we want to provide all the batteries, we want to make sure that people pick the best tools for their job. Sure. This has been kind of like a small shift that we made over the past years.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again, Minko, for joining us and giving us the closing talk for us to finish what's been a great day. Let's hear about Angular 15.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. All right. So, running product and developer relations for Angular, and today I'm going to share what we're actually going to release next week, most likely on Wednesday. We are going to release Angular version 15, which is going to include quite a few features, and I'd like to share with you most of them today. So usually when we talk about Angular, we discuss three main subproducts. We have the framework that is used for development of components, directives, pipe services. We have dependency injection, pretty opinionated set of primitives there. We often count the router and forms modules in the same category. We have also tooling. The tooling is the Angular CLI, Angular language service, and DevTools, and components with our material design implementation for Angular, and also the Angular CDK, component development kit. Even though we are focused on about 3 subproducts and we're about 25 people on the team, we're part of a way larger organization of Google. And as we know, Google is one of the driving forces in the web space by building Chrome. We're advancing quickly in machine learning, and we're trying to find collaborations across different teams so that we can support developers in developing web applications with confidence. So first, I'd like to start with a couple of partnerships that led to development of exciting features. And the first one I'd like to talk about is actually related to JavaScript fatigue and how we are working towards having less of it in the Angular community. So if you look on GitHub, you're going to see that we have quite a few checks as part of our CI, about 26 to 28 checks. We're checking from everything from code size regressions to unit tests, end-to-end tests, and way more. However, there is a really good quote by Dijkstra saying that program testing can be a very effective way to show the presence of bugs, but it is hopelessly inadequate for showing their absence. And that's very true. Even if we have 100% test coverage, we might not be able to test all the different edge cases of different variations, let's say, of states and code execution, like program execution, to find some bugs. Luckily, though, the way we develop Angular supports us to test way more use cases than what is covered in our tests. We developed the framework on GitHub and it is used inside of Google. Google uses something called a monorepo, where we host like literally billions of lines of code. And there are a couple of thousands of lines. There are a couple of thousands of applications actually that are dependent on Angular. Some of them are a couple of thousands of lines of code. Some of them are like 14, 15 million lines of code. For instance, the Google Cloud Console. Every time when we push code to GitHub, we synchronize it with the internal version of Angular within the monorepo. And we run the test for all the affected applications. So you can see this check right here. This helps us to test with way more different use cases than we have even thought about and guarantees high level of stability. However, in order to ship sometimes changes, we have to implement automated code migrations so that we can move from a deprecated API to a newer version. This is what we integrated as part of our ng update experience. So just next week, make sure you take advantage of ng update to migrate to Angular version 15. So this is on infrastructural level, how Google is generally supporting the development of Angular. Now I would like to focus on a couple of partnerships where we developed features that enable us to make the Angular developer experience better or improve the applications, the performance of the applications that you're developing with the framework. The first one that I would like to talk about is the partnership with Chrome. You know that Chrome has the goal to make the web platform successful, and they are doing that by enabling developers to build high-quality applications to provide good user experience for the end users. As part of this initiative, they developed a set of user-centric metrics called Core Web Vitals. With Core Web Vitals, we put a number on the user experience that users face by interacting with an application. One of the core initiatives in Chrome is called Aurora. Aurora is supporting web frameworks, Angular, including Next.js, Nuxt, and others, in order to deliver better Core Web Vital metrics. We have been collaborating with Aurora for a bit, and some of the improvements that we did in the framework so far together is around critical resource inlining. For instance, inlining of critical CSS and also fonts. We'll be ramping up our partnership in 2023 on another level, though. We'll be investing further in improvements in our server-side rendering pipeline. But something that is going to be primarily part of the version 15 release is our image directive that is optimized for Core Web Vitals. I'm sure you have a lot of images in your applications, and in order to apply the image directive to all of them, because of the Angular's templating system, you don't need to do too many changes. You don't have to import any components or directives from other packages. You just need to import your directive once and apply it to your app module. From there, you can opt in into using it for your images. All you need to do is just update the src attributes to ng src, and the image directive is already going to start proposing improvements. For instance, if you haven't specified dimensions, it is going to suggest that you may want to specify them to reduce cumulative layout shift regressions. It is going to propose to add pre-connects and many other optimizations. One of the partners of Angular using the image directive observes already about 75% improvement in their largest contentful paint by using the image directive. And in version 15, we're going to make it stable. We're also adding 2 more features in the stable release. We're going to automatically generate src set so that you can require appropriately sized images to reduce the download size. And, well, specifying width and height is not always what we love to do, and sometimes we can't even do it. The size of an image depends on the parent container, for example. That is why we're experimenting with a fill mode feature that allows your image to stretch based on the size of your parent container, and from there, still we guarantee that you're not regressing in terms of cumulative layout shift and other Core Web Vitals metrics. I mentioned server-side rendering. Well, the improvements that we're going to do in server-side rendering in 2023 are primarily related to updating our destructive hydration algorithm to a proper hydration, where we'll be reusing the DOM structure that is built by the server rather than re-rendering from scratch. However, we also see that the hydration or the client-to-server transitions in front-end frameworks, they're evolving really fast. In Google, we have been using the concept of resumability, for example, for close to 10 years now, and would like to experiment this in Angular as well, because we see that with frameworks such as Quick, it is getting traction externally as well. We see partial hydration getting traction too, and we would like to see what would be the evolution of all these solutions in the JavaScript community and pick the best one that fits the Angular goals and design. So in 2023, we're probably going to come up with a more advanced hydration strategy that we're going to share with the community, but you should be definitely expecting non-destructive hydration first. Paul also mentioned ESBuild. Well, we're doing some experiments with ESBuild. Now, when you run ngbuild in Angular, we're going to use Webpack. We're going to bundle everything together, pass it, in fact, to ESBuild, and finally to Tensor to produce the optimal output. In conversations with Evan Yu from Vite and Vue and just broader look at the JavaScript community, though, we decided to replace this whole complicated build pipeline with only ESBuild so that we can produce your final outputs. It has its own trade-offs, but we observed currently that the speed of the code builds is about 57% faster, which is, I mean, a significant improvement, especially if you don't have the opportunity to apply this caching in your CI pipeline. In this case, ESBuild is going to produce optimal results for you. This feature has been available as experimental in version 14 projects. So in order to give it a try, just update your Angular.json and replace the current browser builder with the browser ESBuild builder. What is new in version 15 is the watch mode. So now you'll be able to specify ngbuild --watch, which will allow you to make changes in your application and get incremental builds. All right, we discussed how Angular is kind of like a batteries included, or you start with best practices from the beginning. And this is still the case. However, we noticed that in the past, we happen to start developing all the tools that you may need as part of your development flow. We clearly have the CLI and we have a framework. And Angular is a good way to build web applications. However, we also started building tools for end-to-end testing, for unit testing, such as Protractor and Karma. We built linters. For instance, I built a linter before I joined Google, and it ended up being part of the Angular CLI, Collizer. Now, we would really not want to be in the business of testing or static analysis when we don't have to be. We're good in delivering tools for building web applications, so that's what we want to focus on. That's why we're going through a new strategy where we would like to meet developers where they are. While we still encourage you to follow best practices with ng-test and ng-e2e for end-to-end tests, we'd like to enable you to pick the tools that you want. For instance, you're now able to use Cypress, Nightwatch, or WebDriver IO when running end-to-end tests. Next year, we will be investing to do the same for ng-test. So we were working with testing vendors to select the best tools for the job. And part of the reason why we decided to go this way is because of our developer satisfaction survey, which we're really grateful to all developers for engaging with it. We have about 20 to 25,000 responses. And to my knowledge, this is the biggest front-end survey out there, which allows us to gather a lot of very useful insights. Looking at the developer survey over the past few years, we noticed that debugging is a pretty challenging topic for most developers. So we decided to implement some improvements there. Looking at the open-ended answers further, we saw that people struggle with error messages, and we did some improvements in error messages. Revisited all error messages, developed guides, and also video tutorials so that you know how to fix the most common errors. We also worked on change detection improvements, and now we will be exploring more dependency injection debugging tooling. With change detection, you can already use Angular DevTools. So you just install the extension, go to Chrome DevTools, open the Angular tab, start profiling, and you'll be able to preview the individual change detection cycles. With dependency injection, though, we would like to allow you to preview the component dependencies in your application. We'd like to enable you to preview what are the dependencies of your component's dependencies and where all these dependencies are coming from. So in a developer preview, you will be able to take advantage of this functionality. We expanded the functionality of Angular DevTools in a way where we can preview the dependencies of our components and where they are coming from, and also provide you a more holistic view of your entire dependency injection hierarchy, where you can preview the individual injectors, their relationship between one another, and the providers declared inside of them. As I mentioned, this is in a developer preview, but you can already give it a try by heading to the link at the bottom right of the slide. All right, so this is available as an experimental feature. Let me share something with you that we shipped, that we're going to ship actually next week as part of Angular version 15. There was a lot of confusion around error messages, right? And even though we made some improvements on the error messages, that was just part of the story. They're part of a bigger story called stack traces. And stack traces, when it comes down to web frameworks, they have not been too great over the past, forever. So we got in touch with Chrome DevTools, and we wanted to come up with solutions that would allow us to improve stack traces for Angular, but that will be also applicable for other technologies out there, for other front-end frameworks. So we pretty much wanted to improve stack traces for everyone. Let me show you what we did and the before and after. This is a very simple Angular component where we just have a submit button with like a submit method here, async submit method. We set loading flag to true, send a request, and set the loading flag to false. Currently, if you get an error in this component, your stack trace is going to look like something like this. How do you even understand what happened in your application? You just see a single call frame coming from the app component, and everything else is coming from either Zone.js, the Angular runtime, or Rx.js. So we did a few iterations. First of all, we changed the Angular CLI to update source maps of scripts coming from Node modules and instrument Chrome DevTools to ignore call frames coming from Node modules to make the stack trace relevant. After that, Chrome DevTools developed a new API in partnership with us called the Async Stack Tagging API that allows us to stitch different asynchronous stack traces, for example, from micro or macro tasks together into a more complete overview of what is going on in your application. For instance, you can see that the user pressed a button here associated with the listener. After that, we called submit, we called the request, called fetch, and finally something happened in our app component. And finally, we will be collaborating in the future with the TypeScript team to improve stack traces further by changing source maps for generated code that is coming from templates so that stack traces are also friendly. This is already a significant improvement, having a readable stack trace. But what I love the best about this feature is that it works out of the box with Chrome DevTools. So when you're stepping into a function, you're not going to go into Zone.js or Rx.js or Angular's runtime at all. This is going to be available next week in version 15, so make sure you run ng updates. Another partnership that allowed us to ship improvements in the components part of Angular is with the material design team. Material, they're developing the specification for material design and also maintaining a set of primitives that implements this specification. So for a while, we have been building our own components, and Material have been having their own primitives, and we had to try to keep up with the changes in their styles. With our MDC web effort, we would like to reuse the styles coming from material design. So we had to adjust the structure, the DOM structure of our components to match the selectors of MDC. This took us some time, as you can imagine, but in version 15, this is now stable. So you'll be able to use the material design components based on MDC primitives. In order to update and take advantage of this feature, you just need to go to your application, updates to version 15, and run the following migration. Just ng generate Angular material MDC migration. If you're depending on mgdeep to specify styles and override styles of material, keep in mind that this may break your overrides. And also, if you're using tests, if you're writing tests, make sure you use the Angular test harnesses, since the DOM structure of our component has changed. Another feature in version 15 is the range input of Angular material. This has been the fourth most requested feature in the Angular components repository, and well, it's going to be part of the release next week. Now I would like to spend some more time talking about more fundamental changes that we're planning and working on in Angular, and some of them they are going to land next week in version 15. We are aware that Angular sometimes could be overwhelming for beginners, so we have been revisiting the individual concepts one by one and trying to figure out whether they're essential for the framework or not. I'll recommend you to check this talk by Alex and Jeremy from ngconf, which should be on YouTube anytime now. But in general, we agree that core for Angular are best practices. We would like to enable people to scale their applications. You can start with a hobby project, and you should be able to incrementally adopt best practices so that you can scale your application to like hundreds of thousands of lines of code. Also, we would like to provide the tools you need to build high-quality apps. That's why we're partnering with Cypress and with folks from the community on tools for static analysis and end-to-end testing. Stability and security are also critical, and also the community. So we were thinking, are ng modules really Angular? Are they critical? Are they a critical part of Angular? I have a personal story with ng modules. So I, in fact, wrote a book about Angular before I joined Google. And the publishing house said, let's publish the book right now. It's Angular version 2 RC4. So let's just publish your book so it is, we release it before Angular is stable, and Angular is already on RC, so nothing should break really. So I said, sure, yeah, let's do that. And well, Angular broke. The next RC, we introduced ng modules. And my book got outdated about like a couple of days after we released it. So one of the first things I did when I joined the team was to make ng modules optional. And back then we were rewriting Angular with Ivy. As you can imagine, well, we couldn't merge this pull request that easily. But finally, in version 15, we made them optional through the new standalone component APIs for standalone directives and pipes as well. Pretty much that's a 30-second overview of how standalone components work. Rather than having to have an ng module to declare what directives, pipes, and components should be available in the context of your template, you specify them in an imports array that is part of the component metadata. This feature enabled a lot of other features. For example, currently the most popular feature request in the Angular framework repository is the ability to add directives to host elements in components. We were only able to ship this feature because of the new standalone directives API, which makes directives self-contained. Let me show you what this feature is and how we actually made it, in my opinion, way more powerful compared to the original request. We kind of introduced a new paradigm for code reuse in component models. So here is the Angular mat menu, which has a selector mat menu. So we're using it in the template as, well, with its element selector, element that is matching the selector of mat menu. What we would like to do is enhance mat menu by adding directives to the host element, to the already rendered component. There was no easy way to do that. Some people were resolving this by using inheritance. Sometimes inheritance is not a bad idea. In this case, mat menu really extends CDK menu, and this makes sense. It is a proper is-a relationship. So it's really, mat menu is a more specific implementation of the CDK menu. However, if you would like to add has_cover directive, you'd have to use multiple inheritance, and well, TypeScript doesn't support this, probably for the better. What we did was to come up with a new kind of paradigm for code reuse that is kind of a mixture between inheritance and traits or mixins, where you can specify the directives that you're using within your component metadata, and compile time will be able to select the proper inputs from each one of your directives so that you can use in your math menu here only the inputs that actually make sense in the context of your component. This is already available in our RCs, and it will be stable in version 15 next week. Standalone components also allowed us to make improvements in the router as well. Probably you know, if you have to declare a route right now, you often need the routing module, and it's just a lot of boilerplate that were so unnecessary. What standalone components enable us to do now, or optional ng modules, is just declare your routes as this simple array where you have your path, load, children, which is for lazy loaded module, and you just return the routes from this lazy loaded module. You can make this even simpler if you have a default export. The lazy loaded module is just an array of components, of route declarations, where you're rendering the lazy component. And the way you stitch everything together is in the Bootstrap application call, where you provide the providers with provide router, where you provide the routes with provide router, specifying as first argument the routes. And that's it. This is going to be also available in version 15 next week. But another improvement in the router that I'm even more excited about is around guards and resolvers. This is a traditional way to define a guard, which defines whether the user of your application will be able to open, in this case, the user ID page. This is by adding this injectable logged in guard, where we're injecting the login service, and in can activate, we're checking whether a user is logged on or not. With version 15, we're introducing functional guards that use the new inject function for dependency injection, which allows us to make the route declaration way simpler. Here, you just need to inject the login service and check whether your user is logged in, and that's all. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, now we're looking into, is Zone.js Angular? Do we need to have Zone.js in order to enable people to develop, to be productive with Angular? Of course, we don't want to break existing applications, so Zone.js is going to continue existing, but what we can do and what we can add on top of that so that we can speed up Angular, since Angular change detection is really fast, just Zone.js sometimes invokes it more frequently than required, and also to make it more local. So revisiting change detection, we're looking into what actually triggers change detection. Currently, all the asynchronous tasks, pretty much anything that at any moment when we assume that something might have changed in your app, we're running change detection over the entire component tree. This is a little bit redundant. We're also revisiting how do we detect for changes. Are we going to run in the entire change detection in the entire component tree, or only in a couple of components? As I mentioned, the actual change detection is fast. We are compiling templates to very fast JavaScript instructions, but the scope of the change detection has been suboptimal for sure. Pavel and Alex from my team, they have been doing experiments, and one of the experiments that Pavel did, for instance, is using signals from Preact in an Angular application. So this doesn't mean that we're going to go with Preact signals. They're great. They might just be not fitting the Angular's, might not be the ideal fit for Angular itself, but this is something that we're just exploring the space of reactivity with signals and variety of different ways to trigger change detection and detect for changes in components that are part of your component tree rather than the entire component tree globally. Other questions that we have been looking into. Are templates Angular? Can we do something to simplify the Angular component declaration? Are classes Angular? Should we always use classes for declaration of Angular components? These are questions that we haven't answered to ourselves just yet, and we'll really value the opinion of all the Angular developers out there, or pretty much all the participants in the JavaScript community, so that we can decide where we should head in 2024. if you're interested in following further what is going on in the Angular world, I would recommend you to check our roadmap at angular.io/guide/roadmap. We're updating it about twice a year or so, and it is up to date as of November 5th. Also, we're publishing a lot of resources on YouTube and Twitter. So if you want to stay up to date with the latest advancements and individual features, make sure you check our social channels. That's mostly what I had for you today. As a recap, I just want to reiterate on the main focus that Angular has. We really want to enable developers to be on the performant path by default. This is the reason for us looking into improving the server-side rendering experience and the reactivity model. This also has an impact on the developer experience, which is a core part of our priorities as well. And also at the same time, we would like to meet developers where they are and leverage the tooling ecosystem. That's all I had for you today as part of this presentation, and would love to answer the questions you have for me.
Thanks a bunch for that, for the forward-looking and kind of the why as much as the what. That's an important part of, I think, the next few steps for Angular. You're in a good spot, and a lot of the major work that you wanted to do has now been delivered, like with Ivy and stuff, and standalone. And so you're looking out at the kinds of listening. You're listening and saying, here's what we think is important. And then you say, here's what we're going to work on. Here's one that I don't know why it jumped out to me. I guess it's because I have a firm memory of the first time I had contact with it. I always felt the CLI and schematics were ahead of their time. And even the things that came in afterwards in the major frameworks they don't feel like they're trying to solve as much of the problem as the CLI is. They've been around a while now. How long? Over 5-6 years?
Yeah, close to at least 6 years, maybe close to 7. I think we announced it at Angular Connect 2015.
What did it get right, and what could go in a different direction?
Yeah, for sure. The code generation and the code modifications, just providing
code modification. Yes,
just providing this infrastructure that is relatively developer friendly. I'm saying relatively because not everyone is feeling comfortable interacting with ASTs. It's one thing to traverse trees, but like not everyone loves it. So this was pretty good. This also providing hooks for anyone to develop these code modifications for their libraries. What we can do better there is provide higher level like abstractions on top of these code mods so that it is easier for people to develop these transformations.
How healthy is that third-party ecosystem?
It's I mean, everyone is building, like there are no good common primitives. I guess that's the biggest challenge.
You know, when you look at, I guess I would draw kind of a comparison to Babel and Webpack and operating on kind of compilation time transformations and things like that. And my sense is there's a whole bunch of plugins and most of them are probably dangerous. I don't know.
Yeah.
And so I just was curious whether you felt that you had gotten it mostly right.
Mostly happy with it. There are some tweaks that we want to do in the internals of schematics, but with the public API, we're pretty happy with. We have not had to update it, I guess, since we released schematics.
2 years from now, how will people be using NG modules?
Let's see how developers use standalone components today. We're building telemetry in the Angular CLI to track the adoption of standalone components, and we're going to decide based on that.
Cool to see the shout out to lots of things, but the shout out to Preact signals and Andrea's micro signals. How complex is the zone implementation that you have?
Oh, it's really complicated. We just need to be aware of all the APIs in the browser and monkey patch them, and some of them are not monkey patchable. Like
I didn't expect you to say monkey patch.
yeah, async await, for example, it's just like a syntactical construct in the browser. There is nothing we can do to intercept that. So we have to develop custom transformations as part of our build pipeline to hook the Angular change detection in there. And also having this global trigger of the Angular change detection is not the most effective thing. Honestly, I'm shocked how fast the Angular change detection is, because we run it in the most ineffective way because of Zone.js.
We just had a question come in from someone who presumably joined a little bit late, so I'll let you answer it and get them caught up. When is Angular switching to TurboPack?
We got this question 2 days after the release of TurboPack. I would like to first, we would like to just like see how TurboPack moves in the ecosystem, like look at its adoption and double check the benchmarks and all that stuff, and make sure that we're on the right path. I would say that it's not as trivial to update from one build system to another and keep the exact same semantics. So I'm not expecting us to do that in 2023 for sure. We're still moving from Webpack to ES build, and probably we're going to get a lot of learnings from there, how to do it more efficiently if we have to do it again. But we're going to stick to ES build for now. It's mature enough.
And you are an ecosystem whose customers expect you to manage the complexity.
Yeah, we intentionally went into this business because of the JavaScript fatigue you mentioned.
Sure. Now, Vitaly, don't get excited. TurboPack is in Rust. Okay, so we'll give a little bit of time to develop before we continue with it. Let's see. We have a question for now. A lot of many interesting things related with module federation.
Yeah.
That was a phrase that came up a lot at ngConf.
Yeah.
Including in Angular and other frameworks. And the question is, do you have any interesting news about it?
Well, we have been collaborating with partners, for example, with NX. NX has good support for module federation in their tooling. We're probably not going to implement first-party support for module federation, but we should probably come up with guidelines that we are going to share, because we see a lot of common pitfalls there. Like, module federation has a lot of great functionalities and promises, and some of them might be a little risky for developers around shared dependencies. They rely very much on semantic versioning, and sometimes, just like as humans, we're really not sure whether we're following semantic versioning properly or not. I would say in most cases we're not. Like, is something a breaking change or not? So we would like to just set guidelines for people to not be as relying as confidently on shared dependencies that could be potentially diverging in versions. That's my only recommendation, actually.
Yeah, and I'll go back to your comment about the release candidate. I have comments on a ticket at that time vociferously arguing that release candidate means something.
Yeah.
We were on our way to the booth before Angular 2 was released, and on the flight, all our demos broke in WebStorm because of NG4, and we had to actually. Dennis spent the night making a build of WebStorm that would work with the new template syntax.
Pretty stressful. I'm sure this happened to a lot of folks. Well, yeah.
Sure. Server-side rendering has been challenging architecturally for other frameworks. It's exposed, I guess, like leaky abstractions or something. For where you're going, is it going to be a good architectural fit, or are you going to rub up against some similar kinds of problems?
I would say this seems like some fundamental problems. Like, you're still running the code in two different environments, and there needs to be like a server that is explicitly defined somewhere. Our focus would be on just making what we currently have work better, because there are some pretty rough edges around ng-surf with server-side rendering. We don't have ng-surf with server-side rendering. We have an alternative command that is really not great. That's something that we'd like to fix. And hydration. We're going to see where we can take it from there. It's too early for like more general plans, but these are the two things we're going to look at first.
Rafa asks, is it worth it to migrate to NG15 in an application that heavily relies on NG deep? You mentioned it might break some styling across the app.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you're not using Angular material, there is zero risk for you. If you're using Angular material, just be careful. Yeah, probably something is going to break as part of the overrides because we had to change the DOM structure of all the components.
Yeah. I'll make one little comment and then hand over to Vitaly for the last question about error messages. I also have one foot in the Python community, and in the last 2 releases, they've worked on extremely friendly error messages, including "Did you mean blah blah?" Like you try to import something, did you mean to type this? To the extent that they rewrote their parser to have a peg parser to make it easier to, and that's a pretty big thing to do. So I commend you for this because it's one thing to say, oh, that's a big feature. No, it's a really big, it doesn't seem like it, but it's a really tremendous impact.
Yeah.
So thank you for championing that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's also interesting that we don't own this entire infrastructure. Like Chrome DevTools is a separate team. So we had to find an alignment there, but it was great working with them.
All right, Vitaly, ask your question.
Yeah, and I'm next to praise you for working with error messages. They're really important. Paul is mentioning Rust, and in Rust we have very good error messages. And I think for many people, it's like the most important feature of a programming language. So yeah, that's really important. But I'd like to ask you about books on JavaScript frameworks. So I wonder, is it ever possible to write them given the pace of changes and everything? Maybe you have some advice for others who want to write a book on Angular.
Yeah, I've been lucky to have my 2nd edition of the book post ng modules to be currently up to date. So for actually 6 years now.
Huh.
Yeah. I'll say the biggest challenge right now, most frameworks learn their lessons and we're trying to be backward compatible just by adding complexity, adding another way of doing things. But books might not always represent best practices. That's a big challenge. They might be up to date for 5 to 10 years. And in Angular, definitely we're always taking into consideration how many learning resources we're going to break.
Right. Vitaly, you both of your points reveal you to be a teacher as well as a developer advocate.
I'm sorry.
You don't want to do a course on something that will be obsolete next year.
Yeah.
All right, Minko, thank you to Angular for all that it does and who it does it for and how it does it, but also to the Angular team. Angular has a way of doing things, and I find it to be fascinating. I find it to be kind of inspiring the way that you're able to have opinions and take people's problems on your shoulders and manage it for them and do it consistently over the years without a whole lot of drama. It's definitely a successful project that is a reflection of the people behind it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me today.
All right. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
That's a good talk. I'm actually going to be I'll probably spend a weekend poking around at the new Angular on all of this. This is, as they say, a wrap. 8 great talks by thinkers and practitioners in our field. That's what I like, kind of the mixture we have of, hey, look at this framework, or let's talk about big ideas. We make IDEs, WebStorm and PyCharm, all the different tooling that you work on, but we're also developers. I spent my weekend this past weekend sitting in front of VTest, working with, of all things, Python WebAssembly via test writing. And today really helped me get a good grip on what's coming in 2022 and 2023, where we are as the world of modern front ends and things like that. big applause to our colleague Sasha for being the showrunner and doing most of the work and putting this all together, putting up with us, lining up the talks, making us look good. And of course, thank you to you for being co-host with us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much for letting me be here. I enjoyed. I'm not a JavaScript developer, but even I enjoyed the variety of big ideas. So I like the combination of language stuff, library stuff a lot, and we had a great lineup today, and we were just on time. This is so great. So yeah, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Sasha, of course. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. So thank you for asking your question. Thank you for commenting in the chat. So we truly appreciate you coming today. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Bringing the energy.
Absolutely. And there will be a survey after this event. So please share your feedback. We'll send it out shortly. So we'll be happy to read that. We'll be happy to do some changes for the next year JavaScript days, because I think we should have
I agree
in a year.
Wow, what's it going to be like next year?
Much.
It's JavaScript. It'll be completely different.
Yeah, that's good. That's good news.
Yeah, actually. Sure. Yeah. Okay, so everyone in your hemisphere, on your side of the world, have a good night. Go to bed. Get some sleep. Everyone on my side, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for participating in JavaScript Day.
Thank you. Bye.